Section 1 of Still Untouched by Human Hands. Stories by Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Academy. Instruction Sheet for use with the Cahill-Thomas Sanity Meter, Series JM14. Manual. The Cahill-Thomas Manufacturing Company is pleased to present our newest sanity meter. This beautiful rugged instrument, small enough for any bedroom, kitchen, or den, is in all respects an exact replica of the larger CT sanity meters used in most places of business, recreation, transportation, etc. No pains have been spared to give you the best sanity meter possible at the lowest possible price. 1. Operation. At the lower right-hand corner of your meter is a switch. Turn it to on position and allow a few seconds for warming up. Then switch from on position to operate position. Allow a few seconds for reading. 2. Reading. On the front of your meter, above the operating switch, is a transparent panel showing a straight-line scale numbered from 0 to 10. The number at which the black indicator stops shows your sanity reading in relation to the present statistical norm. 3. Explanation of numbers 0 to 3. On this model, as on all sanity meters, 0 is the theoretically perfect sanity point. Everything above 0 is regarded as a deviation from the norm. However, 0 is a statistical rather than an actual idea. The normalcy range for our civilization lies between 0 and 3. Any rating in this area is considered normal. 4. Explanation of numbers 4 to 7. These numbers represent the sanity tolerance limit. Persons registering in this area should consult their favorite therapy at once. 5. Explanation of numbers 8 to 10. A person who registers above 7 is considered a highly dangerous potential to his milieu. Almost certainly, he is highly neurotic, pre-psychotic, or psychotic. This individual is required by law to register his rating and to bring it below 7 within a probationary period. Consult your state laws for periods of probation. Failing this, he must undergo surgical alteration or may submit voluntarily to therapy at the Academy. 6. Explanation of number 10. At 10 on your meter, there is a red line. If a sanity reading passes this line, the individual so registered can no longer avail himself of the regular commercial therapies. This individual must undergo surgical alteration immediately or submit at once to therapy at the Academy. Warning. A. This is not a diagnostic machine. Do not attempt to determine for yourself what your ailment is. The numbers 0 to 10 represent intensity qualities, not arbitrary classifications of neurotic, pre-psychotic, psychotic, etc. The intensity scale is in reference only to an individual's potential for harm to his social order. A particular type of neurotic may be potentially more dangerous than a psychotic, and will so register on any sanity meter. See a therapist for further insight. B. The 0 to 10 readings are approximate. For an exact 30 decimal rating, go to a commercial model CT meter. C. Remember, sanity is everyone's business. We have come a long way since the Great World Wars, entirely because we have founded our civilization on the concepts of social sanity, individual responsibility, and preservation of the status quo. Therefore, if you rate over 3, get help. If you rate over 7, you must get help. If you rate over 10, do not wait for detection and arrest. Give yourself up voluntarily in the name of civilization. Good luck. The Cahill-Thomas Company. After finishing his breakfast, Mr. Fearman knew he should leave immediately for work. Under the circumstances, any tardiness might be construed unfavorably. He went so far as to put on his neat gray hat, adjust his tie, and start for the door. But his hand on the knob, he decided to wait for the mail. He turned away from the door, annoyed with himself, and began to pace up and down the living room. He had known he was going to wait for the mail. Why had he gone through the pretense of leaving? Couldn't he be honest with himself, even now, when personal honesty was so important? His black Cocker Spaniel Speed, curled up on the couch, looked curiously at him. Fearman patted the dog's head, reached for a cigarette, and changed his mind. He patted Speed again, and the dog yawned lazily. Fearman adjusted a lamp that needed no adjusting, shuddered for no reason, and began to pace the room again. Reluctantly, he admitted to himself that he didn't want to leave his apartment, dreaded it in fact, although nothing was going to happen. He tried to convince himself that this was just another day, like yesterday and the day before. Certainly, if a man could believe that, really believe it, events would defer indefinitely, and nothing would happen to him. Besides, why should anything happen today? He wasn't at the end of his probationary period yet. He thought he heard a noise outside his apartment, hurried over and opened the door. He had been mistaken. The mail hadn't arrived. But down the hall, his landlady opened her door and looked at him with pale, unfriendly eyes. Fearman closed the door and found that his hands were shaking. He decided that he had better take a sanity reading. He entered the bedroom, but his row butler was there, sweeping a little pile of dust toward the center of the room. Already his bed was made. His wife's bed didn't require making, since it had been unoccupied for almost a week. "Shall I leave, sir?" the row butler asked. Fearman hesitated before answering. He preferred taking his reading alone. Of course, his row butler wasn't really a person. Strictly speaking, the mechanical had no personality, but he had what seemed like a personality. Anyhow, it didn't matter whether he stayed or left, since all personal robots had sanity-reading equipment built into their circuits. It was required by law. "Suit yourself," he said finally. The row butler sucked up the little pile of dust and rolled noiselessly out of the room. Fearman stepped up to the sanity meter, turned it on, and set the operating control. He watched morosely as the black indicator climbed slowly through the normal 2s and 3s, through the deviant 6s and 7s, and rested finally on 8.2. 1/10 of a point higher than yesterday. 1/10 closer to the red line. Fearman snapped off the machine and lighted a cigarette. He left the bedroom slowly, wearily, as though the day were over instead of just beginning. "The mail, sir," the row butler said, gliding up to him. Fearman grabbed the letters from the row butler's outstretched hand and looked through them. "She didn't write," he said involuntarily. "I'm sorry, sir," the row butler responded promptly. "You're sorry?" Fearman looked at the mechanical curiously. "Why?" "I am naturally interested in your welfare, sir," the row butler stated. "As is Speed, to the extent of his intelligence. A letter from Mrs. Fearman would have helped your morale. We are sorry it didn't come." Speed barked softly and cocked his head to one side. Sympathy from a machine, Fearman thought, pity from a beast. But he was grateful all the same. "I don't blame her," he said. "She couldn't be expected to put up with me forever." He waited, hoping that the robot would tell him that his wife would return, that he would soon be well. But the row butler stood silently beside Speed, who had gone to sleep again. Fearman looked through the mail again. There were several bills, an advertisement, and a small stiff letter. The return address on it was the Academy, and Fearman opened it quickly. Within was a card, which read, "Dear Mr. Fearman, your application for admission has been processed and found acceptable. We will be happy to receive you at any time. Thank you, the directors." Fearman squinted at the card. He had never applied for admission to the Academy. It was the last thing in the world he wanted to do. "Was this my wife's idea?" he asked. "I do not know, sir," the row butler said. Fearman turned the card over in his hand. He had always been vaguely aware of the existence of the Academy, of course. One couldn't help but be aware of it, since its presence affected every strata of life. But actually, he knew very little about this important institution, surprisingly little. "What is the Academy?" he asked. "A large, low, gray building," his row-butler answered. "It is situated in the southwest corner of the city, and can be reached by a variety of public conveyances." "But what is it?" "A registered therapy," the row-butler said, "open to anyone upon application, written or verbal. Moreover, the Academy exists as a voluntary choice for all people of +10 rating, as an alternative to surgical personality alteration." Fearman sighed with exasperation. "I know all that, but what is their system? What kind of therapy?" "I do not know, sir," the row-butler said. "What's their record of cures?" 100%, the row-butler answered promptly. Fearman remembered something else now, something that struck him as rather strange. "Let me see," he said. "No one leaves the Academy. Is that right?" "There has been no record of anyone leaving after physically entering," the row-butler said. "Why?" "I do not know, sir." Fearman crumpled the card and dropped it into an ashtray. It was all very strange. The Academy was so well known, so accepted, one never thought to ask about it. It had always been a misty place in his mind, far away, unreal. It was the place you went to if you became +10, since you didn't want to undergo lobotomy, topectomy, or any other process involving organic personality loss. But of course you tried not to think of the possibility of becoming +10, since the very thought was an admission of instability, and therefore you didn't think of the choices open to you if it happened. For the first time in his life, Fearman decided he didn't like the setup. He would have to do some investigating. Why didn't anyone leave the Academy? Why wasn't more known of their therapy, if their cures were really 100% effective? "I'd better get to work," Fearman said. "Make me anything at all for supper." "Yes, sir. Have a good day, sir." Speed jumped down from the couch and followed him to the door. Fearman knelt down and stroked the dog's sleek black head. "No, boy, you stay inside. No burying bones today." "Speed does not bury bones," the row-butler said. "That's right." Dogs today, like their masters, rarely had a feeling of insecurity. No one buried bones today. "So long." He hurried past his landlady's door and into the street. Fearman was almost 20 minutes late for work. As he entered the building, he forgot to present his probationary certificate to the scanning mechanism at the door. The gigantic commercial sanity meter scanned him. Its indicator shot past the 7-point. Lights flashed red. A harsh metallic voice shouted over the loudspeaker, "Sir, your deviation from the norm has passed the safety limit. Please arrange for therapy at once." Quickly, Fearman pulled his probationary certificate out of his wallet. But perversely, the machine continued to bellow at him for a full 10 seconds longer. Everyone in the lobby was staring at him. Messenger boys stopped dead, pleased at having witnessed a disturbance. Businessmen and office girls whispered together, and 2 sanity policemen exchanged meaningful glances. Fearman's shirt, soaked with perspiration, was plastered against his back. He resisted an urge to run from the building, instead walked toward an elevator. But it was nearly full, and he couldn't bring himself to enter. He trotted up a staircase to the 2nd floor, and then took an elevator the rest of the way up. By the time he reached the Morgan Agency, he had himself under control. He showed his probationary certificate to the sanity meter at the door, mopped his face with a handkerchief, and walked in. Everyone in the agency knew what had happened. He could tell by their silence, their averted faces. Fearman walked rapidly to his office, closed the door, and hung up his hat. He sat down at his desk, still slightly out of wind, filled with resentment at the sanity meter. If only he could smash all the damn things. Always prying, setting off their alarms in your ear, unstabilizing you. Fearman cut off the thought quickly. There was nothing wrong with the meters. To think of them as active, persecuting agents was paranoidal, and perhaps a symptom of his present unsane status. The meters were mere extensions of man's will. Society as a whole, he reminded himself, must be protected against the individual, just as a human body must be protected against malfunction of any of its parts. As fond as you might be of your gallbladder, you would sacrifice it mercilessly if it were going to impair the rest of you. He sensed something shaky in this analogy, but decided not to pursue it any farther. He had to find out more about the Academy. After lighting a cigarette, he dialed the therapy reference service. "May I help you, sir?" a pleasant-voiced woman asked. "I'd like to get some information about the Academy," Fearman said, feeling a trifle foolish. The Academy was so well known, so much a part of everyday life, it was tantamount to asking what form of government your country had. "The Academy is located. I know where it's located," Fearman said. "I want to know what sort of therapy they administer." "That information is not available, sir," the woman said after a pause. "No? I thought all data on commercial therapies was available to the public." "Technically it is," the woman answered slowly. "But the Academy is not strictly a commercial therapy. It does accept money. However, it admits charity cases as well, without quota. Also, it is partially supported by the government." Fearman tapped the ash off his cigarette and said impatiently, "I thought all government projects were open to the public." "As a general rule they are, except when such knowledge will be harmful to the public." "Then such knowledge of the Academy would be harmful?" Fearman said triumphantly, feeling that he was getting to the heart of the matter. "Oh, no, sir!" The woman's voice became shrill with amazement. "I didn't mean to imply that. I was just stating the general rules for withholding of information. The Academy, although covered by the laws, is to some extent extra-legal. This status is allowed because of the Academy's 100% record of cures." "Where can I see a few of these cures?" Fearman asked. "I understand that no one ever leaves the Academy." He had them now, Fearman thought, waiting for an answer. Over the telephone, he thought he heard a whispering. Suddenly, a man's voice broke in, loud and clear. "This is the section chief. Is there some difficulty?" Hearing the man's sharp voice, Fearman almost dropped the telephone. His feeling of triumph vanished, and he wished he had never made the call, but he forced himself to go on. "I want some information on the Academy." "The location? No, I mean real information," Fearman said desperately. "To what purpose do you wish to put this information?" the section chief asked, and his voice was suddenly the smooth, almost hypnotic voice of a therapist. "Insight," Fearman answered quickly. "Since the Academy is a therapeutic alternative open to me at all times, I would like to know more about it, in order to judge." "Very plausible," the section chief said. "But consider, are you asking for a useful, functional insight? One that will better your integration into society? Or are you asking merely for the sake of an overriding curiosity, thereby yielding to restlessness and other deeper drives?" "I'm asking because—" "What is your name?" the section chief asked suddenly. Fearman was silent. "What is your sanity rating?" Still Fearman didn't speak. He was trying to decide if the call were already traced, and decided that it was. "Do you doubt the Academy's essential benevolence?" "No." "Do you doubt that the Academy works for the preservation of the status quo?" "No." "Then what is your problem? Why won't you tell me your name and sanity rating? Why do you feel this need for more information?" "Thank you," Fearman murmured and hung up. He realized that the telephone call had been a terrible mistake. It had been the action of a +8, not a normal man. The section chief, with his trained perceptions, had realized that at once. Of course the section chief wouldn't give information to a +8. Fearman knew he would have to watch his actions far more closely, analyze them, understand them, if he ever hoped to return to the statistical norm. As he sat, there was a knock. The door opened, and his boss, Mr. Morgan, entered. Morgan was a big, powerfully built man with a full, fleshy face. He stood in front of Fearman's desk, drumming his fingers on the blotter, looking as embarrassed as a caught thief. "Heard that report downstairs," he said, not looking at Fearman, tapping his fingers energetically. "Momentary peak," Fearman said automatically. "Actually, my rating has begun to come down." He couldn't look at Morgan as he said this. The two men stared intently at different corners of the room. Finally, their eyes met. "Look, Fearman, I try to stay out of people's business," Morgan said, sitting on the corner of Fearman's desk. "But damn it, man, sanity is everyone's business. We're all in the game together." The thought seemed to increase Morgan's conviction. He leaned forward earnestly. "You know, I'm responsible for a lot of people here. This is the third time in a year you've been on probation." He hesitated. "How did it start?" Fearman shook his head. "I don't know, Mr. Morgan. I was just going along quietly, and my ratings started to climb." Morgan considered, then shook his head. "Can't be as simple as that. Have you been checked for brain lesions?" "I've been assured it's nothing organic." "Therapy?" "Everything," Fearman said. "Electrotherapy, analysis, Smith's method, the Rannis school, devio thought, differentiation." "What did they say?" Morgan asked. Fearman thought back on the endless line of therapists he had gone to. He had been explored from every angle that psychology had to offer. He had been drugged, shocked, explored, but it all boiled down to one thing. "They don't know." "Couldn't they tell you anything?" Morgan asked. "Not much. Constitutional restlessness, deep concealed drives, inability to accept the status quo. They all agree I'm a rigid type. Even personality reconstruction didn't take on me." "Prognosis?" "Not so good." Morgan stood up and began to pace the floor, his hands clasped behind his back. "Fearman, I think it's a matter of attitude. Do you really want to be a part of the team?" "I've tried everything." "Sure, but have you wanted to change?" "Insight," Morgan cried, smashing his fist into his hand as though to crush the word. "Do you have insight?" "I don't suppose so," Fearman said with genuine regret. "Take my case," Morgan said earnestly, standing in front of Fearman's desk with his feet widely and solidly planted. 10 years ago, this agency was twice as big as it is now, and growing. I worked like a madman, extending my holdings, investing, expanding, making money and more money. And what happened? The inevitable. My rating shot up from a 2.3 to +7. I was in a bad way. "No law against making money," Fearman pointed out. "Certainly not. But there is a psychological law against making too much. Society today just isn't geared for that sort of thing. A lot of the competition and aggression have been bred out of the race. After all, we've been in the status quo for almost 100 years now. In that time, there have been no new inventions, no wars, no major developments of any kind. Psychology has been normalizing the race, breeding out the irrational elements. So with my drive and ability, it was like playing tennis against an infant. I couldn't be stopped." Morgan's face was flushed, and he had begun to breathe heavily. He checked himself and went on in a quieter tone. "Of course, I was doing it for neurotic reasons. Power urge, a bad dose of competitiveness. I underwent substitution therapy." Fearman said, I don't see anything unsane about wanting to expand your business. Good Lord, man, don't you understand anything about social sanity, responsibility, and stasis? I was on my way to becoming wealthy. From there, I would have founded a financial empire. All quite legal, you understand, but unsane. After that, who knows where I would have gone? Into indirect control of the government eventually. I'd want to change the psychological policies to conform to my own abnormalities, and you can see where that would lead. So you adjusted, Fearman said. I had my choice of brain surgery, the academy, or adjustment. Fortunately, I found an outlet in competitive sports. I sublimated my selfish drives for the good of mankind. But the thing is this, Fearman, I was heading for that red line. I adjusted before it was too late. I'd gladly adjust, Fearman said, if I only knew what was wrong with me. The trouble is, I really don't know. Morgan was silent for a long time, thinking. Then he said, I think you need a rest, Fearman. A rest? Fearman was instantly on the alert. You mean I'm fired? No, of course not. I want to be fair, play the game. But I've got a team here. Morgan's vague gesture included the office, the building, the city. Unsanity is insidious. Several ratings in the office have begun to climb in the last week. And I'm the infection spot. We must accept the rules, Morgan said, standing erectly in front of Fearman's desk. Your salary will continue until you reach some resolution. Thanks, Fearman said dryly. He stood up and put on his hat. Morgan put a hand on his shoulder. Have you considered the academy? He asked in a low voice. I mean, if nothing else seems to work. Definitely and irrevocably not, Fearman said, looking directly into Morgan's small blue eyes. Morgan turned away. You seem to have an illogical prejudice against the academy. Why? You know how our society is organized. You can't think that anything against the common good would be allowed. I don't suppose so, Fearman admitted. But why isn't more known about the academy? They walked through the silent office. None of the men Fearman had known for so long looked up from their work. Morgan opened the door and said, You know all about the academy. I don't know how it works. Do you know everything about any therapy? Can you tell me all about substitution therapy, or analysis, or Ogilvy's reduction? No, but I've a general idea how they work. Everyone does, Morgan said triumphantly, then quickly lowered his voice. That's just it. Obviously, the Academy doesn't give out such information because it would interfere with the operation of the therapy itself. Nothing odd about that, is there? Fearman thought it over and allowed Morgan to guide him into the hall. I'll grant that, he said. But tell me, why doesn't anyone ever leave the Academy? Doesn't that strike you as sinister? Certainly not. You've got a very strange outlook. Morgan punched the elevator button as he talked. You seem to be trying to create a mystery where there isn't one. Without prying into their professional business, I can assume that their therapy involves the patients remaining at the academy. There's nothing strange about a substitute environment. It's done all the time. If that's the truth, why don't they say so? The fact speaks for itself. And where, Fearman asked, is the proof of their 100% cures? The elevator arrived and Fearman stepped in. Morgan said, The proof is in their saying so. Therapists can't lie. They can't, Fearman. Morgan started to say something else, but the elevator door slid shut. The elevator started down, and Fearman realized with a shock that his job was gone. It was a strange sensation not having a job any longer. He had no place to go. Often he had hated his work, There had been mornings when he had groaned at the thought of another day at the office, but now that he had it no longer, he realized how important it had been to him, how solid and reliable. A man is nothing, he thought, if he doesn't have work to do. He walked aimlessly, block after block, trying to think, but he was unable to concentrate. Thoughts kept sliding out of reach, eluding him, and were replaced by glimpses of his wife's face. And he couldn't even think about her, for the city pressed in on him, its faces, sounds, smells. The only plan of action that came to mind was unfeasible. Run away, his panicky emotions told him. Go where they'll never find you. Hide. But Fearman knew this was no solution. Running away was sheer escapism and proof of his deviation from the norm. Because what, really, would he be running from? From the sanest, most perfect society that man had ever conceived. Only a madman would run from that. Fearman began to notice the people he passed. They looked happy, filled with the new spirit of responsibility and social sanity, willing to sacrifice old passions for a new era of peace. It was a good world, a hell of a good world. Why couldn't he live in it? He could. With the first confidence he had felt in weeks, Fearman decided that he would conform, somehow. If only he could find out how. After hours of walking, Fearman discovered that he was hungry. He entered the first diner he saw. The place was crowded with laborers, for he had walked almost to the docks. He sat down and looked at a menu, telling himself that he needed time to think. He had to assess his actions properly, figure out. "Hey, mister." He looked up. The bald, unshaven counterman was glaring at him. "What?" "Get out of here." "What's wrong?" Fearman asked, trying to control his sudden panic. "We don't serve no madmen here," the counterman said. He pointed to the sanity meter on the wall that registered everyone walking in. The black indicator pointed slightly past 9. "Get out." Fearman looked at the other men at the counter. They sat in a row, dressed in similar rough brown clothing. Their caps were pulled down over their eyes, and every man seemed to be reading a newspaper. "I've got a probationary." "Get out," the counterman said. "The law says I don't have to serve no +9s. It bothers my customers. Come on, move." The row of laborers sat motionless, not looking at him. Fearman felt the blood rush to his face. He had the sudden urge to smash in the counterman's bald, shiny skull, wade into the row of listening men with a meat cleaver, spatter the dirty walls with their blood, smash, kill. But, of course, aggression was unsane and an unsatisfactory response. He mastered the impulse and walked out. Fearman continued to walk, resisting an urge to run, waiting for that train of logical thought that would tell him what to do. But his thoughts only became more confused, and by twilight he was ready to drop from fatigue. He was standing on a narrow, garbage-strewn street in the slums. He saw a hand-lettered sign in a second-floor window reading, "J. Flynn, Psychological Therapist. Maybe I can help you." Fearman grinned wryly, thinking of all the high-priced specialists he had seen. He started to walk away, then turned and went up the staircase leading to Flynn's office. He was annoyed with himself again. The moment he saw the sign, he had known he was going up. Would he ever stop deceiving himself? Flynn's office was small and dingy. The paint was peeling from the walls, and the room had an unwashed smell. Flynn was seated behind an unvarnished wooden desk, reading an adventure magazine. He was small, middle-aged, and balding. He was smoking a pipe. Fearman had meant to start from the beginning. Instead, he blurted out, "Look, I'm in a jam. I've lost my job, my wife's left me, and I've been to every therapy there is. What can you do?" Flynn took the pipe out of his mouth and looked at Fearman. He looked at his clothes, hat, shoes, as though estimating their value. Then he said, What did the others say? In effect, that I didn't have a chance. Of course they said that, Flynn said, speaking rapidly in a high, clear voice. These fancy boys give up too easily. But there's always hope. The mind is a strange and complicated thing, my friend, and sometimes— Flynn stopped abruptly and grinned with sad humor. What's the use? You've got the doomed look, no doubt of it. He knocked the ashes from his pipe and stared at the ceiling. Look, there's nothing I can do for you. You know it, I know it. Why'd you come up here? Looking for a miracle, I suppose, Fearman said, wearily sitting down on a wooden chair. Lots of people do, Flynn said conversationally. And this looks like the logical place for one, doesn't it? You've been to the fancy offices of the specialists. No help there. So it would be right and proper if an itinerant therapist could do what the famous men failed to do, a sort of poetic justice. Pretty good, Fearman said, smiling faintly. Oh, I'm not at all bad, Flynn said, filling his pipe from a shaggy green pouch. But the truth of the matter is, miracles cost money, always have, always will. If the big boys couldn't help you, I certainly couldn't. Thanks for telling me, Fearman said, but made no move to get up. It's my duty as a therapist, Flynn said slowly, to remind you that the academy is always open. How can I go there? Fearman asked. I don't know anything about it. No one does, Flynn said. Still, I hear they cure every time. Death is a cure, but a non-functional one. Besides, that's too discordant with the times. Deviants would have to run such a place, and deviants just aren't allowed. Then why doesn't anyone ever leave? Don't ask me, Flynn said. Perhaps they don't want to. He puffed on his pipe. You want some advice? Okay. Have you any money? Some, Fearman said warily. Okay, I shouldn't be saying this, but stop looking for cures. Go home. Send your row butler out for a couple months' supply of food. Hole up for a while. Hole up? Why? Flynn scowled furiously at him. Because you're running yourself ragged trying to get back to the norm, and all you're doing is getting worse. I've seen it happen 1,000 times. Don't think about sanity or unsanity. Just lie around a couple of months, rest, read, grow fat, then see how you are. Look, Fearman said, I think you're right. I'm sure of it, but I'm not sure I should go home. I made a telephone call today. I've got some money. Could you hide me here? Could you hide me? Flynn stood up and looked fearfully out the window at the dark street. I've said too much as it is. If I were younger, but I can't do it. I've given you unsane advice. I can't commit an unsane action on top of that. I'm sorry, Fearman said. I shouldn't have asked you. But I'm really grateful. I mean it. He stood up. How much do I owe you? Nothing, Flynn said. Good luck to you. Thanks. Fearman hurried downstairs and hailed a cab. In 20 minutes he was home. The hall was strangely quiet as Fearman walked toward his apartment. His landlady's door was closed as he passed it, but he had the impression that it had been open until he came, and that the old woman was standing beside it now, her ear against the thin wood. He walked faster and entered his apartment. It was quiet in his apartment, too. Fearman walked into the kitchen. His row butler was standing beside the stove, and Speed was curled up in the corner. "Welcome home, sir," the row butler said. "If you will sit, I will serve your supper." Fearman sat down, thinking about his plans. There were a lot of details to work out, but Flynn was right. Hole up, that was the thing. Stay out of sight. "I'll want you to go shopping first thing in the morning," he said to the row butler. Yes, sir, the row butler said, placing a bowl of soup in front of him. We'll need plenty of staples. Bread, meat. No, buy canned goods. What kind of canned goods? The row butler asked. Any kind, as long as it's a balanced diet. And cigarettes. Don't forget cigarettes. Give me the salt, will you? The row butler stood beside the stove, not moving, but Speed began to whimper softly. Row butler, the salt, please. I'm sorry, sir, the row butler said. What do you mean you're sorry? Hand me the salt. I can no longer obey you. Why not? You have just gone over the red line, sir. You are now +10. Fearman just stared at him a moment. Then he ran into the bedroom and turned on the sanity meter. The black indicator crept slowly to the red line, wavered, then slid decisively over. He was +10. But that didn't matter, he told himself. After all, it was a quantitative measurement. It didn't mean that he had suddenly become a monster. He would reason with the row butler, explain it to him. Fearman rushed out of the bedroom. Row butler, listen to me. He heard the front door close. The row butler was gone. Fearman walked into the living room and sat down on the couch. Naturally, the row butler was gone. They had built-in sanity reading equipment. If their masters passed the red line, they returned to the factory automatically. No +10 could command a mechanical. But he still had a chance. There was food in the house. He would ration himself. He wouldn't be too lonely with Speed here. Perhaps he would just need a few days. Speed! There was no sound in the apartment. Come here, boy. Still no sound. Fearman searched the apartment methodically, but the dog wasn't there. He must have left with the row butler. Alone, Fearman walked into the kitchen and drank 3 glasses of water. He looked at the meal his row butler had prepared, started to laugh, then checked himself. He had to get out quickly. There was no time to lose. If he hurried, he could still make it, to some place, any place. Every second counted now. But he stood in the kitchen, staring at the floor as the minutes passed, wondering why his dog had left him. There was a knock on his door. Mr. Fearman! No, Fearman said. Mr. Fearman, you must leave now. It was his landlady. Fearman walked to the door and opened it. Go? Where? I don't care, but you can't stay here any longer, Mr. Fearman. You must go. Fearman went back for his hat, put it on, looked around the apartment, then walked out. He left the door open. Outside, 2 men were waiting for him. Their faces were indistinct in the darkness. Where do you want to go? One asked. Where can I go? Surgery or the academy? The academy, then. They put him in a car and drove quickly away. Fearman leaned back, too exhausted to think. He could feel the cool breeze on his face, and the slight vibration of the car was pleasant. But the ride seemed interminably long. Here we are, one of the men said at last. They stopped the car and led him inside an enormous gray building to a barren little room. In the middle of the room was a desk marked Receptionist. A man was sprawled half across it, snoring gently. One of Fearman's guards cleared his throat loudly. The receptionist sat up immediately, rubbing his eyes. He slipped on a pair of glasses and looked at them sleepily. Which one? He asked. The 2 guards pointed at Fearman. All right. The receptionist stretched his thin arms, then opened a large black notebook. He made a notation, tore out the sheet and handed it to Fearman's guards. They left immediately. The receptionist pushed a button, then scratched his head vigorously. Full moon tonight, he said to Fearman with evident satisfaction. What? Fearman asked. Full moon. We get more of you guys when the moon's full, or so it seems. I've thought of doing a study on it. More? More what? Fearman asked, still adjusting to the shock of being within the academy. Don't be dense. the receptionist said sternly. "We get more +10s when the moon is full. I don't suppose there's any correlation, but, here's the guard." A uniformed guard walked up to the desk, still knotting his tie. "Take him to 312 AA, the receptionist said. As Fearman and the guard walked away, he removed his glasses and stretched out again on the desk. The guard led Fearman through a complex network of corridors, marked off with frequent doors. The corridors seemed to have grown spontaneously, for branches shot off at all angles, and some parts were twisted and curved, like ancient city streets. As he walked, Fearman noticed that the doors were not numbered in sequence. He passed 3112, then 25P, and then 14. And he was certain that he had passed the number 888 3 times. "How can you find your way?" he asked the guard. "That's my job," the guard said, not unpleasantly. "Not very systematic," Fearman said after a while. "Can't be," the guard said in an almost confidential tone of voice. "Originally, they planned this place with a lot fewer rooms, but then the rush started. Patients, patients, more every day, and no sign of a let-up. So the rooms had to be broken into smaller units, and new corridors had to be cut through." "But how do the doctors find their patients?" Fearman asked. They had reached 312 AA. Without answering, the guard unlocked the door, and when Fearman had walked through, closed and locked it after him. It was a very small room. There was a couch, a chair, and a cabinet, filling all the available space. Almost immediately, Fearman heard voices outside the door. A man said, "Coffee, then, at the cafeteria in half an hour." A key turned. Fearman didn't hear the reply, but there was a sudden burst of laughter. A man's deep voice said, "Yes, and 100 more, and we'll have to go underground for room." The door opened, and a bearded man in a white jacket came in, still smiling faintly. His face became professional as soon as he saw Fearman. "Just lie on the couch, please," he said politely, but with an unmistakable air of command. Fearman remained standing. "Now that I'm here," he said, "would you explain what all this means?" The bearded man had begun to unlock the cabinet. He looked at Fearman with a wearily humorous expression, and raised both eyebrows. "I'm a doctor," he said, "not a lecturer." "I realize that. But surely—" "Yes, yes," the doctor said, shrugging his shoulders helplessly. "I know. You have a right to know and all that. But they really should have explained it all before you reached here. It just isn't my job." Fearman remained standing. The doctor said, "Lie down on the couch like a good chap, and I'll tell all." He turned back to the cabinet. Fearman thought fleetingly of trying to overpower him, but realized that thousands of +10s must have thought of it too. Undoubtedly, there were precautions. He lay down on the couch. "The Academy," the doctor said as he rummaged in the cabinet, "is obviously a product of our times. To understand it, you must first understand the age we live in." The doctor paused dramatically, then went on with evident gusto. "Sanity. But there is a tremendous strain involved in sanity, you know, and especially in social sanity. How easily the mind becomes deranged. And once deranged, values change. A man begins to have strange hopes, ideas, theories, and a need for action. These things may not be abnormal in themselves, but they result inevitably in harm to society, for movement in any direction harms a static society. Now, after thousands of years of bloodshed, we have set ourselves the goal of protecting society against the unsane individual. Therefore, it is up to the individual to avoid those mental configurations, those implicit decisions which will make him a dangerous potential for change. This will to staticity, which is our ideal, required an almost superhuman strength and determination. If you don't have that, you end up here." "I don't see," Fearman began, but the doctor interrupted. The need for the Academy should now be apparent. Today, brain surgery is the final effective alternative to sanity. But this is an unpleasant eventuality for a man to contemplate, a truly hellish alternative. Government brain surgery involves death to the original personality, which is death in its truest form. The Academy tries to relieve a certain strain by offering another alternative. But what is this alternative? Why don't you tell it? Frankly, most people prefer not knowing. The doctor closed and locked the cabinet, but Fearman could not see what instruments he had selected. Your reaction isn't typical, I assure you. You choose to think of us as something dark, mysterious, frightening. This is because of your unsanity. Sane people see us as a panacea, a pleasantly misty relief from certain grim certainties. They accept us on faith. The doctor chuckled softly. To most people, we represent heaven. Then why not let your methods be known? Frankly, the doctor said softly, even the methods of heaven are best not examined too closely. So the whole thing is a hoax, Fearman said, trying to sit up. You're going to kill me. Most assuredly not, the doctor said, restraining him gently until Fearman lay back again. Then what exactly are you going to do? You'll see. And why doesn't anyone return? They don't choose to, the doctor said. Before Fearman could move, the doctor had deftly inserted a needle into his arm and injected him with a warm liquid. You must remember, the doctor said, society must be protected against the individual. Yes, Fearman said drowsily, but who is to protect the individual against society? The room became indistinct, and although the doctor answered him, Fearman couldn't hear his words, but he was sure that they were wise and proper and very true. When he recovered consciousness, he found that he was standing on a great plain. It was sunrise. In the dim light, wisps of fog clung to his ankles, and the grass beneath his feet was wet and springy. Fearman was mildly surprised to see his wife standing beside him, close to his right side. On his left was his dog Speed, pressed against his leg, trembling slightly. His surprise passed quickly, because this was where his wife and dog should be, at his side before the battle. Ahead, misty movement resolved into individual figures, and as they approached, Fearman recognized them. They were the enemy. Leading the procession was his row-butler, gleaming inhumanly in the half-light. Morgan was there, shrieking to the section chief that Freeman must die, and Flynn, that frightened man, hid his face, but still advanced against him. And there was his landlady, screaming, "No home for him!" And behind her were doctors, receptionists, guards, and behind them marched millions of men in rough laborers' clothing, caps jammed down over their faces, newspapers tightly rolled as they advanced. Fearman tensed expectantly for this ultimate fight against the enemy who had betrayed him, but a doubt passed over his mind. Was this real? He had a sudden sickening vision of his drugged body lying in a numbered room in the Academy, while his soul was here in the Never-Never Land doing battle with shadows. There's nothing wrong with me. In a moment of utter clarity, Fearman understood that he had to escape. His destiny wasn't here, fighting dream enemies. He had to get back to the real world. The status quo couldn't last forever. And what would mankind do with all the toughness, inventiveness, individuality bred out of the race? Did no one leave the Academy? He would. Fearman struggled with the illusions, and he could almost feel his discarded body stir on its couch, groan, move. But his dream wife seized his arm and pointed. His dream dog snarled at the advancing host. The moment was gone forever, but Fearman never knew it. He forgot his decision, forgot Earth, forgot truth, and drops of dew spattered his legs as he ran forward to engage the enemy in battle. End of The Academy. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Still Untouched by Human Hands. Stories by Robert Sheckley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Accept no substitutes. Ralph Garvey's private space yacht was in the sling at Boston Spaceport, ready for takeoff. He was on yellow standby, waiting for the green, when his radio crackled. "Tower to G43221, the radio buzzed. "Please await customs inspection." "Right-o," said Garvey, with a calmness he did not feel. Within him, something rolled over and died. Customs inspection. Of all the black, accursed, triple-distilled bad luck, there was no regular inspection of small private yachts. The department had its hands full with the big interstellar liners from Cassiopeia, Algol, Deneb, and 1,000 other places. Private ships just weren't worth the time and money. But to keep them in line, customs held occasional spot checks. No one knew when the mobile customs team would descend upon any particular spaceport, but chances of being inspected at any one time were less than 50 to 1. Garvey had been counting on that factor, and he had paid $800 to know for certain that the East Coast team was in Georgia. Otherwise, he would never have risked a 20-year jail sentence for a violation of the Sexual Morality Act. There was a loud rap on his port. "Open for inspection, please." "Right-o," Garvey called out. He locked the door to the after cabin. If the inspector wanted to look there, he was sunk. There was no place in the ship where he could successfully conceal a packing case 10 feet high, and no way he could dispose of its illegal contents. "I'm coming," Garvey shouted. Beads of perspiration stood out on his high, pale forehead. He thought wildly of blasting off anyhow, running for it, to Mars, Venus. But the patrol ships would get him before he had covered 1,000,000 miles. There was nothing he could do but try to bluff it out. He touched a button. The hatch slid back, and a tall, thin, uniformed man entered. "Thought you'd get away with it, eh, Garvey?" the inspector barked. "You rich guys never learn." Somehow they had found out. Garvey thought of the packing crate in the after cabin and its human-shaped, not yet living contents. Damning, absolutely damning. What a fool he'd been. He turned back to the control panel. Hanging from a corner of it in a cracked leather holster was his revolver. Rather than face 20 years breaking pumice on Lunar, he would shoot, then try. "The Sexual Morality Act isn't a blue law, Garvey," the inspector continued in a voice like steel against flint. "Violations can have a catastrophic effect upon the individual, to say nothing of the race. That's why we're going to make an example of you, Garvey. Now, let's see the evidence." "I don't know what in hell you're talking about," Garvey said. Surreptitiously, his hand began to creep toward the revolver. "Wake up, boy," said the inspector. "You mean you still don't recognize me?" Garvey stared at the inspector's tanned, humorous face. He said, "Eddie Starbuck? About time. How long's it been, Ralph? 10 years?" "At least 10, Garvey said. His knees were beginning to shake from sheer relief. Sit down, Eddie. You still drink bourbon?" "I'll say." Starbuck sat down on one of Garvey's acceleration couches. He looked around and nodded. "Nice, very nice. You must be rich indeed, old buddy." "I get by," Garvey said. He handed Starbuck a drink and poured one for himself. They talked for a while about old times at Michigan State. "And now you're a customs inspector," Garvey said. "Yeah," said Starbuck, stretching his long legs. "Always had a yen for the law, but it doesn't pay like transistors, eh?" Garvey smiled modestly. "But what's all this about the Sexual Morality Act? A gag?" "Not at all. Did you hear the news this morning? The FBI found an underground sex factory. They hadn't been in business long, so it was possible to recover all the surrogates. All except one." "Oh?" said Garvey, draining his drink. "Yeah, that's when they called us in. We're covering all spaceports on the chance the receiver will try to take the damn thing off Earth." Garvey poured another drink and said, very casually, "So, you figured I was the boy, eh?" Starbuck stared at him a moment, then exploded into laughter. "You, Ralph? Hell no. Saw your name on the spaceport out list. I just dropped in for a drink, boy, for old time's sake. Listen, Ralph, I remember you. Hell on the girls, Garvey. Biggest menace to virginity in the history of Michigan State. What would a guy like you want a substitute for?" "My girls wouldn't stand for it," Garvey said, and Starbuck laughed again and stood up. "Look, I gotta run. Call me when you get back." "I sure will." A little light-headed, he said, "Sure you don't want to inspect anyhow, as long as you're here?" Starbuck stopped and considered. "I suppose I should, for the record. But to hell with it. I won't hold you up." He walked to the port, then turned. "You know, I feel sorry for the guy who's got that surrogate." "Eh? Why?" "Man, those things are poison. You know that, Ralph. Anything's possible. Insanity, deformation, and this guy may even have more of a problem." "Why?" "Can't tell you, boy," Starbuck said. "Really can't. It's special information. The FBI isn't certain yet. Besides, they're waiting for the right moment to spring it." With an easy wave, Starbuck left. Garvey stared after him, thinking hard. He didn't like the way things were going. What had started out as an illicit little vacation was turning into a full-scale criminal affair. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? He had been apprehensive in the sexual substitute factory, with its low lights, its furtive, white-aproned men, its reek of raw flesh and plastic. Why hadn't he given up the idea then? The surrogates couldn't be as good as people said. "Tower to 643-221, the radio crackled. "Are you ready?" Garvey hesitated, wishing he knew what Starbuck had been hinting at. Maybe he should stop now, while there was still time. Then he thought of the giant crate in the aftercabin and its contents, waiting for activation, waiting for him. His pulse began to race. He knew that he was going through with it, no matter what the risk. He signaled to the tower and strapped himself into the control chair. An hour later, he was in space. 12 hours later, Garvey cut his jets. He was a long way from Earth, but nowhere near Luna. His detectors, pushed to their utmost limit, showed nothing in his vicinity. No liners were going by, no freighters, no police ships, no yachts. He was alone. Nothing and no one was going to disturb him. He went into the aftercabin. The packing case was just as he had left it, securely fastened to the deck. Even the sight of it was vaguely exciting. Garvey pressed the activating stud on the outside of the case and sat down to wait for the contents to awaken and come to life. The surrogates had been developed earlier in the century. They had come about from sheer necessity. At that time, mankind was beginning to push out into the galaxy. Bases had been established on Venus, Mars, and Titan, and the first interstellar ships were arriving at Algol and Stego II. Man was leaving Earth. Man, but not woman. The first settlements were barely toeholds in alien environments. The work was harsh and demanding, and life expectancy was short. Whole settlements were sometimes wiped out before the ships were fully unloaded. The early pioneers were like soldiers on the line of battle, and exposed to risks no soldier had ever encountered. Later, there would be a place for women. Later, but not now. So, here and there, light years from Earth, were little worlds without women, and not happy about it. The men grew sullen, quarrelsome, violent. They grew careless, and carelessness on an alien planet was usually fatal. They wanted women. Since real women could not go to them, scientists on Earth developed substitutes. Android females were developed, the surrogates, and shipped to the colonies. It was a violation of Earth's morals, but there were worse violations on the way if these weren't accepted. For a while, everything seemed to be fine. It would probably have gone on that way had everyone left well enough alone. But the companies on Earth had the usual desire to improve their product. They called in sculptors and artists to dress up the appearance of the package. Engineers tinkered with the surrogates, rewired them, built in subtler stimulus response mechanisms, did strange things with conditioned reflexes. And the men of the settlements were very happy with the results. So happy, in fact, that they refused to return to human women, even when they had the opportunity. They came back to Earth after their tours of duty, these pioneers, and they brought their surrogates with them. Loud and long they praised the substitute women and pointed out their obvious superiority to neurotic, nervous, frigid human women. Naturally, other men wanted to try out the surrogates, and when they did, they were pleasantly surprised, and spread the word, and the government stepped in, quickly and firmly. For one thing, over 50% of the votes were at stake, but more important, social scientists predicted a violent drop in the birth rate if this went on. So the government destroyed the surrogates, outlawed the factories, and told everyone to return to normal. And reluctantly, everyone did. But there were always some men who remembered and told other men. And there were always some men who weren't satisfied with second best. So Garvey heard movements within the crate. He smiled to himself, remembering stories he had heard of the surrogates' piquant habits. Suddenly, there was a high-pitched clanging. It was the standby alarm from the control room. He hurried forward. It was an emergency broadcast on all frequencies, directed to Earth and all ships at space. Garvey tuned it in. "This is Edward Danzer," the radio announced crisply. "I am chief of the Washington branch of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You have all heard on your local newscasts of the detection and closure of an illegal sexual substitute factory. And you know that all except one of the surrogates have been found. This message is for the man who has that last surrogate, wherever he may be." Garvey licked his lips nervously and hunched close to the radio. Within the after-cabin, the surrogate was still making waking-up noises. "That man is in danger," Danzer said. "Serious danger. Our investigation of the molds and forms used in the factory showed us that something strange was going on. Just this morning, one of the factory technicians finally confessed. The missing surrogate is not an Earth model. I repeat," Danzer barked, "the missing surrogate is not an Earth model. The factory operators have been filling orders for the planet Algol 4. When they ran short of Earth models for humans, they substituted an Algolian model. Since the sale of a surrogate is illegal anyhow, they figured the customer would have no kickback." Garvey sighed with relief. He had been afraid he had a small dinosaur in the packing case, at the very least. "Perhaps," Danzer continued, "the holder of the Algolian surrogate does not appreciate his danger yet. It is true, of course, that the Algolians are of the species Homo sapiens. It has been established that the two races share a common ancestry in the primeval past. But Algol is different from our Earth. The planet Algol 4 is considerably heavier than Earth and has a richer oxygen atmosphere. The Algolians, raised in this physical environment, have a markedly superior musculature to that of the typical Earthman. Colloquially, they are strong as rhinos. But the surrogate, of course, does not know this. She has a powerful and indiscriminate mating drive. That's where the danger lies. So, I say to the customer, give yourself up now while there's still time. And remember, crime does not pay." The radio crackled static, then hummed steadily. Garvey turned it off. He had been taken, but good. He really should have inspected his merchandise before accepting it, but the crate had been sealed. He was out a very nice chunk of money, but he reminded himself he had lots of money. It was fortunate he had discovered the error in time. Now he would jettison the crate in space and return to Earth. Perhaps real girls were best, after all. He heard the sound of heavy blows coming from the crate in the after cabin. "I guess I better take care of you, honey," Garvey said, and walked quickly to the cabin. A fusillade of blows rocked the crate. Garvey frowned and reached for the deactivating switch. As he did so, one side of the heavy crate splintered. Through the opening shot a long golden arm. The arm flailed wildly, and Garvey moved out of its way. The situation wasn't humorous anymore, he decided. The case rocked and trembled under the impact of powerful blows. Garvey estimated the force behind those blows and shuddered. This had to be stopped at once. He ran toward the crate. Long, tapered fingers caught his sleeve, ripping it off. Garvey managed to depress the deactivating stud and throw himself out of range. There was a moment of silence. Then the surrogate delivered 2 blows with the impact of a pile driver. An entire side of the packing case splintered. It was too late for deactivation. Garvey backed away. He was beginning to grow alarmed. The Algolian sexual substitute was preposterously strong. That seemed to be how they liked them on Algol. What passed for a tender love embrace on Algol would probably fracture the ribs of an Earthman. Not a nice outlook. But wasn't it likely that the surrogate had some sort of discriminatory sense built in? Surely she must be able to differentiate between an Earthman and an Algolian. Surely. The packing case fell apart, and the surrogate emerged. She was almost 7 feet tall, and gloriously, deliciously constructed. Her skin was a light golden red, and her shoulder-length hair was lustrous black. Standing motionless, she looked to Garvey like a heroic statue of ideal femininity. The surrogate was unbelievably beautiful, and more dangerous than a cobra, Garvey reminded himself reluctantly. "Well there," Garvey said, gazing up at her. "As you can see, a mistake has been made." The surrogate stared at him with eyes of deepest gray. "Yes, ma'am," Garvey said with a nervous little laugh. "It's really a ridiculous error. You, my dear, are an Algolian. I am an Earthman. We have nothing in common. Understand?" Her red mouth began to quiver. "Let me explain," Garvey went on. "You and I are from different races. That's not to say I consider you ugly. Quite the contrary. But unfortunately, there can never be anything between us, miss." She looked at him uncomprehendingly. "Never," Garvey repeated. He looked at the shattered packing case. "You don't know your own strength. You'd probably kill me inadvertently. And we wouldn't want that, would we?" The surrogate murmured something deep in her beautiful throat. "So, that's the way it is," Garvey said briskly. "You stay right here, old girl. I'm going to the control room. We'll land on Earth in a few hours. Then I'll arrange to have you shipped to Algol. The boys will really go for you on Algol. Sounds good, huh?" The surrogate gave no sign of understanding. Garvey moved away. The surrogate pushed back her long hair and began to move toward him. Her intentions were unmistakable. Garvey backed away step by step. He noticed that the surrogate was beginning to breathe heavily. Panic overtook him then, and he sprinted through the cabin door, slamming it behind him. The surrogate smashed against the door, calling to him in a clear, wordless voice. Garvey went to the instrument panel and began to evacuate the air from the after cabin. Dial hands began to swing. Garvey heaved a sigh of relief and collapsed into a chair. It had been a close thing. He didn't like to think what would have happened if the Algolian sexual substitute had managed to seize him. Probably he would not have lived through the experience. He felt sorry at the necessity of killing so magnificent a creature, but it was the only safe thing to do. He lighted a cigarette. As soon as she was dead, he would jettison her, crate and all, into space. Then he would get good and drunk, and at last he would return to Earth a sadder and wiser man. No more substitutes for him. Plain, old-fashioned girls were good enough. Yes, sir, Garvey told himself, if women were all right for my father, they're all right for me. And when I have a son, I'm going to say to him, son, stick with women. They're all right. Accept no substitutes. Insist upon the genuine article. He was getting giddy, Garvey noticed, and his cigarette had gone out. He resisted a tremendous desire to giggle and look at his gauges. The air was leaving the after cabin all right, but it was also leaving the control room. Garvey sprang to his feet and inspected the cabin door. He swore angrily. That damned surrogate had managed to spring the hinges. The door was no longer airtight. He turned quickly to the control board and stopped the evacuation of air. Why, he asked himself, did everything have to happen to him? The surrogate renewed her battering tactics. She had picked up a metal chair and was hammering at the hinges. But she couldn't break through a tempered steel door, Garvey told himself. Oh, no, not a chance. Never. The door began to bulge ominously. Garvey stood in the center of the control room, sweat rolling down his face, trying desperately to think. He could put on a spacesuit, then evacuate all the air from the ship. But the spacesuits, together with the rest of his equipment, were in the after cabin. What else? This is serious, Garvey told himself. This is very serious. His mind seemed paralyzed. What could he do? Raise the temperature? Lower it? He didn't know what the surrogate could stand, but he had a suspicion it was more than he could take. One hinge shattered. The door bent, revealing the surrogate behind it, pounding relentlessly, her satiny skin glistening with perspiration. Then Garvey remembered his revolver. He snatched it out of its holster and flipped off the safeties, just as the last hinge cracked and the door flew open. "Stay in there," Garvey said, pointing the revolver. The Algolian substitute moaned and held out her arms to him. She smiled dazzlingly, seductively, and advanced upon him. "Not another step!" Garvey shrieked, torn between fear and desire. He took aim, wondering if a bullet would stop her. And what would happen if it didn't? The surrogate, her eyes blazing with passion, leapt for him. Garvey gripped the revolver in both shaking hands and began shooting. The noise was deafening. He fired 3 times, and the surrogate kept on coming. "Stop!" Garvey screamed. "Please stop!" Slower now, the surrogate advanced. Garvey fired his 4th shot. Limping now, the surrogate came on, her desire unchecked. Garvey backed to the wall. All he wanted now was to live long enough to get his hands on the factory operator. The surrogate gathered herself and pounced. At point-blank range, Garvey fired his last shot. 3 days later, Garvey's ship received clearance and came down at Boston Spaceport. The landing was not made with Garvey's usual skill. On the final approach, he scored a 10-foot hole in the reinforced concrete landing pit, but finally came to rest. Eddie Starbuck hurried out to the ship and banged on the port. "Ralph! Ralph!" Slowly, the port swung open. "Ralph, what in hell happened to you?" Starbuck cried. Garvey looked as though he had been wrestling with a meat grinder and come out second best. His face was bruised and his hair had been badly scorched. He walked out of the ship with a pronounced limp. "A power line overloaded," Garvey said. "Had quite a tussle before I could put everything out." "Wow," Starbuck said. "Look, Ralph, I'm sorry to put you through this now, but, well, what's up?" "Well, that damn surrogate still hasn't been found. The FBI has ordered inspection of all ships, private and commercial. I'm sorry to ask it now, after all you've been through." "Go right ahead," Garvey said. The inspection was brief but thorough. Starbuck came out and checked his list. "Thanks, Ralph. Sorry to bother you. That power line sure kicked up a mess, huh? "It did," Garvey said, "but I was able to jettison the furniture before it smoked me out. Now, you'll have to excuse me, Eddie. I've got some unfinished business." He started to walk away. Starbuck followed him. "Look, boy, you better see a doctor. You aren't looking so good." "I'm fine," Garvey said, his face set in an expression of implacable resolve. Starbuck scratched his head and walked slowly to the control tower. Garvey caught a heli outside the spaceport. His head was beginning to ache again, and his legs were shaky. The surrogate's strength and tenacity had been unbelievable. If she had been operating at her full capacity, he would never have survived. But that last shot at point-blank range had done it. No organism was constructed to take punishment like that, not for very long. He reached his destination in the center of Boston and paid off the heli. He was still very weak, but resolutely he marched across the street and entered a plain gray stone building. His legs wobbled under him, and he thought again how fortunate he was to have gotten the surrogate. Of course, the surrogate, with her amazing vitality, had also gotten him. It had been brief, but unforgettable. He had been damn lucky to live through it. But it was his own fault for using substitutes. A clerk hurried up to him. "Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Can I help?" "You can. I want passage to Algol on the first ship leaving." "Yes, sir. Round trip, sir?" Garvey thought of the tall, glorious, black-haired, golden-skinned woman he would find on Algol. Not substitutes this time, the real thing, with the all-important sense of judgment. "One way," said Ralph Garvey with a little smile of anticipation. End of Accept No Substitutes. End of Section 2. Section 3 of Still Untouched by Human Hands. Stories by Robert Sheckley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Carrier. Part 1. Edward X awoke, yawned, and stretched. He squinted at the sunlight pouring in through the open east wall of his one-room apartment and ordered his clothes to come to him. They didn't obey. He wiped sleep from his eyes and ordered again, but the closet door remained stubbornly shut and not a garment stirred. Thoroughly alarmed, X swung out of the bed and walked over to the closet. He began to phrase the mental command again, but stopped himself. He must not become panicky. If the clothes didn't obey, it was because he was still half asleep. Deliberately, he turned and walked to the east wall. He had rolled it up during the night, and now he stood, bare toes gripping the edge, where the floor met the outside wall of the building, looking out at the city. It was early. The milkmen were out, soaring up to the terraces to deposit their milk. A man in full evening dress passed, flying like a wounded bird. Drunk, X decided, noting how uncertain the man's levitation sense was. The man banked, narrowly missing a building, dodged a milkman, misjudged the ground, and fell the last 2 feet. Miraculously, he held his balance, shook his head, and continued on foot. X grinned, watching him weave down the street. That was the safest place for him. No one ever used the streets, except the normals, or size who wanted to walk for some reason. But levitating in his condition, he might get clipped by a teleported bale, or break his neck against a building. A newsboy floated past the window, goggles dangling from his hip pocket. The boy caught his breath and shot up, straight and true, to a 20th floor penthouse. X craned his neck to watch the boy land his paper on the sunny terrace and sweep on. A penthouse, X thought. That was the life. He lived on the 3rd floor of an ancient building, so old that it still had stairway and elevator. But once he had finished his courses at Microwski University, once he had his degree... There was no time for dreaming. Mr. Olin didn't like him to be late, and his job at Mr. Olin's store enabled him to attend the university. X walked back, opened the closet, and dressed. Then, thoroughly calm, he ordered the bed to make itself. A blanket half lifted, wavered, and fell back on the bed. He ordered again angrily. The sheets sluggishly straightened, the blanket slowly crawled into place. The pillow wouldn't move. On the fifth order, the pillow dragged itself to the head of the bed. It had taken him almost 5 minutes to make the bed, a task he usually finished in seconds. A shocking realization struck him, and his knees buckled. He sat down on the edge of the bed. He wasn't even able to handle simple motor response teleportation. And that, he knew, was how people discovered they had the disease. But why? How had it begun? He didn't have any unexplained tensions, any vital, unresolved problems. At 26, life was just beginning for him. His studies at the university were going well. His general psi rating was in the upper 10th, and his sensitivity rating approached the all-time high set by the sleeper. Why should it happen to him? Why should he catch the only disease left on Earth? "I'll be damned. I don't feel sick," he said out loud, wiping perspiration from his face. Quickly, he commanded the wall to close, just to see if it would. And it did. He turned on a faucet by mental command, levitated a glass, filled it, and brought it to him, without spilling a drop. Temporary blockage, he told himself. A fluke. Perhaps he had been studying too hard. More social life, that was what he needed. He sent the glass back to the sink, watching the sunlight glint from it as it swooped through the air. "I'm as good as I ever was," he said. The glass dropped to the floor, shattering. "Just a little shaky," he reassured himself. Of course, he should go to Psi Health for an examination. If there is any impairment of your psi abilities, don't wait. Don't infect others. Get an examination. Well, should he? Yes, he probably should. But the Psi Health agents were a jumpy bunch. If he showed his face, they'd probably isolate him, give him a few years of solitary rehabilitation just to play safe. That would be the end of him. Highly extroverted, X knew himself well enough to realize that he could never stand solitary. His psi abilities would be completely wrecked that way. "Nuts," he said, and walked to the wall. Opening it, he looked out on the 3-story drop, steeled himself, and jumped. For a horrible moment, he thought he had forgotten even the basic skill of levitation. Then he caught it and soared toward Mr. Allen's store, weaving slightly like a wounded bird. Psi Health headquarters on the 82nd floor of the Aranon building hummed with activity. Messengers levitated in and out the great windows, flying across the room to drop their reports on the receiving desk. Other reports were teleped in, recorded by Psi Grade 3 telepathic sensitive office girls. Samples were teleported through the windows, recorded and shuttled downstairs by Grade 2 polters. A skinny Grade 4 Psi girl collected the typed reports and levitated them across the room in a steady stream to the file clerks. 3 messengers swept in through a single window, laughing, barely clearing the jams, and shot across the room. One, misjudging his arc, intercepted the path of reports. "Why don't you look where you're going?" the Grade 4 girl asked angrily. Her bridge of papers were scattered across the floor. She levitated them again. "Sorry, honey," the messenger said, grinning and handing his report to the receiving desk. He winked at her, looped over the white stream, and shot out the window. "Some nerve," the girl murmured, watching him streak into the sky. Without her attention, the papers began to scatter again. The end product of all the activity was funneled to the orderly black desk of Senior Health Officer Paul Marin. "Anything wrong, Chief?" Marin looked up and nodded to his assistant, Joe Leffert. Silently, he handed him 5 file cards. They were breakdown reports. Leffert scanned the first one rapidly. Jane Martinelli, actress, Silver Cow, 3543 Broadway. Subject, loss of psi ability. Observations, discoordination of psi motor functions. Diagnosis, acute loss of confidence, infectious, recommended, quarantine, indefinite period. The other reports were about the same. Quite a few, Leffert said, his tone perfectly even. Another pile of cards was dropped on the black desk. Marin leafed through them rapidly, his face impassive. The impassivity was mental as well. Not a thought leaked out of his rigidly held mind. 6 more. He turned to a large map behind his desk and pinpointed the new locations. They formed an irregular pattern across almost a third of New York. Leffert didn't have to speak. Even undirected, his telept thought was strong enough for Marin to catch. Epidemic. Keep that to yourself, Marin said in his normal low voice. He walked slowly back to his desk, considering the implications of 11 cases in a single day, when their average was 1 a week. Get me the full reports on these people, Marin said, handing Leffert the file cards. I want a list of everyone they've been in contact with over the past 2 weeks, and keep quiet about it. Leffert hurried away. Marin thought for a moment, then telept Crandall, chief of the Sleeper Project. Normally, telept messages were handled through a series of telepathic sensitive girls. There were just too many minds for most people to make contact easily, without auxiliary guidance. But Marin's psi abilities were of unusual strength. Also, he was strongly attuned to Crandall, having worked with him for many years. "What's up?" Crandall asked, and the accompanying identity image had the full, indescribable flavor of the man. Quickly, Marin outlined the situation. "I want you to find out if it's a random scattering or if we've got a carrier to deal with," Marin finished. "That'll cost you a supper," Crandall telept. From the peripheral thoughts, Marin knew that he was sitting on a pier at Sag Harbor fishing. "A supper at the Eagles." "Fine. I'll have all the data. Is 5:30 all right?" "Please, my boy, make it 6:30. A man of my, dimensions shouldn't levitate too rapidly." The accompanying visual was of an overstuffed sausage. "At 6:30, then." They broke contact. Marin sat back and arranged the papers on his desk into still neater piles. At the moment, he wished he were a health officer in some earlier age, with a nice fat germ to hunt down. The source of the disease was more subtle. Diagnosis: acute loss of confidence. Try putting that under your microscope. He thought momentarily about the waitress, the first case on the files. Perhaps she had been stacking plates on a shelf. A doubt planted in her mind hours before, minutes before, blossomed. The plates fell, and the girl was seriously sick, horribly infected with mankind's last disease, loss of motor coordination. She had to go into solitary in order not to infect anyone else. For how long? A day, a year, a life. But in the meantime, perhaps some of the customers had caught it from her and spread it to their wives. He sat upright and teleped his wife. Her answering thought was quick and warm. "Hello, Paul." He told her he would be working late. "All right," she said, but her accompanying thoughts were confused with a strong desire to know why, and the knowledge that she couldn't ask. "Nothing serious," he said in reply to the unspoken question, and regretted it instantly. Lies, untruths, half-truths, even little white lies didn't tell up well. Nevertheless, he didn't retract it. "All right, Paul," his wife said, and they broke contact. 5 o'clock, and the office staff put away their papers and headed for the windows, flying to their homes in Westchester, Long Island, and New Jersey. "Here's the stuff, Chief," Leffert said, flying up to the desk with a thick briefcase. "Anything else?" "I'd like you to stand by," Marin said, taking the briefcase. "Tell up a few more agents also." "Right. Do you think something might break?" "I don't know. Better get some supper." Leffert nodded. His eyes grew blank, and Marin knew he was teleping his wife in Greenwich, telling her he would be home tonight. Leffert left, and Marin was left alone in the room, staring at the sunset. Out of the west window he could see the great red disk of the sun, and flitting across it were the black silhouettes of commuters levitating home. Marin felt very much alone. Just him and a probable epidemic. At exactly 6:20, Marin picked up the briefcase and levitated to the Eagles. The Eagles restaurant was 2,000 feet above New York, suspended on the backs of 200 men. The men were Grade 1 side laborers, government-tested for load capacity. As Marin approached, he saw them under the base of the building. The restaurant floated above them, easily supported by their enormous combined size strength. Marin landed on the main guest deck and was greeted by the head waiter. "How's everything, Mr. Marin?" the waiter asked, leading him to a terrace. "Fine," Marin said, as he always did. "You should try our other place sometime, Mr. Marin. If you're ever near Miami, there's an Eagles there. Same high-quality food." And high-quality prices, Marin thought, ordering a martini. The owner of the Eagles was making a fortune. Airborne restaurants were common now, but Eagles had been the first, and was still the most popular. The owner didn't even have to pay a New York property tax. When he wasn't open, he parked his restaurant in a pasture in Pennsylvania. The terraces were starting to fill up when Crandall arrived, out of wind and perspiring. "My God," he gasped, sitting down. "Why aren't there any more airplanes? Bucked a headwind all the way in. Scotch on the rocks." The waiter hurried away. "Why do you have your emergencies on my day off?" Crandall asked, telepping the question. "Long-distance flights are for the strong young apes. I'm a mental worker. How's your wife?" "The same," Marin said. His face, schooled for years into a health officer's blank mask, refused to smile now. He ordered his dinner and handed Crandall the briefcase. Crandall bent over the pages, scanning them rapidly. His broad, good-natured face grew abstracted as he memorized the information. Marin looked across the terrace while Crandall absorbed the data. The sun was almost gone, and most of the land was in shadow. Beneath him, the lights of New York were winking on in the shaded areas. Above, the stars snapped on. Crandall ignored his soup, flipping the pages quickly. Before the soup was cold, he was through. "That's that," he said. "What shall we talk about?" Crandall was the finest psi calculator in the business. He had to be to head the important sleeper project. Like all calculators, he let his unconscious do the work. Once the data was committed, he ignored it. Unconsciously, the information was assimilated, examined, compared, synthesized. In a few minutes or hours, he would have an answer. Crandall's great talent was compensated for in other ways, though. He couldn't pass a newsboy's test for levitation, and teleportation or telekinetic manifestations were almost out of the question for him. "Is there anything new with the sleeper?" Marin asked. "Still sleeping. Some of the boys cooked up a subconscious infiltration technique. They're trying that in a few days." "Do you think it will work?" Crandall laughed. "I give them a 1.1 probability. That's high compared with some of the stuff they've tried." Crandall's brook trout was served, teleported fresh from the stream. Marin's steak followed. "Do you think anything will work?" Marin asked. "No." Crandall's face was serious as he looked at the lean, impassive health officer. "I don't believe the sleeper will ever awaken." Marin frowned. The sleeper was one of Psi's most important projects, and its least successful. It had started about 30 years ago. Psi had been standard, but still unpredictable. It had come a long way in 200 years from Ryan's halting experiments in extrasensory perception, but it still had a long way to go. Mikrowski took a lot of the wild talent aspect from Psi. Classified as an extreme sensitive with genius-level psi abilities, Mikrowski was the outstanding man of his age. With men like Crandall, Myers, Blasink, and others, Mikrowski led the telekinesis projects, explored projection techniques, theorized on instantaneous transfer and teleportation, and examined the possibilities of new undiscovered psi abilities. In his spare time, he worked on his own pet ideas and founded the School for Parapsychology Research, later changed to Mikrowski University. What really happened to him was argued for years. One day, Crandall and Blasink found him lying on a couch with a bare whisper of pulse to show that he was alive. They were unable to revive him. Mikrowski had always believed that the mind was a separate and distinct entity from the body. It was believed that he had discovered a separation projection technique for the mind, but the mind never returned. Others argued that his mind had simply snapped from too much strain, leaving him in a catatonic state. In any case, periodic attempts were made to awaken him without success. Crandall, Myers, and a few others had kept the project alive, but in a few years they had all the help they needed. The rare quality of Mikrowski's genius was recognized. The tomb where the living body of Mikrowski, the sleeper, vegetated became a tourist shrine. "Haven't you any idea what he was looking for?" Marin asked. "I don't think he did himself," Crandall said, starting his cherry jubilee. "Oddest damn man in the world. Didn't like to talk about anything until he could throw it in your face as done. None of us had any reason to think anything was going to happen. We were sure that the stars were right around the corner, and immortality was following that." He shook his head. "Ah, youth, youth." Over the coffee, Crandall looked up, pursed his lips, and frowned. The assimilated data had synthesized. His conscious mind had the answer in a matter once called intuitive, until psi research pinned down the hidden factor as subconscious reasoning. "You know, Marin, you've definitely got a growing epidemic on your hands. There's no random scattering of cases." Marin felt his chest contract. He telegraphed the question tightly. "Is there a carrier?" "There is." Mentally, Crandall checked the names on his list. His subconscious had correlated the frequency factors, tabulated probabilities, and sent up a hunch. "His name is Edward X. He is a student living at 141 4th Avenue. Marin telegraphed Leffert immediately and told him to pick up X. "Hold it," Crandall said. "I don't believe you'll find him there. Here's a probability course of his movements." He telegraphed the information to Leffert. "Try his apartment first," Marin told Leffert. "If he's not there, try the next probability. I'll meet you downtown in case we have to hunt him." He broke contact and turned to Crandall. "For the extent of the emergency, you'll work with me?" It was hardly a question. "Of course," Crandall said. "Health has top priority, and the sleeper isn't going to be doing much moving. But I doubt if you'll have much trouble picking up X. He should be completely crippled by this time." Upon landing, X lost his balance and fell heavily to his knees. He got up at once, brushed himself off, and started walking. A sloppy levitation, he told himself. So even that was going. The crumbling streets of the lower New York slums were scattered with normals, people who had never mastered the basic psi power. This mass of land-born people was a sight never seen in the more respectable uptown areas. X moved into the crowd feeling safer. He discovered suddenly that he was hungry. He went into a luncheonette, sat down at the empty counter, and ordered a hamburger. The cook had one already. Expertly, he teleported it to a plate and, without watching, made the plate loop in the air and drop lightly in front of X. X cursed the man's casual ability and reached for the ketchup. He expected the bottle to slide toward him, but it didn't. He looked at it for a moment blankly, then stretched his arm. He'd have to watch his step, making a mistake like that. X was beginning to discover what it was like to be a cripple. Finished, he held out his hand, palm up, expecting the change in his pocket to come. But of course it didn't. He cursed silently. He was so used to it, it didn't seem possible that he could have lost all his faculties at once. But he had, he knew. His unconscious had decided, and no amount of surface assurance would help. The cook was looking at him oddly, so he reached quickly in his pocket, found the change, and paid. He tried to smile at the cook, then hurried out the door. Queer guy, the cook thought. He dismissed it, but deep down in his mind an appraisal was going on. Inability to command a bottle. Inability to command coins. X walked down the crowded, grimy streets. His legs began to ache. He had never walked so much in his life. Around him were mixed groups of normals and psis. The normals walked naturally, as they had all their lives. The psis were awkward, unaccustomed to long stretches on foot. With relief they soared into their natural element, the air. People landed and took off, and the air was filled with teleported objects. Looking back, X saw a well-dressed man drop out of the air and stop one of the walking psis. He talked to him for a moment, then moved on. A health agent. X knew he had been traced. He twisted around a corner and started to run. The street lights became fewer as X moved on, pushing his aching legs. He tried to levitate, but couldn't get off the ground. In panic, he tried to telep his friends. Useless. His telepathic sense had no power. The shock broke over him like an ocean wave, and he stumbled against a lamppost and hung on. The full realization came. In a world where men flew, he was landbound. In a world of telepathic contact, he was reduced to clumsy words at face-to-face distance. In a world where artificial light was unnecessary, he could see only when his eyes were stimulated. Crippled, blind, deaf, and dumb. He walked on into narrower streets, dingy, damp alleys. His numbed mind started working again. He had one advantage. His blunted mind could no longer broadcast a strong identity pattern. That would make him more difficult to find. What he needed, he decided, was a sanctuary. Some place where he wouldn't infect anyone and where the health officers couldn't find him. Perhaps he could find a normal boarding house. He could stay there and study, find out what was wrong with him, treat himself. And he wouldn't be alone. Normals were better than no people at all. He came to the end of an alley where the streets branched off. Automatically, he pushed out his location sense to find out what was ahead. Useless. It was paralyzed, as dead as the rest of him. But the right-hand turn seemed the safest. He started for it. Don't! X whirled, alarmed at the spoken word. A girl had come out of a doorway. She ran to him. They're waiting for you in there. Don't go. Who's waiting for me? X asked, his heart pounding like a trip hammer. The health officers. They figured you'd take the right turn. Something about your right-hand tropism. I couldn't hear it all. Take the street on your left. X looked at her closely. At first, he thought she was about 15 years old, but he revised his estimate to 20. She was small, slender, with large dark eyes in a bony face. Why are you helping me? He asked. My uncle told me to, the girl said. Hurry. There was no time to argue. X walked in the alley, following the girl. She ran ahead, and X had trouble keeping up with her. She was a normal to judge by her sure stride, but how had she overheard the health officer's conversation? Almost certainly they had teleped on a tight beam. Her uncle, perhaps? The alley opened into a courtyard. X raced in and stopped. From the tops of the buildings, men floated down. They dropped quickly, surrounding him. The health officers. He looked around, but the girl had darted back into the alley. The way was blocked for him. He backed against a building, wondering how he could have been so stupid. Of course, this was how they liked to take people, quietly, so no one else would become infected. That damned girl. He tightened his aching legs to run for it. Just as Crandall predicted, Marin thought. Take his arms and legs. Hovering 50 feet in the air, he supervised the operation. Without pity, he watched. The agents moved in cautiously. They didn't want to use the force of their minds against him if they could help it. After all, the man was a cripple. They had almost reached him when X started to fade. Marin dropped closer, unable to believe his eyes. X was dissolving into the wall, becoming a part of it, disappearing. Then he was gone. Look for a door, Marin teleped. Examine the pavement. While his agents were looking, Marin considered what he had seen. After the initial surprise, he didn't doubt it. The search for a door was an excuse for his agents. If they thought the man had disappeared through a hidden door, good. It wouldn't help their confidence, their sanity, to believe what had actually happened. The cripple X merging with the wall. Marin ordered a search of the building, but there wasn't a trace of X's thought pattern. He was gone, as though he had never been. But how, Marin asked himself. Did someone help him? Who? Who would help a carrier? The first thing X saw when he returned to consciousness was the cracked, stained plaster wall in front of him. He stared at it for a long time, watching dust motes floating in the sunlight across the bed's torn brown blanket. The bed. X sat up and looked around. He was in a dingy little room. Long cracks ran across the ceiling. Aside from the bed, the only other piece of furniture was a plain wooden chair set near the half-open door. But what was he doing here? He remembered the events of the last night. It must have been last night, he decided. The blank wall, the health officers. He must have been rescued. But how? How do you feel? A girl's voice asked from the door. X turned and recognized the pale, sensitive face. It was the girl who had warned him last night. I feel all right, X said. How did I get here? My uncle brought you, the girl said, coming into the room. You must be hungry. Not especially, X said. You should eat, she told him. My uncle tells me that dematerialization is quite a strain on the nervous system. That's how he rescued you from the Psis, you know. She paused. I can give you some very nice broth. He dematerialized me? X asked. He can do things like that, the girl said serenely. The power came to him afterwards. She walked over and opened the window. Shall I get the broth? X frowned at her. The situation was becoming unreal, at a time when he needed his fullest grasp on reality. This girl seemed to consider it perfectly normal to have an uncle with the power of dematerialization, although Psi science had never discovered it. Shall I get the broth? She asked again. No, X said. He wondered what the repeated emphasis on food might mean. There was nothing in the girl's face to tell him. She was handsome enough, even in a cheap, unbecoming dress. She had unusually dark eyes and an unusually calm expression, or lack of expression, really. He filed his suspicions for the moment and asked, Is your uncle a Psi? No, the girl said. My uncle doesn't hold with Psi powers. His strength is spiritual. I see, X said, and he thought he had the answer. Throughout history, people had preferred to believe that their natural Psi gifts were the products of demon intervention. Strange powers were the devil's gift until Psi regularized and formularized them. And even in this day, there were gullible normals, people who preferred to believe that their occasional flashes of supernormal power were spirit-guided. Evidently, the uncle fell into this category. "Has your uncle been able to do this sort of thing long?" X asked. "Only for about 5 years," she said. "Only since he died." "Perfectly correct," a voice said. X looked around quickly. The voice seemed to come from behind his shoulder. "Don't look for me," the voice said. "All that there is of me in this room is a voice. I am the spirit of Carrie's Uncle John." X had a quick moment of panic before he realized the trick. It was a telepath voice, of course, cleverly focused and masked to give the effect of speech. A telepath voice meant only one thing. This was a Psi passing himself off as a spirit. "Mr. X," the voice said, cleverly simulating the effects of spoken words, "I have rescued you by the intervention of my powers. You are a crippled Psi, a carrier. Capture and isolation are, I believe, distasteful to you. Is that not true?" "Perfectly," X said. He probed with his blunted senses for the source of the voice. The imitation was perfect. Not a single image leaked to show the telepathic human source. "You feel, perhaps, a certain gratitude toward me?" the voice asked. X looked at the girl. Her face was still expressionless. "Of course I do," he said. "I know your desires," Uncle John told him. "You wish sanctuary for a sufficient time to restore your powers, and you shall have it, Edward X. You shall have it." "I'm very grateful," X said. His mind was working quickly, trying to decide upon a course of action. Was he expected to keep up the pretense of believing in this spirit? Surely the teleping Psi knew that no university-trained person was going to accept something like that. On the other hand, he might be dealing with a neurotic, playing spirit for his own reasons. He decided to play along. After all, he wasn't interested in the man's pretensions. What mattered was the sanctuary. "You would not, I am certain, object to doing me a small favor?" Uncle John said. "What do you want me to do?" X asked, immediately on his guard. "I sense your thought," the voice said. "You think there may be danger involved. I assure you, such is not the case. Although I am not omnipotent, I have certain powers unknown to you, or to Psi science. Accept that fact. Surely your rescue proves it. And accept that I have your best interests at heart." "When do I find out about this errand?" X asked. "When the time is right. For now, goodbye, Edward X." The voice was gone. X sat down in the chair. He had had two possible explanations before, that the uncle was a psychotic or a Psi. Now he had another. What if the uncle was a mutant Psi? The next evolution in the procession? What then? Carrie left and returned with a bowl of soup. "What was your uncle like?" X asked the girl. "What sort of man was he, when he was alive?" "Oh, he was a very nice man," she said, holding the steaming soup carefully. "He was a shoemaker. He raised me when my father died." "Did he ever show any signs of Psi power, or supernatural power?" "No," Carrie said. "He led a quiet life. It was only after he died." X looked at the girl with pity. She was the saddest part of the whole thing. The Psi had undoubtedly read her mind, found the dead uncle, and the gullibility, and used her as his pawn. A cruel game. "Please eat the soup," she said. He reached for it automatically, glancing at her face. Then he pulled back his hand. "You eat it," he said. The first tinge of color came into her cheeks. With an apology, she started on the soup, spilling some in her eagerness. The sailboat heeled sharply, and Marin let out a foot of mainsail to steady it. His wife, seated on the bow, waved to him, enjoying the plunging motion. Below, he could see a bank of thunderheads, a storm in the making. "Let's have our picnic on those clouds over there," Myra said, pointing to a wispy cirrus formation, bright and sunny above the thunderheads. Marin changed course. Myra lay back on the bow, her feet propped against the mast. Marin was holding the entire weight of the boat himself, but he scarcely noticed it. The light rig weighed less than 200 pounds, sail and all. His and Myra's combined weight added about 260 pounds more, but Marin's tested levitation capacity was over 2 tons. And the wind did most of the work. All the operator of the boat did was to supply enough power to keep it in the air. The wind drove it, a twisting white feather. Marin couldn't get his mind off the carrier. How in hell had X disappeared? Dematerialization, impossible. And yet, there it was. X into the wall and gone without a thought trace. "Stop thinking," Myra said. "Your doctor told you not to think about anything but me today." He knew that his thoughts hadn't leaked, nor had his face changed. But Myra was sensitive to his moods. He didn't have to grimace for her to know he was happy or cry to demonstrate sadness. Marin brought the light, flat boat to a stop in the clouds, and heading into the wind, dropped the sail. They spread their picnic on the bow of the boat. Marin did most of the levitating, although Myra was trying, gallantly. As she had been trying for 7 years, since her partial infection by a carrier. Although her psi faculties never left her completely, they were spasmodic. Another reason for hunting down X. The sandwiches Myra made were very like herself, small and decorative. And tasty, Marin thought, teleping the thought. "Beast," Myra said out loud. The warm sun beat down on them, and Marin felt wonderfully lazy. The two of them stretched out on the deck of the boat, Marin holding it up by reflex. He was more relaxed than he had been in weeks. "Marin!" Marin started, awakened out of near sleep by the teleped voice. "Look, I'm awfully sorry, boy." It was Crandall, embarrassed and apologetic. "I hate breaking in on your day, but I've got a lead, and a pretty damn good one. Evidently, someone doesn't like our carrier. I've just been told where he'll be in about 4 hours. Of course, it may be a crank, but I knew you'd want to know." "I'm coming," Marin said. "We can't afford to pass up anything." He broke contact and turned to his wife. "I'm terribly sorry, dear." She smiled, and her eyes were clear with understanding. She hadn't been included in Crandall's tight beam message, but she knew what it meant. "Can you take it down yourself?" Marin asked. "Of course. Good hunting." Marin kissed her and jumped off the boat. He watched for a few seconds to see that she had it under control, then he teleped the rental service. "My wife's bringing it in," he told them. "I wish you'd keep an eye on her." They promised. Now, even if she went out of control, there'd be no danger. Marin hurled himself down. He was so busy calculating the rate of disease increase that he barely saw the dagger in time. It flashed past him, then turned 20 feet away and came again. Marin reached out for it mentally, but the telekineticized knife broke free. He barely deflected it, grappled, and had it in his hand. Quickly, he tried to trace the wielder, but he was gone without a trace. Not quite without a trace. Marin was able to catch the tail end of an identity thought, the hardest kind to control. He puzzled over it, trying to place the image. Then he had it. X. X the cripple. Blind X, the carrier, who vanished into walls, and who evidently could polter a dagger. Or had someone do it for him. Grimly, with the growing awareness that it was turning into a personal affair, Marin levitated into the Psi Health offices. In the darkened room, Edward X lay on the tattered brown blanket. His eyes were lightly closed, his body passive. Little muscles in his legs jumped. He willed them to relax. Relaxation is one of the keys to psi power. Complete relaxation calls forth confidence. Fears disappear, tensions evaporate. Relaxation is vital to psi. X told himself this, breathing deeply. Don't think about the disease. There is no disease. There is only rest and relaxation. The leg muscles slackened. X concentrated on his heart, ordering it to pump more easily. He sent orders to his lungs to breathe deeply and slowly. Uncle John? He hadn't heard from him for almost 2 days now. But he mustn't think of him. Not now. An unexplained factor, Uncle John would be resolved in time. The awareness of deception, X told himself, is the first step in finding out what the deception is. And what about the pale, hungry, attractive niece? Don't think about her either. The unsettling memories sponged away as his breathing deepened. Next, the eyes. It was hard to relax the eyes. After images danced across his retina. Sunlight, darkness, a building, a disappearance. No, don't think. My eyes are so heavy, he told himself. My eyes are made of lead. They want to sink, to sink. Then his eye muscles relaxed. His thoughts seemed calm, but just under the surface was a crazy welter of images and impressions. A cripple through dim streets. A ghost that wasn't. A hungry niece. Hungry for what? A turmoil of sense impressions, flashes of red and purple, memories of classes in Microwski University, tele-wrestling at the Palladium, a date at Skytop. All had to be smoothed down. Relaxation is the first step toward reintegration. X told himself that everything was blue. All thoughts were swallowed in a vast blue abyss. Slowly, he succeeded in calming his mind. A deep peace started to seep into him, slowly, soothingly. Edward X. Yes? X opened his eyes at once. The relaxation had been that superficial. He looked around and realized that it was the uncle's voice. Take this. A small sphere darted into the room and came to rest in front of X. He picked it up and examined it. The sphere seemed to be made of some shiny, solid plastic. What is it? He asked. You will place this sphere inside the Cordier building, the voice of Uncle John told him, ignoring the question. Leave it on a desk behind a door, in an ashtray, anywhere. Then return directly here. What will the sphere do? X asked. That is not your concern, the voice told him. The sphere is the apex of a psychic triangle of forces which you do not understand. Suffice it to say that it will harm no one and will greatly aid me. Every officer in the city is looking for me, X said. I'll be picked up if I go back to the main part of the city. You have forgotten my powers, X. You will be safe if you keep to the route I map out for you. X hesitated. He wanted to know more about the uncle and his game. Above all, why was he masquerading as a spirit? Or was he? After all, what would a spirit have to do with Earth? The classic yarns of demons seeking temporal power were just so much muggy anthropomorphizing. Will I be left alone after I get back? X wanted to know. You have my word. Do this to my satisfaction, and you will receive all the sanctuary you need. Now go. Carrie has the route drawn up for you. She is waiting at the door. The voice was gone. Even with his blunted senses, X could feel the withdrawn contact. With the sphere in his hand, he walked to the door. Carrie was waiting. Here are the instructions, she said. X looked at her sharply. He wished he had some psi abilities left. He would have given a good deal to know what was going on behind that quiet, pretty face. Psis never bothered to read faces. The effective aura surrounding every individual was a far better indicator, if one had normal size sensitivity to read it. "Have you eaten?" he asked. "Oh, yes," she said, following him outside. The sunlight was momentarily blinding after 2 days in the little room. X blinked and looked around automatically. There was no one in sight. They walked in silence for a while, following Uncle John's instructions. X glanced right and left, pitifully aware of his vulnerability on the lookout for detection. The instructions laid out a devious, meaningless pattern for X to walk, doubling back on streets, circling others. They approached West Broadway, moving out of the slums into side territory. "Has your uncle ever told you what he wishes to do?" X asked. "No," Carrie said. They walked in silence for a while longer. X tried not to look at the sky, out of which he expected the Psi officers to fall like avenging angels. "Sometimes I'm afraid of Uncle John," Carrie volunteered after a few moments. "He's so strange sometimes." X nodded absently. Then he thought about the girl's position. Actually, she was worse off than he was. He knew the score. She was being used for some unknown purpose. She might well be in danger, although he didn't know why that should concern him. "Look," he said, "if anything happens, do you know the Angler's Bar on 6th and Bleecker?" "No, but I could find it." "Meet me there if anything goes wrong." "All right," she said. "Thank you." X smiled wryly. How idiotic of him to offer her protection, when he couldn't even protect himself. At least, he told himself, it was an understandable urge, even if he didn't quite understand it himself. They walked several more blocks. Then the girl looked at X nervously. "There's one thing I don't understand," she said. "What's that?" "Well," she began, "I sometimes can see things that are going to be. I never know when, but just sometimes I have a picture of something. Then, in a little while, it happens." "That's interesting," X said. "You're probably an underdeveloped clairvoyant. You should go to Microwski University. They're always looking for people like you." "So far, everything I've seen has turned out right," she said. "That's a nice record," X told her. He wondered what the girl was driving at. Did she want praise? She couldn't be naive enough to believe that she was the only person in the world with latent clairvoyance. "So far, my uncle has been right in everything he said, too," she told him. "Very commendable," X said acidly. He was in no mood for a family panegyric. They were approaching 14th Street, and the air was thick with sighs. A few people were walking, but very few. The Cordier building was 3 blocks ahead. "What I'm wondering is," she said, "if I see something happening one way and my uncle sees it happening the other way, which of us will be right?" "What do you mean?" X said, taking her arm as they crossed a street filled with jagged rocks. "My uncle said you'd be safe," she said, "and I just don't understand." "What?" He stopped. "I think they're going to try to capture you." "When?" "Now," she said. X stared at her, then stiffened. He didn't need psi power to know that the trap was sprung. The health men weren't being gentle this time. Telekinetic force jerked him off his feet. He looked for Carrie, but the girl was gone. Then his head was forced painfully down, his hands and feet seized. Physically, not a hand had touched him yet. X fought wildly, in blind panic. Capture seemed to touch off some ultimate instability in his personality. He tried desperately to snap the telekinetic bonds. He almost did. Power came. He freed an arm and managed to throw himself into the air. Frantically, he tried for height. He was smashed to the pavement. Again he tried, a supreme effort, and passed out. His last conscious thought was a realization that he had been tricked. The uncle. He determined to kill him if the opportunity ever presented itself. And then there was blackness. End of Carrier Part 1. End of Section 3. Section 4 of Still Untouched by Human Hands. Stories by Robert Sheckley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Carrier, Part 2. A meeting of World Health was called at once. Marin, in Psi headquarters in New York, opened the special channel. Chiefs in Rio, London, Paris, Canton came into emergency circuit. Marin's tightly organized information was flashed around the world in less than a minute. At once, he received a question. "I would like to know," the health chief from Barcelona asked, "how this X person escaped you twice." The thought carried its inevitable identity pattern. The Barcelona chief's face was dimly apparent. Long, sad, mustached. Not his true face, of course. Identity patterns were always idealized in the manner the particular mind viewed itself. Actually, the Barcelonan might be short, fat, and clean-shaven. "The second escape was in broad daylight, was it not?" the Berlin chief asked, and the other chiefs glimpsed his broad, powerful, idealized face. "It was," Marin replied. "I cannot explain it." Marin was seated at his black desk in Psi Health. Around him hummed the normal activity of the day. He was unaware of it. Here is the complete sequence. It took longer to tell up the scene-by-scene breakdown of the attempted rescue. After the attack by the Polter dagger, Marin had assembled his men around the point where Crandall's information said X would appear. "This informant, who—" "Later. Let him complete the sequence." 50 agents covered the area. X appeared on time and in the indicated place. He was restrained with little difficulty at first. Fighting, he showed a slight surge of latent strength, then he collapsed. At that moment, his energy potential took an explosive, exponential jump. X vanished. With Marin's permission, his recollection of the moment was broken down and scrutinized more closely. The picture remained clear. One moment X was there, the next he was gone. The images were slowed to 1/2 second. In this running, there was a blur of energy around X just before he vanished. The energy was on so high a band that it was almost indetectable. There was no known explanation for it. The impressions of the participating agents, as recorded by Marin, were combed with no positive result. Would the health chief from New York care to give his theories? "Since X is a cripple," Marin said, "I can only assume that someone is helping him." "There is another possibility," the Warsaw chief said. His idealized identity came through with the thought, slim, white-haired, gay. "X may have stumbled on some undiscovered form of psi power." "That would appear to be beyond the realm of probability," the sad-eyed Barcelonan telepped. "Not at all. Consider the emergence of the original psi faculties. They began as wild talents. Couldn't the next mutation begin in a wild talent stage?" "There are tremendous implications in that," the London chief said. "But if so, why hasn't X utilized it to a greater advantage?" "He is probably unaware of it. But he has an inherent protection system, perhaps, which shunts him out of danger at stress moments." "I don't know," Marin said dubiously. "It is a possibility, of course. We are well aware that there are many untouched secrets of the mind. Still—" "An argument against your theory," the Warsaw chief broke in, telepping directly to Marin, "is the fact that anyone helping X would necessarily have this extra psi power. They would have to effect an almost instantaneous disappearance. If they did not have it, wouldn't they have more of a plan, less randomness?" "Or seeming randomness," the Londoner said. "It could be a test of strength. By dangling X in front of Marin, such a group could determine a good deal about his capabilities, and, by extrapolation, the capabilities of all size. The repeated inability to capture X would be meaningful. "It's a possibility," Marin said cautiously. Academically, he found the discussion interesting, but it didn't seem to be serving any practical good. "What about Crandall's information?" the Barcelonan tulliped. "Has he been questioned?" "He has never been found," Marin said. "The sender was able to block all identity thoughts, and he left no trace to follow." "What do you plan to do?" "First," Marin said, "to alert you. That is the purpose of the meeting, since the carrier might well get out of New York. Also, the disease rate here has passed the minimum epidemic level. It can be expected to spread, even though I'm closing the city." He paused and wiped his forehead. "Second, I'm going to trace X myself, working on a new set of probability locations supplied by Crandall. Working alone, I'll be able to avoid all thought haze and deflection. It's just possible one may do what many cannot." Marin discussed it with them for half an hour longer, then broke contact. He sat for a few moments, moodily sorting papers. Then he shrugged off his mood of despair and went to see Crandall. Crandall was in his office at the Tomb of the Sleeper. He grunted hello when Marin levitated in and motioned him to a chair. "I'd like to see those probability locations," Marin said. "Right," Crandall said. The end product was quite simple, a list of streets and times. But to get that information, Crandall had correlated the total amount of data available. The locations of X disappearances, his reappearances, his psychological index, plus the added correlates of suitable hiding spots in the city where a cripple could stay undetected. "I think you stand a pretty good chance of finding him," Crandall said. "Of course, holding him is something else again." "I know," Marin said. "I've come to a decision about that." He looked away from Crandall. "I'm going to have to kill X." "I know," Crandall said. "What?" "You can't risk having him loose anymore. Your infection rate is still rising." "That's right. The policy of the health board is to quarantine diseased persons, but this is a matter of public safety." "You don't need to justify it to me," Crandall said. "What do you mean?" Marin got halfway to his feet, then sat down again and shook his head. "You're right. Evidently, X can't be captured. We'll see if he can be killed." "Good hunting," Crandall said. "I hope you have better luck on your project." "The Sleeper?" "The latest attempt flopped. Not a stir out of him." Marin frowned. That was bad news. If they ever needed Mykrowski's intellect, it was now. Mykrowski was the man to resolve these events into a related whole. "Would you like to see him?" Crandall asked. Marin glanced at the probability list and saw that the first time street fix was almost an hour off. He nodded and followed Crandall. They went down a dim corridor to an elevator and then through another corridor. "You haven't ever been here, have you?" Crandall asked at the end of the corridor. "No, but I helped draw up plans for the remodeling 10 years ago." Crandall unlocked and opened the last door. In the brightly lighted room, the Sleeper rested. Tubes ran into his arms, carrying the nutrient solutions that kept him alive. The bed he lay on slowly massaged the Sleeper's flabby muscles. The Sleeper's face was blank and expressionless, as it had been for 30 years. The face of a dead man still living. "That's enough," Marin said. "I'm depressed enough." They went back upstairs. "Those streets I gave you are in the slums," Crandall said. "Watch your step. Asociality is still present in such places." "I'm feeling pretty asocial myself," Marin said, and left. He levitated to the fringe of the slums and dropped to the street. His sensitive, trained mind was keyed for stimulation. He walked, sorting impressions as he went, searching for the dull, almost obliterated throb of the carrier's mind. Marin's web extended for blocks, sifting, feeling, sorting. If X was alive and conscious, he would find him and kill him. "You fool! You incompetent! You imbecile!" The disembodied voice roared at X. Blurrily, X realized that he was back in Carrie's house in the slums. "I gave you a course to follow," Uncle John screamed, his voice bouncing against the walls. "You took the wrong turn." "I did not," X said, getting to his feet. He wondered vaguely how long he had been unconscious. "Don't contradict me. You did, and you must do it again." "Just a minute," X said evenly. "I don't know what your game is, but I followed your instructions to the letter. I turned down every street you wrote down." "You didn't." "Stop this farce," X shouted back. "Who in the hell are you?" "Get out!" Uncle John roared. "Get out, or I'll kill you." "Be reasonable," X said. "Just tell me what you want. Tell me what I'm supposed to do. Explain it. I don't work well in a mystery." "Get out," the voice said ominously. "I can't," X said in despair. "Why don't you drop this spirit pose and tell me what it is you want? I'm a normal person. Health officers are everywhere. They will kill me too. I must first regain my abilities. But I can't." "Are you going?" the voice asked. X didn't answer. Invisible hands were at X's throat. He jerked back. The grip tightened. Force battered him against the wall, chopping down at him. X rolled, trying to escape the merciless beating. The air was alive with energy, hurling itself at him, crushing him, smothering him. Marin sensed the increase in energy output at once. He traced it, got a fix, and levitated toward the location, sifting through the energy manifestations for some identity pattern. X. Marin crashed through a flimsy wooden door and stopped. He saw X's crumpled body. Berserk force was alive in the room, undirected now. Suddenly, Marin found himself fighting for his life. Shielding, he smashed against the telekinetic power that surged around him. A chair was swept up and thrown at him. He deflected it and was struck from behind by a pitcher. A bed tried to crush him against the wall. Avoiding it, he was struck in the back by a poltered table. A lamp shattered on the wall above his head, spraying him with fragments. A broom caught him behind the knees. Marin shielded and located the psi power source. In the basement of the building. He sent a tremendous wave rippling across it, pultering chairs and tables with it. The attack stopped abruptly. The place was a shambles of broken furniture. Marin looked around. X was gone again. He searched for his identity pattern, but couldn't locate it. The man in the cellar? Also gone. But a trace was left behind. Marin went through a window, following the trace thought. Trained for this work, he held contact with the attenuated, stifled thought as its owner shot into the city. He followed it through a twisting maze of buildings and out into open air. One part of his mind was still able to probe for X. No luck. But he had X accomplice, if he could hold him. He shortened the distance by fractions. X-helper and attacker shot out of the city, heading west. Marin followed. "A glass of beer, please," X said, trying hard to catch his breath. It had been a long run. Luckily, the bartender was a normal, and a phlegmatic one at that. He moved stolidly to the tap. X saw Carrie at the end of the bar, leaning against the wall. Thank God she had remembered. He paid for his beer and carried it to where she was. "What happened?" she asked, looking at his bruised face. "Your nice uncle tried to kill me," X said wryly. "A health officer came bursting in, and I let them fight it out." X had slipped out the door during the fight. He had counted on the insensitivity of his thought pattern to conceal him. Crippled, he was hardly able to broadcast an identity thought. For once, the loss of telepathic power was an asset. Carrie shook her head sadly. "I just don't understand it. she said. "You may not believe this, but Uncle John was always a good man. He was the most harmless person I ever knew. I just don't understand." "Simple," X said. "Try to understand this. That was not Uncle John. Some highly developed psi has been masquerading as him." "But why?" she asked. "I don't know," X said. "He saves me, tries to get me captured again, then tries to kill me. It doesn't make sense." "What now?" she asked. X finished his beer. "Now, the end," he said. "Isn't there some place we can go?" she asked. "Some place we can hide?" "I don't know of any," X said. "You'd better go on your own. I'm a risky person to be with." "I'd rather not," Carrie said. "Why not?" X wanted to know. She looked away. "I just rather not." Even without telepathy, X had an intimation of what she meant. Mentally, he cursed. He didn't like the idea of having the responsibility of her. Psi Health must be getting desperate. They wouldn't pull any punches this time, and she might get hurt. "Go away," he said firmly. "No." "Well, come on," he said. "We'll just have to get by as well as we can. The only thing I can think of is getting out of this city. I should have done that at first, instead of playing spirit." Now it was undoubtedly too late. The Psi officers would be checking everyone on foot. "Can you use that clairvoyance of yours?" he asked. "Is there anything you can see?" "No," she said sadly. "The future's a blank to me." That was how X saw it, too. Marin sensed that he had greater inherent strength than the man he was pursuing. He detected the signs of weakening and pushed harder. The fugitive was visible now, a mile ahead of him, doubling back toward the city. As he got closer, Marin threw his telekinetic strength, pulling the man down. He clung doggedly. The man was slowing, fighting spasmodically. Marin overhauled him, brought him down, and pinned him to the ground. Coming down himself, he probed for an identity thought, and found one. Crandall. For a moment, all he could do was stare. "Did you get X?" Crandall telepped. The exertion had drained the big man of everything. He lay face down, fighting for breath. "No. You were his backer all along. Is that right?" Crandall's thought was affirmative. "How could you? What were you thinking of? You know what the disease means." "I'll explain later," Crandall panted. "Now." "No time. You have to find X." "I know that," Marin said, "but why did you help him?" "I didn't," the fat man said. "Not really. I tried to kill him. You must kill him." He dragged himself to his feet. "He's a far greater menace than you think. Believe me, Marin, X must be killed." "Why did you rescue him?" Marin asked. "In order to put him back into danger," Crandall gasped. "I couldn't let you capture and isolate him. He must be killed." "Go on," Marin said. "Not now," Crandall said. "I poulted the dagger at you to make you consider X a personal menace. I had to goad you to the point where you would kill him." "What is he?" "Not now. Get him." "Another thing," Marin said. "You couldn't handle that amount of telekinetic power. Who was doing it?" "The girl," Crandall said, swaying on his feet. "The girl Carrie. I was posing as her uncle's spirit. She's in back of it all. You must kill her, too." He wiped his streaming face. "I'm sorry I had to play it this way, Paul. You'll hear the whole story at the right time. Just take my word for it now." Crandall tightened his hands into fists and shook them at Marin. "You must kill those two, before they kill everything you stand for." The teleped thought had the ring of truth. Marin took to the air again, contacting his agents. Briefly, he gave his instructions. "Kill both of them," he said, "and pick up Crandall and hold him." X turned down streets at random, hoping the lack of a plan would confuse the size. Every shadow seemed to have a meaning of its own. He waited for the mental bolt that would drop him. Why had the uncle tried to kill him? Impossible to answer. Why was he so seemingly important? Another unanswerable question. And the girl? X watched her out of the corner of his eye. Carrie walked silently beside him. Her face had some color now, and some animation. She seemed almost gay. Perhaps freedom from the uncle was the reason for that. What other reason could there be? Because she was with him? The air was thick with the usual day's traffic. A load of ore was being brought in, tons of it, expertly shepherded by a dozen workers. Other cargoes were being flown in from southern ports, fruit and vegetables from Brazil, meat from Argentina. And Psi officers. X wasn't especially surprised. The city was being watched too thoroughly for a fly to escape, much less a crippled man. The Psi officers dropped down, forming a tight mental linkage. "All right," X called. "The hell with it. I give up." He decided that it was time he bowed to the inevitable. He had the girl to consider also. The Psis were probably tired of playing. This time, if he tried to escape, they might play for keeps. A bolt of energy sheared him off his feet. "I said, I give up!" he shouted. Beside him, Carrie fell also. Energy swept over them, twisting them across the courtyard, increasing, building. "Stop it!" X shouted. "You'll hurt!" He had time, an infinitesimal fraction of a second, to realize fully his own feeling about the girl. He couldn't let anything happen to her. X didn't have time to consider how or why. The feeling was there. A sad, bitter sensation of love. X tried to get to his feet. The linked mental energy smashed him down again. Stones and rocks were poltered at him. X realized that he wasn't going to be allowed to surrender. They were going to kill him. And Carrie. At first it seemed as though it were a dream. He had become used to the possibility of death in the last few days. He tried to shield, aware of his nakedness, tried to cover Carrie. She doubled up as a poltered rock caught her in the stomach. Rocks hummed around them. Seeing Carrie struck, X could have burst with rage. He struggled to his feet and swayed 2 steps forward, hands outstretched. He was knocked down again. A section of wall started to collapse, pushed by psi force. He tried to drag Carrie out of the way. Too late. The wall fell. In that moment, X bridged the gap. His tortured, overstrained mind performed the energy leap into the new potential. In that instant, contact and comprehension flooded his mind. The wall thundered down, but X and Carrie weren't under it. "Marin!" Dully, the Psi chief raised his head. He was back at his desk in Psi Health. Again it had happened. "Marin!" "Who is it?" the Psi chief asked. "X." Nothing could surprise him now. That X was capable of tight beam telepathy just didn't matter. "What do you want?" he asked. "I want to meet you. Name a place." "Wherever you wish," Marin said with the calmness of despair. Then curiosity overcame him. "How are you able to telep?" "All Psis can telep," X said mockingly. "Where did you go?" Marin asked. He tried to get a location on the message, but X was easily managing the tight beam, allowing only the direct message to go through. "I want a little quiet," X said, "so I'm in the tomb of the sleeper. Would you care to meet me there?" "Coming," Marin said, and broke contact. "Leffert," he said aloud. "Yes, Chief?" his assistant said, coming over. "I want you to take over until I get back, if I get back." "Where is X?" Leffert asked. "I don't know," Marin said. "I don't know what powers he has. I don't know why Crandall wanted to kill him, but I concur in the judgment." Could we bomb the tomb? Leffert asked. There's nothing faster than thought, Marin answered. X has discovered some form of near-instantaneous transportation. He could be away before the bombs were dropped. He paused. There is a way, but I'm not going to say any more. He might be listening in on this conversation. Impossible, Leffert said. This is direct talk. He couldn't. He couldn't escape, Marin reminded him wearily. We're through underestimating Mr. X. Hereafter, consider him capable of anything. Right, Leffert said dubiously. Have you got the latest figures on the contagion rate? Marin asked, walking to the window. They're way past epidemic, and the disease has jumped as far as the Rockies. It can't be checked now, Marin said. We've been pushed off the cliff on the wrong side. In a year, we'll be lucky if there are 1,000 Psis left in the world. He tightened his hands into fists. For that alone, I could cut X into little pieces. He levitated out the window. The first thing Marin saw when he entered the sleeper's chamber was Mykrowski himself, still unconscious. X and the girl were standing beside him. Marin walked forward. I'd like you to meet Carrie, X said, smiling. Marin ignored the dazed-looking girl. I'd like an explanation, he said. Of course, X said. Would you like to know what I am, to begin with? Yes, Marin said. I'm the stage after Psi, the Para-Psi. I see. And this came when you tried to kill Carrie. We'd better start somewhere else, Marin said. He decided to hear the explanation first before taking the final step. Why have you removed the nutrient pipes from the sleeper? Because Mykrowski won't need them anymore, X said. He turned to the sleeper, and the room suddenly hummed with energy. Good work, X. For a moment, Marin thought it was the girl who had teleped. Then he realized that it was Mykrowski. He won't be fully conscious for a while, X said. Let me start at the beginning. As you know, 30 years ago, Mykrowski was searching for the extra Psi powers. He split mind and body to find them. Then, having the knowledge, he was unable to get back in his body. It required a leap into a higher energy level to do that, and without a nervous system at his command, he couldn't gather that power. No ordinary Psi could help him either. To attain the new level, all normal channels must be blocked and redirected, and a terrific strain is placed on the whole nervous system. That is, essentially, the same method by which the first true Psis got their power. Marin looked puzzled for a moment, then asked, Then you're not a mutation? Mutations have nothing to do with this. Let me go on. Mykrowski couldn't bridge the gap unaided. He had to have a Para-Psi bridge the gap for him. That's where I come in. It is also where you come in, Mykrowski, conscious now, teleped to Marin. And the girl and Crandall. I was in telepathic contact with Crandall. Together we chose X for the experiment. It couldn't be Crandall himself, because his nervous system was not suitable. X was picked for his temperament and sensitivity. And, I might add, for his selfishness and suggestibility. Everything was predicted, including Carrie's role. Marin listened coldly. Let them explain. He had an answer of his own, a final one. First, the rechanneling. X's Psi senses were blocked. Then he was put in a position of stress, incipient capture and isolation, both repugnant to his nature. When he failed to bridge the gap, Crandall rescued him with my help. With Crandall posing as Carrie's Uncle John, we threatened his life, increasing the stress. So that's what Crandall meant, Marin said. Yes, Crandall told you that you had to kill X. That was true. You had to try. He told you that the girl was the key to the whole thing, and that was true also. Because when X's life and the girl's were threatened, it was the greatest stress we could bring to bear. He bridged the gap to the higher potential. Comprehension followed immediately. "And he gave you back your body," Marin added. "And he gave me back my body," Mykrowski agreed. Marin knew what he had to do, and he thanked God for the foresight of Psi Health. Nevertheless, he delayed for a moment. "Then, if I understand correctly, all this, the infection of X, his miraculous rescues, all the deviousness you used, was designed to create a force great enough to get you back in your body?" "That's a part of it," Mykrowski said. "Another part is the creation in X of another para-Psi." "Very well," Marin said. "It will interest you to know that Psi Health has always considered, as one possibility, the return of the sleeper insane. Against that eventuality, this room is wired for atomic explosion. All 4 walls, ceiling and roof are keyed to me. Atomic explosions are not instantaneous, I realize." He smiled humorously. "But then, I doubt if para-Psi transit is either. My thought process are as fast as yours. I am going to explode this place." "You health men are a suspicious lot," Mykrowski said. "But why on earth would you want to do a thing like that?" Marin noticed that he seemed genuinely surprised. "Why? Do you realize what you have done? You have regained your body. But the disease is uncontrollable now. Psi science and all it stands for is destroyed because of your selfishness." Mentally, Marin reached for the key. "Wait," X said. "Evidently, you don't understand. There'll be a temporary disturbance, true, but it won't affect everyone at once. Diseased persons can be trained." "Trained? To what?" "Para-Psi, of course," X said. "A complete rechanneling is necessary to reach the next parapsychological step. The disease is the initial point. The present level of Psi is unstable anyhow. If I didn't set it off, someone else would in a few years." "It'll be easier when we get a few more people to bridge the gap," Mykrowski said. "As in the first development of Psi. The rest is relatively easy after the initial gain has been made." Marin shook his head. "How can I believe you?" "How? Look." Telepathy transmits delicate shades of meaning quite lost in spoken language. A true statement, telept, reveals immediately how true the sender believes it to be. There are an infinite number of gradations to the truth. As X had, Marin read Mykrowski's belief in the para-Psi, read it clear down to the subconscious level. An unimaginably true truth. There was no possible argument. Suddenly, Carrie smiled. She had had one of her flash premonitions, a pleasant one. "Help me up," Mykrowski said to Marin. "Let me outline my training program." Marin walked over to help him. Then X grinned. He had just read Carrie's premonition. End of Carrier. End of Section 4. Section 5 of Still Untouched by Human Hands. Stories by Robert Sheckley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hex On Hax. "Let me offer my congratulations," Morgan said. "You've passed all the tests splendidly." Philip suppressed a sigh of relief and shook the bureau chief's hand. "Have a seat," Morgan said. "You're almost a part of the BIA now. I suppose you'd be interested in some of our little secrets?" Phillips kept his face sternly indifferent. Naturally he was interested. The secrets of the Bureau of Interplanetary Affairs were enough to maintain Terra's ascendancy in the galactic south and to implement Terran policy without recourse to war. but Morgan had said that he was almost in. His final acceptance depended upon Morgan. Would this interview be in the nature of a final oral examination? Phillips said stiffly, "I wouldn't presume to. It's quite all right," Morgan said. "You're security cleared, but you mustn't expect too much. We're basically simple men here at BIA, and our devices are correspondingly simple." This was frankly unbelievable. Was it part of a test? Phillips studied Morgan's square, honest face, trying to discover hidden ironies. But somehow, Morgan mused, our little devices are rarely discovered until too late, even though they're quite obvious. "Like the Trojan horse?" Phillips blurted out. Morgan smiled. "Heard of that one, have you?" Phillips nodded. "But do you know how it works?" "No." "Really quite simple," Morgan told him. "We're using it now on Balthash. Do you know that planet? A dictator entrenched himself there about 16 years ago. A sizable underground has been trying to overthrow him and establish a representative government. Terra would like to aid them, for Balthash is strategically located, but we can't interfere directly." "Of course not," Phillips said, knowing what politics were like in the galactic south. "The best we can do is send their dictator a statue to commemorate his birthday. Our code name for the statue is Trojan Horse." "And weapons are concealed inside it?" Phillips asked. Morgan shrugged his shoulders. "They would have to be," Phillips mused, wondering if this was a test. "But it can't be too hard to search one statue." "It shouldn't be," Morgan said indifferently. It was an heroic statue of Leader Hax, sculptured in the Terran style. Twice life-size it stood, showing a glorified Hax with a sword in his right hand and a loaf of bread in his left. It was of carbon steel and tungsten, built to last a millennium. Some races might have considered it beautiful. "Very bad taste," Security Chief Thalag murmured as he walked around its gigantic base. Behind him walked his secretary and his chief engineer. "Bad taste, but that's to be expected of Terrans." His secretary said something about looking gift statues in the teeth, and Thalag raised an eyebrow. As security chief, it was his job to look gift statues in the teeth. To look everything in the teeth, as a matter of fact. On the base of the statue was an inscription in classical English. "To the people of Balthash," the engineer read aloud. "From the people of Terra, in commemoration of the 50th birthday of Leader Hax." Thalag's secretary, who was a subtle woman, smiled. Thalag, who was even subtler, did not smile. "A neighborly gesture," Thalag said. "Imagine Terra sending us this lovely statue." "Could it be a goodwill offering?" the engineer asked. He blushed when Thalag turned to stare at him. "Stick to wiring diagrams," he said. "Why should Terra offer its goodwill to Leader Hax?" The engineer scratched his head. He was dimly aware that Terra disapproved of Leader Hax. "Then why did they send the statue?" he asked slowly. "Ah," Thalag said, "that's what we must discover." And the answer was obvious, he decided. Terra was still trying to aid the Balthasan underground, hoping to unseat Hax. But overt interference was frowned upon in the galactic south. But trickery, indirection? The rebels desperately needed electronic weapons. Terra had them, but had been unable to smuggle any through Balthasan customs. And here was a statue, arriving just 2 days before Hax's birthday. "I want you to inspect this thing," Thalag said to his engineer. "Inspect it with a microscope if necessary. Look behind every molecule. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," the engineer said. He cleared his throat. "Sir, if this thing looks suspicious, why not ship it back to Terra?" Thalag's secretary smiled at this naivete. Thalag shook his head wearily. "Let me play with politics," he said. "You find me the hidden weapons. I expect you to have every one of them by tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir," the engineer said, and hurried away. "He means well," Thalag said to his secretary back in his office. "I suppose so," his secretary said. "He's thorough," Thalag said with certainty. "I'll say that much for the idiot. He'll find whatever Terra hid there." "It's really a pity you can't send the statue back," his secretary said. "I wouldn't want to," Thalag told her, walking to the window. Below him, in the courtyard, workmen were preparing a pedestal for the statue. Behind the courtyard loomed the gray mass of Hax's palace. "I think we can use this statue," Thalag said. "Besides, if we shipped it back, Terra would scream all over the galactic south that her peaceful gesture was rebuffed. The leader wouldn't like that." His secretary nodded sagely as she fussed with her hair. "Also," Thalag said in a low voice, "Leader Hax likes the statue. He considers it a very good likeness." Neither of them smiled. "If the Terrans did hide weapons in it," his secretary said slowly, "do you really think you can find them? They know that the statue will be inspected." Thalag stared gloomily out the window at Leader Hax's palace. Then he grinned. "Come, come," he said. "Terrans are flesh and blood and brain just like the rest of us. What human ingenuity can hide, human ingenuity can discover." "I hope so," his secretary said. Phillips thought over his list of possible solutions. Morgan slumped easily in his chair, looking pleasantly unofficial. "I think I know," Phillips said slowly. "There are no weapons in the statue." Morgan rubbed the back of his neck, but gave no other sign. "It's very clever," Phillips said, smiling at his own ingenuity in discovering the secret. "You know the Balthasan security would find anything you hid in the statue. Therefore, you hide nothing. They search in vain. They get nervous. They think that Terra has engineering methods beyond their knowledge. Leader Hax doesn't know what to do. His uncertainty is communicated to his followers. Then, when the rebels attack—" "That's very good," Morgan said. "Almost Machiavellian." Phillips smiled modestly. "But tell me," Morgan asked, "how do you think the underground feels when no weapons are forthcoming?" "Well, I should think—" Phillips closed his mouth with a snap and wished he had never opened it. "Psychology is a weapon that cuts two ways," Morgan said. "Besides, having no weapons in the statue is too subtle for simple men like us." "You mean that there is something hidden there?" "Disappoints you, doesn't it?" Morgan said. "But you're thinking in terms of literature, not life. Your way would make fitting storybook justice. The dictator who rules by fear, conquered by fear. But, unfortunately, things aren't arranged so nicely. In life, force must usually be met with force." Phillips said, not sure if Morgan was being completely honest with him. "If there are weapons concealed in the statue, I don't see why they can't find them." "Perhaps they will," Morgan said. "As I said, it's basically a simple scheme." Thalag's engineer was no actor. He always looked exactly as he felt. Now he stood in front of the security chief's desk, shuffling his feet and avoiding Thalag's look. "Well, what did you find?" Thalag asked. "Plenty," the engineer said. "It's in the body of the statue, behind concealed panels." He looked unhappy about the whole thing. "What's the matter, then?" Thalag asked him. There was no reason to hide it. It's no good, the engineer stated, meeting Thalag's eye for the first time. Explain, Thalag said. Oh, it looks real enough. They've got power equipment in there, transistors, circuits, but no one could build a weapon out of it. Are you sure? Of course, the engineer said in a flat, certain voice. I know modern weapons. The underground could buy junk like that in any supply store, even without a permit. But no conceivable weapon could be built out of it. That's very interesting, Thalag said. Why would Terra smuggle equipment that the underground doesn't need? He put his fingers lightly together. The only logical assumption was that the Terrans expected the equipment to be found. They knew it would be found. Their scheme was more involved than that. And you found nothing else? Nothing, sir. Then you missed something. Thalag smiled grimly. I'll stake your life on it. You have about 18 hours to find whatever you missed. But, sir, I inspected every possible— Try the impossible, then. I guarantee you'll find more. You must. Yes, sir, the engineer said wearily. You know how small electronic weapons can be. They could hide the components anywhere. The X-ray didn't show anything, but I'll try again. Good, Thalag said pleasantly, and I wish you luck. Without being told, his secretary marked the engineer's name on a list of possible subversives. Thalag spent the rest of the day checking the security measures for the leader's birthday. Hax telephoned him later. The leader was still delighted with his statue. He liked the representation of the features, the demigod proportions. It was how he liked being thought of. And he liked the materials that it was built of, materials that would last eternally, as he knew his dynasty would. Pull its teeth, he said to Thalag. Get all the weapons out of it. Then wipe out the underground. Yes, sir, Thalag said. The leader hung up, and Thalag slammed the telephone down. As easy as that. Just pull its teeth and wipe out the underground. Angrily, he stared at the massive gray palace. That damned engineer, he thought. If he didn't find the weapons, he'd have the man killed by centimeters, as Hax would have him killed if anything went wrong. Before midnight, the engineer returned to his office, grimy but triumphant. Found them, sir, he said. In his soiled hands he held the almost microscopic components of 20 electronic guns. Good man, Thalag said, feeling the blood stir again in his veins. Tell me about it. Have a chair. Finest hiding job I've ever seen, the engineer said, putting the components on Thalag's desk. First, I rechecked the equipment in the statue. No weapons there. I'll make you a general, Thalag said. His secretary silently scratched the engineer's name from the list of possible subversives. Even these basic components were disassembled, the engineer said, and hidden in segments. Where were they? The first I found was in the pupil of the left eyeball of the statue. If I hadn't probed it on a hunch, I might not have found any of them. After that, I proceeded on the assumption that the most unlikely areas would be the most likely. I found segments in the earlobes, the fingernails, and the tongue. And to make sure, I probed every cubic inch of the thing. That's like the Terrans, Thalag said. Very like them. You're sure there's nothing more? If anything else is found, I will personally eat it. You'll have to, Thalag said. Now go and have a drink. That's an order. The engineer saluted and hurried out. I do believe, Thalag said, that they have outmaneuvered themselves. What time is it? 1:15, his secretary said. The presentation is at 9, Thalag said. And according to my sources, The rebels will try to take the weapons tonight. After that, they'll attack in force." His secretary smiled wanly, seeing the plan already. "So be it," Thalag said. "But let's make a few preparations for them." His secretary nodded. Thalag thought for a moment. "Do you know," he said, "I don't see how the weapons would help them against a disciplined army." He stared at the components on his desk. "I really don't. Perhaps they counted on an element of surprise," Thalag said. "Well, to work. And the statue is still absurd aesthetically." His secretary nodded. Philip sat silently for a few moments after Morgan told him. "So, that's how it works," he said finally. "That's it. As simple and obvious as that. They want a concealed trick. We give it to them. Then they want another, even more cleverly concealed trick. We give them that too, and that usually satisfies them. Then—" "But really," Phillips protested, "it's obvious once you look at it." "I know it," Morgan said. "I know it so well. As a part of the BIA, you'll just have to learn to leave subtlety to others." Phillips opened his mouth to speak and then realized what Morgan had said. He was in. He tried to think of something appropriate to say. "Our schemes are so obvious," Morgan sighed. He grinned frankly at Phillips. "But they work." The courtyard in front of Hax's palace was dark. Deep shadows were thrown by the walls, soaring 100 feet above the ground. Shadows were thrown by the imperial buildings, mounting above the walls. In the courtyard, the statue was alone and silent. Starlight glittered feebly along the edge of the upraised sword. "I wish they'd hurry," Thalag muttered to his secretary. "It's chilly." The normal complement of guards paced slowly along the walls, and the color guards stood at the gate. But the courtyard was deserted. "Where is that underground?" Thalag said. "Could someone have warned them?" "Look," his secretary whispered. Blackness moved against blackness. A lump of blackness slid along the edge of the wall, moving in from the street. Another lump followed it. "That's two," Thalag whispered, adjusting his earphones. "Where are the rest of them?" "They must be in the street," his secretary whispered back, "waiting for a signal." There was a faint sound of metal against metal, and the two lumps of darkness froze. "Go tell those clumsy idiots to be quiet," Thalag whispered furiously. "Tell them to hold their fire until I give the signal. We want to get all of them." She moved silently away. Thalag watched the shadows approach the statue. Then he heard static in his earphones. "Here it is," one shadow murmured to another. Thalag's superb amplifying system brought the sound clearly into his earphones. "Right. Are the others ready?" "Yes. Hurry up. Give the word." 12894, the man said. "Horses, dogs, purple, 80, man, pigs." Thalag thought all that just to open a secret panel. "Go ahead," the man said. "You've got the rest of it." "Red, green, scream," the second man said. "Horrible, fast, jump." "It's open," the first man said. "Plug it in." Thalag stared down at them. For one horrible moment he considered the possibility that the engineer had overlooked something. But that was impossible. But what were they doing to the components within? To the power equipment and transistors and circuits? What? There was a clang of metal, and the statue stepped nimbly off the platform. It hesitated a moment, then began to stride toward the palace, its tons of dense metal shaking the courtyard. "Now! Now!" one of the men shouted, and Thalag's sensitive amplifying system blasted it into his ears. The statue gathered speed and headed for the main door. the color guard had time for 3 frenzied shots which glanced harmlessly off the monster's chest. Then they were smashed into the door. The statue went through the thick door like a mailed fist through paper. And the courtyard was alive with men, running, shouting, screaming. Projectiles from simple chemical reaction weapons showered the guards on the walls before they could use their own, vastly more effective arms. And more men poured into the courtyard, bearing down on the smashed door. Thalag thought that half the population of the city must be there, and the rest were outside to judge from the roar. His soldiers were waiting. Thalag's finger was poised over the alarm button, but for one precious, irreplaceable second he couldn't drive it home. One part of his mind was considering how obvious it really was. Those simple components within the statue that you couldn't build an electronic weapon from, to examine every inch of a machine but not question its total function. The other part of his mind was watching the gigantic carbon steel and tungsten man smashing through the palace, effortlessly killing guards, roaming the corridors unkillable, bearing a sword and a loaf of bread, searching for a man who wore its face. End of Hex on Hax. End of Section 5. Section 6 of Still Untouched by Human Hands. Stories by Robert Sheckley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Minimum Man, Part 1. Everybody has his song, thought Anton Perseveral. A pretty girl is like a melody, and a brave spaceman like a flurry of trumpets. Wise old men on the Interplanetary Council make one think of richly blended woodwinds. There are geniuses whose lives are an intricate counterpoint endlessly embellished, and scum of the planets whose existence seems nothing more than the wail of an oboe against the inexorable pounding of a brass drum. Perseveral thought about this, loosely gripping a razor blade and contemplating the faint blue veins in his wrist. For if everybody has his song, his could be likened to a poorly conceived and miserably executed symphony of errors. There had been muted horns of gladness at his birth. Bravely to the sound of muffled drums, young Perseveral had ventured into school. He had excelled and been promoted to a small workshop class of 500 pupils, where he could receive a measure of individual attention. The future had looked promising. But he was congenitally unlucky. There was a constant series of small accidents with overturned inkwells, lost books, and misplaced papers. Things had a damnable propensity for breaking under his fingers, or sometimes his fingers broke under things. To make matters worse, he caught every possible childhood disease, including proto-measles, Algerian mumps, impetigo, foxpox, green fever, and orange fever. These things in no way reflected upon Perseveral's native ability. But one needs more than ability in a crowded and competitive world. One needs considerable luck, and Perseveral had none. He was transferred to an ordinary class of 10,000 students, where his problems were intensified and his opportunities for catching disease expanded. He was a tall, thin, bespectacled, good-hearted, hard-working young man, whom the doctors early diagnosed as accident-prone, for reasons which defied their analysis. But whatever the reasons, the facts remained. Perseveral was one of those unhappy people for whom life is difficult to the point of impossibility. Most people slip through the jungle of human existence with the facility of prowling panthers. But for the Perseverals, the jungle is continually beset with traps, snares, and devices, sudden precipices and unfordable streams, deadly fungus and deadlier beasts. No way is safe. All roads lead to disaster. Young Perseveral won his way through college in spite of his remarkable talent for breaking his leg on winding staircases, twisting his ankle on curbstones, fracturing his elbow in revolving doors, smashing his glasses against plate glass windows, and all the rest of the sad, ludicrous, painful events which beset the accident-prone. Manfully, he resisted the solace of hypochondria and kept trying. Upon graduation from college, Perseveral took himself firmly in hand and tried to reassert the early clear theme of hope set by his stalwart father and gentle mother. With a ruffle of drums and a thrilling of chords, Perseveral entered the island of Manhattan to forge his destiny. He worked hard to conquer his unhappy predisposition and to stay cheerful and optimistic in spite of everything. But his predisposition caught up with him. The noble chords dissolved into vague mutterings, and the symphony of his life degenerated to the level of opera bouffe. Perseveral lost job after job in a snarl of broken Vox writers and smeared contracts, forgotten file cards and misplaced data sheets. In a mounting crescendo of ribs wrenched in the subway rush, ankles sprained on gratings, glasses smashed against unseen projections, and in a bout of illnesses which included hepatitis type J, Martian flu, Venusian flu, waking sickness, and giggling fever. Perseveral still resisted the lure of hypochondria. He dreamed of space, of the iron-jawed adventures advancing man's frontier, of the new settlements on distant planets, of vast expanses of open land where, far from the hectic plastic jungles of Earth, a man could really find himself. He applied to the Planetary Exploration and Settlement Board and was turned down. Reluctantly, he pushed the dream aside and tried a variety of jobs. He underwent analysis, hypnotic suggestion, hypnotic hypersuggestion, and countersuggestion removal, all to no avail. Every man has his limits, and every symphony has its end. Perseveral gave up hope at the age of 34 when he was fired after 3 days from a job he had sought for 2 months. That, as far as he was concerned, provided the final humorous off-key cymbal clash to something which probably shouldn't have been started in the first place. Grimly, he took his meager paycheck, accepted a last wary handshake from his former employer, and rode the elevator to the lobby. Already, vague thoughts of suicide were crossing his mind, in the form of truck wheels, gas pipes, tall buildings, and swift rivers. The elevator reached the great marble lobby with its uniformed riot policemen and its crowds waiting admittance to the midtown streets. Perseveral waited online, idly watching the population density meter fluctuate below the panic line until his turn came. Outside, he joined a compact body of people moving westward in the direction of his housing project. Suicidal thoughts continued to flow through his mind, more slowly now, taking more definite forms. He considered methods and means until he reached home. There, he disengaged himself from the crowd and slipped in through an entry port. He struggled against a flood of children pouring through corridors and reached his city-provided cubicle. He entered, closed, and locked the door, and took a razor blade from his shaving kit. He lay down on the bed, propping his feet against the opposite wall, and contemplated the faint blue veins of his wrist. Could he do it? Could he do it cleanly and quickly, without error and without regret? Or would he bungle this job too, and be dragged screaming to a hospital, a ludicrous sight for the interns to snicker about? As he was thinking, a yellow envelope was slipped under his door. It was a telegram, arriving pat on the hour of decision, with a melodramatic suddenness which Perseveral considered quite suspect. Still, he put down the razor blade and picked up the envelope. It was from the Planetary Exploration and Settlement Board, the great organization that controlled every Earthman's movements in space. With trembling fingers, Perseveral opened the envelope and read, Mr. Anton Perseveral, Temporary Housing Project 1993, District 43825, Manhattan 212, New York. Dear Mr. Perseveral, 3 years ago you applied to us for a position in any off-Earth capacity. Regretfully, we had to turn you down at that time. Your records have been kept on file, however, and have recently been brought up to date. I am happy to inform you that a position is immediately available for you, one which I consider well suited to your particular talents and qualifications. I believe this job will meet with your approval, carrying as it does a salary of $20,000 a year, all government fringe benefits, and an unexcelled opportunity for advancement. Could you come in and discuss it with me? Sincerely, William Haskell, Assistant Placement Director, WH-IBM 3DC. Perseveral folded the telegram carefully and put it back in its envelope. His first feeling of intense joy vanished, to be replaced by a sense of apprehension. What talents and qualifications did he have for a job commanding $20,000 a year and benefits? Could they be confusing him with a different Anton Perseveral? It seemed unlikely. The board just didn't do that sort of thing. And presuming that they knew him and his ill-starred past, what could they possibly want from him? What could he do that practically any man, woman, or child couldn't do better? Perseveral put the telegram in his pocket and replaced the razor blade in his shaving kit. Suicide seemed a little premature now. First, he would find out what Haskell wanted. At the headquarters of the Planetary Exploration and Settlement Board, Perseveral was admitted at once to William Haskell's private office. The assistant placement director was a large, blunt-featured, white-haired man who radiated a geniality which Perseveral found suspicious. Sit down, Mr. Perseveral," Haskell said. "Cigarette? Care for a drink? Awfully glad you could make it." "Are you sure you have the right man?" Perseveral asked. Haskell glanced through a dossier on his desk. "Let's see. Anton Perseveral, age 34, parents Gregory James Perseveral and Anita Swans Perseveral, Laketown, New Jersey. Is that right?" "Yes," Perseveral said. "And you have a job for me?" "We have indeed." "Paying $20,000 a year in benefits." "Perfectly correct." "Could you tell me what the job is?" "That's what we're here for," Haskell said cheerfully. "The job I have in mind for you, Mr. Perseveral, is listed in our catalog as Extraterrestrial Explorer." "I beg your pardon?" "Extraterrestrial or Alien Planet Explorer," Haskell said. "The explorers, you know, are the men who make the first contacts on alien planets, the primary settlers who gather our essential data. I think of them as the Drakes and Magellans of this century. It is, I think you'll agree, an excellent opportunity." Perseveral stood up, his face a dull red. "If you're finished with the joke, I'll leave." "Eh? Me, an extraterrestrial explorer?" Perseveral said with a bitter laugh. "Don't try to kid me. I read the papers. I know what the explorers are like." "What are they like?" "They're Earth's finest," Perseveral said. "The very best brains and the very best bodies. Men with trigger-quick reactions, able to tackle any problems, cope with any situation, adjust to any environment. Isn't that true?" "Well," Haskell said, "it was true back in the early days of planetary exploration, and we have allowed that stereotype to remain in the public eye to instill confidence. But that type of explorer is now obsolete. There are plenty of other jobs for men such as you describe, but not planetary exploration." "Couldn't your supermen make the grade?" Percival asked with a faint sneer. "Of course they could," Haskell said. "No paradoxes involved here. The record of our early explorers is unsurpassed. Those men managed to survive on every planet where human survival was even remotely possible, against overwhelming odds by sheer grit and tenacity. The planets called for their every resource, and they rose to meet the challenge. They stand as an eternal monument to the toughness and adaptability of Homo sapiens." "Then why do you stop using them?" "Because our problems on Earth changed," Haskell told him. "In the early days, the exploration of space was an adventure, a scientific achievement, a defense measure, a symbol. But that passed. Earth's overpopulation trend continued, explosively. Millions spilled into relatively empty lands like Brazil, New Guinea, and Australia. But the population explosion quickly filled them. In major cities, the population panic point was reached and produced the weekend riots, and the population, bolstered by geriatrics and a further sharp decrease in infant mortality, continued to grow. Haskell rubbed his forehead. It was a mess. But the ethics of population increase aren't my business. All we at the board knew was we had to have new land fast. We needed planets which, unlike Mars and Venus, would be rapidly self-supporting. Places to which we could siphon millions, while the scientists and politicians on Earth tried to straighten things out. We had to open these planets to colonization as rapidly as possible, and that meant speeding up the initial exploratory process. I know all that, Perseveral said, but I still don't see why you stopped using the Optimum Explorer type. Isn't it obvious? We were looking for places where ordinary people could settle and survive. Our Optimum Explorer type was not ordinary. Quite the contrary, he almost approximated a new species, and he was no judge of ordinary survival conditions. For example, there are bleak, dreary, rain-swept little planets that the average colonist finds depressing to the point of insanity. But our Optimum Explorer is too sound to be disturbed by climatic monotony. Germs which devastate thousands give him, at most, a bad time for a while. Dangers which can push a colony to the brink of disaster, our Optimum Explorer simply evades. He can't assess these things in everyday terms. They simply don't touch him. I'm beginning to see, Perseveral said. Now, the best way, Haskell said, would have been to attack these planets in stages. First, an explorer, then a basic research team, then a trial colony composed largely of psychologists and sociologists, then a research group to interpret the findings of the other groups, and so forth. But there's never enough time or money for all that. We need those colonies right now, not in 50 years. Mr. Haskell paused and looked hard at Perseveral. So, you see, we must have immediate knowledge as to whether a group of ordinary people could live and thrive on any new planet. That's why we changed our qualifications for explorers. Perseveral nodded. Ordinary explorers for ordinary people. There's just one thing, however. Yes? I don't know how well you know my background. Quite well, Haskell assured him. Then you might have noticed that I have certain tendencies toward, well, a certain accident proneness. To tell you the honest truth, I have a hard time surviving right here on Earth. I know, Mr. Haskell said pleasantly. Then how would I make out on an alien planet? And why would you want me? Mr. Haskell looked slightly ill at ease. Well, you stated our position wrongly when you said ordinary explorers for ordinary people. It isn't that simple. A colony is composed of thousands, often millions of people, who vary considerably in their survival potentialities. Humanity and the law state that all of them must have a fighting chance. The people themselves must be reassured before they'll leave Earth. We must convince them, and the law, and ourselves, that even the weakest will have a chance for survival. Go on, Perseveral said. Therefore, Haskell said quickly, some years ago we stopped using the Optimum Survival Explorer and began using the Minimum Survival Explorer. Perseveral sat for a while digesting this information. So, you want me because any place I can live in, anyone can live in. That more or less sums up our thinking on the problem, Haskell said, smiling genially. But what would my chances be? Some of our minimum survival explorers have done very well. And others? There are hazards, of course, Haskell admitted. And aside from the potential dangers of the planet itself, there are other risks involved in the very nature of the experiment. I can't even tell you what they are, since that would destroy our only control element on the minimum survival test. I simply tell you that they are present. Not a very good outlook, Perseveral said. Perhaps not, but think of the rewards if you won through. You would, in effect, be the founding father of a colony. Your value as an expert would be immeasurable. You would have a permanent place in the life of the community. And equally important, you might be able to dispel certain insidious self-doubts concerning your place in the scheme of things. Perseveral nodded reluctantly. Tell me one thing. Your telegram arrived today at a particularly crucial moment. It seemed almost— Yes, it was planned, Haskell said. We found that the people we want are most receptive when they've reached a certain psychological state. We keep close watch over the few who fit our requirements, waiting for the right moment to make our presentation. It might have been embarrassing if you'd been an hour later, Perseveral said. Or unfruitful if we'd been a day earlier. Haskell arose from behind his desk. Would you join me for lunch, Mr. Perseveral? We can discuss final details over a bottle of wine. All right, Perseveral said, but I'm not making any promises yet. Of course not, Haskell said, opening the door for him. After lunch, Perseveral did some hard thinking. The explorer's job appealed to him strongly in spite of the risks. It was, after all, no more dangerous than suicide and much better paying. The rewards were great if he won. The penalty for failure was no more than the price he had been about to pay for failure on Earth. He hadn't done well in 34 years on Earth. The best he had shown were flashes of ability marred by a strong affinity for illness, accident, and blunder. But Earth was crowded, cluttered, and confused. Perhaps his accident-proneness had been not some structural flaw in him, but the product of intolerable conditions. Exploration would give him a new environment. He would be alone, dependent only on himself, answerable only to himself. It would be tremendously dangerous, but what could be more dangerous than a glittering razor blade held in his own hand? This would be the supreme effort of his life, the ultimate test. He would fight as he had never fought before to conquer his fatal tendencies. And this time he would throw every ounce of strength and determination into the struggle. He accepted the job. In the next weeks of preparation, he ate and drank and slept determination, hammered it into his brain and wove it between his nerves, mumbled it to himself like a Buddhist prayer, dreamed about it, brushed his teeth and washed his hands with it, meditated upon it until the monotonous refrain buzzed in his head, waking and sleeping, and began slowly to act as a check and restraint upon action. The day arrived when he was assigned a year's tour of duty upon a promising planet in the East Star Ridge. Haskell wished him luck and promised to stay in touch by L-phase radio. Perseveral and his equipment were put aboard the picket ship Queen of Glasgow, and the adventure was begun. During the months in space, Perseveral continued to think obsessively of his resolve. He handled himself carefully in no weight, watched his every movement and cross-checked his every motive. This continuous inspection slowed him down considerably, but gradually it became habitual. A set of new reflexes began to form, struggling to conquer the old reflex system. But progress was spasmodic. In spite of his efforts, Perseveral caught a minor skin irritation from the ship's purification system, broke one of his 10 pairs of glasses against a bulkhead, and suffered numerous headaches, backaches, skinned knuckles, and stubbed toes. Still, he felt he had made progress, and his resolution hardened accordingly, and at last his planet came into view. The planet was named Theta. Perseveral and his equipment were set down on a grassy, forested upland near a mountain range. The area had been pre-selected by Air Survey for its promising qualities. Water, wood, local fruits, and mineral-bearing ores were all nearby. The area could make an excellent colony site. The ship's officers wished him luck and departed. Perseveral watched until the ship vanished into a bank of clouds. Then he went to work. First, he activated his robot. It was a tall, gleaming, black multi-purpose machine, standard equipment for explorers and settlers. It couldn't talk, sing, recite, or play cards like the more expensive models. Its only response was a headshake or a nod, dull companionship for the year ahead. But it was programmed to handle verbal work commands of a considerable degree of complexity, to perform the heaviest labor, and to show a degree of foresight in problem situations. With the robot's help, Perseveral set up his camp on the plain, keeping a careful check on the horizon for signs of trouble. The air survey had detected no signs of an alien culture, but you could never tell. And the nature of Theta's animal life was still uninvestigated. He worked slowly and carefully, and the silent robot worked beside him. By evening, he had set up a temporary camp. He activated the radar alarm and went to bed. He awoke just after dawn to the shrilling of the radar alarm bell. He dressed and hurried outside. There was an angry humming in the air, like the sound of a locust horde. "Get 2 beamers," he told the robot, "and hurry back. Bring the binoculars, too." The robot nodded and lurched off. Perseveral turned slowly, shivering in the gray dawn, trying to locate the direction of the sound. He scanned the damp plain, the green edge of the forest, the cliffs beyond. Nothing moved. Then he saw, outlined against the sunrise, something that looked like a low, dark cloud. The cloud was flying toward his camp, moving very quickly against the wind. The robot returned with the beamers. Perseveral took one and directed the robot to hold the other, awaiting orders to fire. The robot nodded, his eye cells gleaming dully as he turned toward the sunrise. When the cloud swept nearer, it resolved into a gigantic flock of birds. Perseveral studied them through his binoculars. They were about the size of Terran hawks, but their darting, erratic flight resembled the flight of bats. They were heavily taloned, and their long beaks were edged with sharp teeth. With all that lethal armament, they had to be carnivorous. The flock circled them, humming loudly. Then, from all directions, with wings swept back and talons spread, they began to dive. Perseveral directed the robot to begin firing. He and the robot stood back to back, blasting into the onslaught of birds. There was a whirling confusion of blood and feathers as battalions of birds were scythed out of the sky. Perseveral and the robot were holding their own, keeping the aerial wolf pack at a distance, even beating it back. Then Perseveral's beamer failed. The beamers were supposed to be fully charged and guaranteed for 75 hours at full automatic. A beamer couldn't fail. He stood for a moment, stupidly clicking the trigger. Then he flung down the weapon and hurried to the supplies tent, leaving the robot to continue the fight alone. He located his 2 spares and came out. When he rejoined the battle, he saw that the robot's beamer had stopped functioning. The robot stood erect, beating off the swarm of birds with his arms. Drops of oil sprayed from his joints as he flailed at the dense flock. He swayed, dangerously close to losing his balance, and Perseveral saw that some birds had evaded his swinging arms and were perched on his shoulders, pecking at his eye cells and kinesthetic antenna. Perseveral swung up both beamers and began to cut into the swarm. One weapon failed almost immediately. He continued chopping with the last, praying it would retain its charge. The flock, finally alarmed by its losses, rose and wheeled away, screaming and hooting. Miraculously unhurt, Perseveral and the robot stood knee-deep in scattered feathers and charred bodies. Perseveral looked at the 4 beamers, 3 of which had failed him entirely. Then he marched angrily to the communications tent. He contacted Haskell and told him about the attack of the birds and the failure of 3 beamers out of 4. Red-faced with outrage, he denounced the men who were supposed to check an explorer's equipment. Then, out of breath, he waited for Haskell's apology and explanation. "That," Haskell said, "was one of the control elements." "Huh?" "I explained it to you months ago," Haskell said. "We are testing for minimum survival conditions. Minimum, remember? We have to know what will happen to a colony composed of people of varying degrees of proficiency. Therefore, we look for the lowest denominator. I know all that, but the beamers. Mr. Perseveral, setting up a colony, even on an absolutely minimum basis, is a fantastically expensive operation. We supply our colonists with the newest and best in guns and equipment, but we can't replace things that stop functioning or are used up. The colonists have to use irreplaceable ammunition, equipment that breaks and wears out, food stores that become exhausted or spoiled. "And that's what you've given me?" Perseveral asked. "Of course. As a control, we have equipped you with the minimum of survival equipment. That's the only way we'll be able to predict how the colonists will make out on Theta." "But it isn't fair. Explorers always get the best equipment." "No," Haskell said. "The old-style optimum survival explorers did, of course, but we're testing for least potential, which must extend to equipment as well as to personality. I told you there would be risks." "Yes, you did," Perseveral said. "But, all right, do you have any other little secrets in store for me?" "Not really," Haskell said, after a momentary pause. "Both you and your equipment are of minimum survival quality. That about sums it up." Perseveral detected something evasive in this answer, but Haskell refused to be more specific. They signed off, and Perseveral returned to the chaos of his camp. Perseveral and the robot moved their camp to the shelter of the forest for protection against further assaults by the birds. In setting up again, Perseveral noted that fully half of his ropes were badly worn. His electrical fixtures were beginning to burn out, and the canvas of his tent showed mildew. Laboriously, he repaired everything, bruising his knuckles and skinning his palms. Then his generator broke down. He sweated over it for 3 days, trying to figure out the trouble from the badly printed instruction book written in German that had been sent with the machine. Nothing seemed to be set up right in the generator, and nothing worked. At last he discovered, by pure accident, that the book was meant for an entirely different model. He lost his temper at this and kicked the generator, almost breaking the little toe of his right foot. Then he took himself firmly in hand and worked for another 4 days, figuring out the differences between his model and the model described, until he had the generator working again. The birds found that they could plummet through the trees into Percival's camp, snatch food, and be gone before the beamer could be leveled at them. Their attacks cost Percival a pair of glasses and a nasty wound on the neck. Laboriously, he wove nets, and with the robot's help strung them in the branches above his camp. The birds were baffled. Perseveral finally had time to check his food stores and to discover that many of his dehydrated staples had been poorly processed, and others had become a host to an ugly airborne fungus. Either way, it added up to spoilage. Unless he took measures now, he would be short of food during the Thetan winter. He ran a series of tests on local fruits, grains, berries, and vegetables. They showed several varieties to be safe and nourishing. He ate these and broke into a spectacular allergy rash. Painstaking work with his medical kit gave him a cure for the allergy, and he set up a test to discover the guilty plant. But just as he was checking final results, the robot stamped in, upsetting test tubes and spilling irreplaceable chemicals. Perseveral had to continue the allergy tests on himself, and to exclude 1 berry and 2 vegetables as unfit for his consumption. But the fruits were excellent, and the local grains made a fine bread. Perseveral collected seed, and late in the Thetan spring directed the robot to the tasks of plowing and planting. The robot worked tirelessly in the new fields, while Perseveral did some exploring. He found pieces of smooth rock upon which characters had been scratched, and what looked like numbers, and even little stick pictures of trees and clouds and mountains. Intelligent beings must have lived on Theta, he decided. Quite probably they still inhabited some parts of the planet, but he had no time to search for them. When Percival checked his fields, he found that the robot had planted the seed inches too deep, in spite of his programmed instructions. That crop was lost, and Perseveral planted the next by himself. He built a wooden shack and replaced the rotting tents with storage sheds. Slowly, he made his preparations for survival through the winter. And slowly, he began to suspect that his robot was wearing out. The great black all-purpose machine performed its tasks as before, but the robot's movements were growing increasingly jerky, and his use of strength was indiscriminate. Heavy jars splintered in his grip, and farming implements broke when he used them. Perseveral programmed him for weeding the fields, but the robot's broad splay feet trampled the grain sprouts as his fingers plucked the weeds. When the robot went out to chop firewood, he usually succeeded in breaking the axe handle. The cabin shook when the robot entered, and the door sometimes left its hinges. Perseveral wondered and worried about the robot's deterioration. There was no way he could repair it, for the robot was a factory-sealed unit, meant to be repaired only by factory technicians with special tools, parts, and knowledge. All Perseveral could do was retire the robot from service, but that would leave him completely alone. He programmed increasingly simple tasks into the robot and took more work upon himself. Still, the robot continued to deteriorate. Then, one evening, when Perseveral was eating his dinner, the robot lurched against the stove and sent a pot of boiling rice flying. With his newfound survival talents, Perseveral flung himself out of the way, and the boiling mess landed on his left shoulder instead of his face. That was too much. The robot was dangerous to have around. After dressing his burn, Perseveral decided to turn the robot off and continue the work of survival alone. In a firm voice, he gave the dormancy command. The robot simply glared at him and moved restlessly around the cabin, not responding to a robot's most basic command. Perseveral gave the order again. The robot shook his head and began to stack firewood. Something had gone wrong. He would have to turn the robot off manually. But there was no sign of the usual cutout switch anywhere on the machine's gleaming black surface. Nevertheless, Perseveral took out his toolkit and approached the robot. Amazingly, the robot backed away from him, arms raised defensively. "Stand still!" Perseveral shouted. The robot moved away until his back was against the wall. Perseveral hesitated, wondering what was going wrong. Machines weren't permitted to disobey orders, and the willingness to give up life had been carefully structured into all robotic devices. He advanced on the robot, determined to turn him off somehow. The robot waited until he was close, then swung an armored fist at him. Perseveral dodged out of the way and flung a wrench at the robot's kinesthetic antenna. The robot quickly retracted it and swung again. This time, his armored fist caught Percival in the ribs. Perseveral fell to the floor, and the robot stood over him, his eye cells flaring red and his iron fingers opening and closing. Perseveral shut his eyes and waited for the coup de grace. But the machine turned and left the shack, smashing the lock as he went. In a few minutes, Perseveral heard the sound of firewood being cut and stacked, as usual. With the aid of his medical kit, Perseveral taped up his side. The robot finished work and came back for further instructions. Shakily, Perseveral ordered him to a distant spring for water. The robot left, showing no further signs of aggression. Perseveral dragged himself to the radio shack. "You shouldn't have tried to turn him off," Haskell said when he heard what had happened. "He isn't designed to be turned off. Wasn't that apparent? For your own safety, don't try it again." "But what's the reason?" "Because, as you probably guessed by now, the robot acts as our quality control over you." "I don't understand," Perseveral said. "Why do you need a quality control?" "Must I go through it all again?" Haskell asked wearily. "You were hired as a minimum survival explorer. Not average, not superior, minimum." "Yes, but let me continue. Do you recall how you were during your 34 years on Earth? You were continually beset by accident, disease, and general misfortune. That is what we wanted on Theta. But you've changed, Mr. Perseveral. I've certainly tried to change. Of course, Haskell said. We expected it. Most of our minimum survival explorers change. Faced with a new environment and a fresh start, they get a grip on themselves such as they've never had before. But it's not what we're testing for, so we have to compensate for the change. Colonists, you see, don't always come to a planet in a spirit of self-improvement. And any colony has its careless ones, to say nothing of the aged, the infirm, the feeble-minded, the foolhardy, the inexperienced children, and so forth. Our minimum survival standards are a guarantee that all of them will have a chance. Now are you beginning to understand? I think so, Perseveral said. That's why we need a quality control over you, to keep you from acquiring the average or superior survival qualities which we are not testing for. Therefore the robot, Perseveral said bleakly. Correct. The robot has been programmed to act as a check, a final control over your survival tendencies. He reacts to you, Perseveral. As long as you stay within a pre-selected range of general incompetence, the robot operates at par. But when you improve, become more skillful at survival, less accident-prone, the robot's behavior deteriorates. He begins to break the things that you should be breaking, to form the wrong decisions that you should be forming. That isn't fair. Perseveral, you seem to feel that we're running some kind of sanatorium or self-aid program for your benefit. Well, we're not. We're interested only in getting the job that we bought and paid for. The job, let me add, which you chose as an alternative to suicide. All right, Perseveral shouted. I'm doing the job. But is there any rule that says I can't dismantle that damned robot? No rule at all, Haskell said in a quieter voice, if you can do it. But I earnestly advise you not to try. It's too dangerous. The robot will not allow himself to be deactivated. That's for me to decide, not him, Perseveral said, and signed off. End of The Minimum Man, Part 1. End of Section 6. Section 7 of Still Untouched by Human Hands. Stories by Robert Sheckley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Minimum Man, Part 2. Spring passed on Theta, and Perseveral learned how to live with his robot. He ordered him to scout a distant mountain range, but the robot refused to leave him. He tried giving him no orders, but the black monster wouldn't stay idle. If no work was assigned, the robot assigned work to himself, suddenly bursting into action and creating havoc in Perseveral's field and sheds. In self-defense, Perseveral gave him the most harmless task he could think of. He ordered the robot to dig a well, hoping he would bury himself in it. But, grimy and triumphant, the robot emerged every evening and entered the cabin, showering dirt into Perseveral's food, transmitting allergies, and breaking dishware and windows. Grimly, Perseveral accepted the status quo. The robot now seemed the embodiment of that other, darker side of himself, the inept and accident-prone Perseveral. Watching the robot on his destructive rounds, he felt as though he were watching a misshapen portion of himself, a sickness cast into solid living form. He tried to shake free of this fantasy. But more and more, the robot came to represent his own destructive urges, cut loose from the life impulse and allowed to run rampant. Perseveral worked, and his neurosis stalked behind him, eternally destructive, yet, in the manner of neuroses, protective of itself. His self-perpetuating malady lived with him, watched him while he ate, and stayed close while he slept. Perseveral did his work and became increasingly competent at it. He took what enjoyment he could from the days, regretted the setting of the sun, and lived through the horror of the nights when the robot stood beside his bed and seemed to wonder if now were the time for a summing up. And in the morning, still alive, Perseveral tried to think of ways of disposing of his staggering, lurching, destructive neurosis. But the deadlock remained until a new factor appeared to complicate matters. It had rained heavily for several days. When the weather cleared, Perseveral walked out to his fields. The robot lumbered behind him, carrying the farming tools. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the moist ground under his feet. It widened, and the whole section he was standing on collapsed. Perseveral leapt for firm ground. He made it to the slope, and the robot pulled him up the rest of the way, almost yanking his arm from his socket. When he examined the collapsed section of field, he saw that a tunnel had run under it. Digging marks were still visible. One side was blocked by the fall. On the other side, the tunnel continued deep into the ground. Perseveral went back for his beamer and his flashlight. He climbed down one side of the hole and flashed his light into the tunnel. He saw a great furry shape retreat hastily around a bend. It looked like a giant mole. At last, he had met another species of life on Theta. For the next few days, he cautiously probed the tunnels. Several times he glimpsed gray, mole-like shapes, but they fled from him into a labyrinth of passageways. He changed his tactics. He went only a few hundred feet into the main tunnel and left a gift of fruit. When he returned the next day, the fruit was gone. In its place were 2 lumps of lead. The exchange of gifts continued for a week. Then one day, when Perseveral was bringing more fruit and berries, a giant mole appeared, approaching slowly and with evident nervousness. He motioned at Perseveral's flashlight, and Perseveral covered the lens so that it wouldn't hurt the mole's eyes. He waited. The mole advanced slowly on 2 legs, his nose wrinkling, his small wrinkled hands clasped to his chest. He stopped and looked at Perseveral with bulging eyes. Then he bent down and scratched a symbol in the dirt of the passageway. Perseveral had no idea what the symbol meant, but the act itself implied language, intelligence, and a grasp of abstractions. He scratched a symbol beside the mole's to imply the same things. An act of communication between alien races had begun. The robot stood behind Perseveral, his eye cells glowing, watching while the man and the mole searched for something in common. Contact meant more labor for Perseveral. The fields and gardens still had to be tended, the repairs on equipment made, and the robot watched. In his spare time, Perseveral worked hard to learn the mole's language, and the moles worked equally hard to teach him. Perseveral and the mole slowly grew to understand each other, to enjoy each other's company, to become friends. Perseveral learned about their daily lives, their abhorrence of the light, their journeys through the underground caverns, their quest for knowledge and enlightenment. And he taught them what he could about man. "But what is the metal thing?" the moles wanted to know. "A servant of man," Perseveral told them. "But it stands behind you and glares. It hates you, the metal thing. Do all metal things hate men?" "Certainly not," Perseveral said. "This is a special case." "It frightens us. Do all metal things frighten?" "Some do, not all." "And it is hard to think when the metal thing stares at us, hard to understand you. Is it always like that with metal things?" "Sometimes they do interfere," Perseveral admitted. "But don't worry, the robot won't hurt you." The mole people weren't so sure. Perseveral made what excuses he could for the heavy, lurching, boorish machine, spoke of machinery service to man and the graciousness of life that it made possible. But the mole people weren't convinced and shrank from the robot's dismaying presence. Nevertheless, after lengthy negotiations, Perseveral made a treaty with the mole people. In return for supplies of fresh fruits and berries, which the moles coveted but could rarely obtain, they agreed to locate metals for future colonists and find sources of water and oil. Furthermore, the colonists were granted possession of all the surface land of Theta, and the moles were confirmed in their lordship of the underground. This seemed an equitable distribution to both parties, and Perseveral and the Mole Chief signed the stone document with as much of a flourish as an incising tool would allow. To seal the treaty, Perseveral gave a feast. He and the robot brought a great gift of assorted fruits and berries to the mole people. The gray-furred, soft-eyed moles clustered around, squeaking eagerly to each other. The robot set down his baskets of fruit and stepped back. He slipped on a patch of smooth rock, flailed for balance, and came crashing down across one of the moles. Immediately he regained his balance and tried, with his clumsy iron hands, to help the mole up, but he had broken the creature's back. The rest of the moles fled, carrying their dead companion with them, and Percival and the robot were left alone in the tunnel, surrounded by great piles of fruit. That night, Perseveral thought long and hard. He was able to see the damnable logic of the event. Minimum survival contacts with aliens should have an element of uncertainty, distrust, misunderstanding, and even a few deaths. His dealings with the mole people had gone altogether too smoothly for minimum requirements. The robot had simply corrected the situation and had performed the errors which Perseveral should have made on his own. But although he understood the logic of the event, he couldn't accept it. The mole people were his friends, and he had betrayed them. There could be no more trust between them, no hope of cooperation for future colonists, not while the robot clumped and stumbled down the tunnels. Perseveral decided that the robot must be destroyed. Once and for all, he determined to test his painfully acquired skill against the destructive neurosis that walked continually beside him. And if it cost his life, well, Perseveral reminded himself he had been willing to lose it less than a year ago for much poorer reasons. He re-established contact with the moles and discussed the problem with them. They agreed to help him, for even these gentle people had the concept of vengeance. They supplied some ideas which were surprisingly human, since the moles also possessed a form of warfare. They explained it to Perseveral, and he agreed to try their way. In a week, the moles were ready. Perseveral loaded the robot with baskets of fruit and led him into the tunnels, as though they were attempting another treaty. The mole people weren't to be found. Perseveral and the robot journeyed deeper into the passageways, their flashlights probing ahead into the darkness. The robot's eye cells glowed red, and he towered close behind Perseveral, almost at his back. They came to an underground cavern. There was a faint whistle, and Perseveral sprinted out of the way. The robot sensed danger and tried to follow, but he stumbled, thwarted by his own programmed ineptness, and fruit scattered across the cavern floor. Then ropes dropped from the blackness of the cavern's roof and settled around the robot's head and shoulders. He ripped at the tough fiber. More ropes settled around him, hissing in swift flight down from the roof. The robot's eye cells flared as he ripped the cords from his arms. The mole people emerged from the passageways by the dozens. More lines snaked around the robot, whose joints spurted oil as he strained to break the strands. For minutes, the only sounds in the cavern were the hiss of flying ropes, the creak of the robot's joints, and the dry crack of breaking line. Perseveral ran back to join the fight. They bound the robot closer and closer until his limbs had no room to gain a purchase. And still the ropes hissed through the air until the robot toppled over, bound in a great cocoon of rope with only his head and feet showing. Then the mole people squeaked in triumph and tried to gouge out the robot's eyes with their blunt digging claws. But steel shutters slid over the robot's eyes. So they poured sand into his joints until Perseveral pushed them aside and attempted to melt the robot with his last beamer. The beamer failed before the metal even grew hot. They fastened ropes to the robot's feet and dragged him down a passageway that ended in a deep chasm. They levered him over the side and listened while he bounced off the granite sides of the precipice and cheered when he struck bottom. The mole people held a celebration, but Perseveral felt sick. He returned to his shack and lay in bed for 2 days, telling himself over and over that he had not killed a man or even a thinking being. He had simply destroyed a dangerous machine. But he couldn't help remembering the silent companion who had stood with him against the birds, and had weeded his fields and gathered wood for him. Even though the robot had been clumsy and destructive, he had been clumsy and destructive in Perseveral's own personal way, a way that he, above all people, could understand and sympathize with. For a while, he felt as though a part of himself had died, but the mole people came to him in the evenings and consoled him, and there was work to be done in the fields and sheds. It was autumn, time for harvesting and storing his crops. Perseveral went to work. With the robot's removal, his own chronic propensity for accident returned briefly. He fought it back with fresh confidence. By the first snows, his work of storage and food preservation was done, and his year on Theta was coming to an end. He radioed a full report to Haskell on the planet's risks, promises, and potentialities, reported his treaty with the mole people, and recommended the planet for colonization. In 2 weeks, Haskell radioed back. "Good work," he told Perseveral. "The board decided that Theta definitely fits our minimum survival requirements. We're sending out a colony ship at once." "Then the test is over?" Perseveral asked. "Right. The ship should be there in about 3 months. I'll probably take this batch out. My congratulations, Mr. Perseveral. You're going to be the founding father of a brand new colony." Perseveral said, "Mr. Haskell, I don't know how to thank you." "Nothing to thank me for," Haskell said. "Quite the contrary. And by the way, how did you make out with the robot?" "I destroyed him," Perseveral said. He described the killing of the mole and the subsequent events. Haskell said. "You told me there was no rule against it." "There isn't. The robot was part of your equipment, just like the beamers and tents and food supplies. Like them, he was also part of your survival problems. You had a right to do anything you could about him." "Then what's wrong?" "Well, I just hope you really destroyed him. Those quality control models are built to last, you know. They've got self-repair units and a strong sense of self-preservation. It's damned hard to really knock one out." "I think I succeeded," Perseveral said. "I hope so. It would be embarrassing if the robot survived." "Why? Would it come back for revenge?" "Certainly not. A robot has no emotions." "Well?" "The trouble is this. The robot's purpose was to cancel out any gains you made in survival quality. It did, in various destructive ways." "Sure. So if it comes back, I'll have to go through the whole business again." "More. You've been separated from the robot for a few months now. If it's still functioning, it's been accumulating a backlog of accidents for you. All the destructive duties that it should have performed during those months, they'll all have to be discharged before the robot can return to normal duties. See what I mean?" Perseveral cleared his throat nervously. "And, of course, he would discharge them as quickly as possible in order to get back to regular operation." "Of course. Now look, the ship will be there in about 3 months. That's the quickest we can make it. I suggest you make sure that robot is immobilized. We wouldn't want to lose you now." "No, we wouldn't," Perseveral said. "I'll take care of it at once." He equipped himself and hurried to the tunnels. The mole people guided him to the chasm after he explained the problem. Armed with blowtorch, hacksaw, sledgehammer, and cold chisel, Perseveral began a slow descent down the side of the precipice. At the bottom, he quickly located the spot where the robot had landed. There, wedged between 2 boulders, was a complete robot arm, wrenched loose from the shoulder. Further on, he found fragments of a shattered eye cell. And he came across an empty cocoon of ripped and shredded rope. But the robot wasn't there. Perseveral climbed back up the precipice, warned the moles, and began to make what preparations he could. Nothing happened for 12 days. Then news was brought to him in the evening by a frightened mole. The robot had appeared again in the tunnels, stalking the dark passageways with a single eye cell glowing, expertly threading the maze into the main branch. The moles had prepared for his coming with ropes, but the robot had learned. He had avoided the silent dropping nooses and charged into the mole forces. He had killed 6 moles and sent the rest into flight. Perseveral nodded briefly at the news, dismissed the mole, and continued working. He had set up his defenses in the tunnels. Now he had his 4 dead beamers disassembled on the table in front of him. Working without a manual, he was trying to interchange parts to produce one usable weapon. He worked late into the night, testing each component carefully before fitting it back into the casing. The tiny parts seemed to float before his eyes, and his fingers felt like sausages. Very carefully, working with tweezers and a magnifying glass, he began reassembling the weapon. The radio suddenly blared into life. "Anton?" Haskell asked. "What about the robot?" "He's coming," said Percival. "I was afraid so. Now listen. I rushed through a priority call to the robot's manufacturers. I had a hell of a fight with them, but I got their permission for you to deactivate the robot and full instructions on how to do it." "Thanks," Perseveral said. "Hurry up. How's it done?" "You'll need the following equipment. A power source of 200 volts delivered at 25 amps. Can your generator handle that?" "Yes. Go on." "You'll need a bar of copper, some silver wire, and a probe made of some non-conductor such as wood. You set the stuff up in the following." "I'll never have time," Perseveral said, "but tell me quickly." His radio hummed loudly. "Haskell!" Perseveral cried. His radio went dead. Perseveral heard the sounds of breakage coming from the radio shack. Then the robot appeared in the doorway. The robot's left arm and right eye cell were missing, but his self-repair units had sealed the damaged spots. He was colored a dull black now, with rust streaks down his chest and flanks. Perseveral glanced down at the almost completed beamer. He began fitting the final pieces into place. The robot walked toward him. "Go cut firewood," Perseveral said in as normal a tone as he could manage. The robot stopped, turned, picked up the axe, hesitated, and started out the door. Perseveral fitted in the final component, slid the cover into place, and began screwing it down. The robot dropped the axe and turned again, struggling with contradictory commands. Perseveral hoped he might fuse some circuits in the conflict, but the robot made his decision and launched himself at Perseveral. Perseveral raised the beamer and pressed the trigger. The blast stopped the robot in mid-stride. His metallic skin began to glow a faint red. Then the beamer failed again. Perseveral cursed, hefted the heavy weapon, and threw it at the robot's remaining eye cell. It just missed, bouncing off his forehead. Dazed, the robot groped for him. Perseveral dodged his arm and fled from the cabin toward the black mouth of the tunnel. As he entered, he looked back and saw the robot following. He walked several hundred yards down the tunnel. Then he turned on a flashlight and waited for the robot. He had thought the problem out carefully when he discovered that the robot had not been destroyed. His first idea naturally was flight, but the robot, traveling night and day, would easily overtake him. Nor could he dodge aimlessly in and out of the maze of tunnels. He would have to stop and eat, drink, and sleep. The robot wouldn't have to stop for anything. Therefore, he had arranged a series of traps in the tunnels and had staked everything on them. One of them was bound to work. He was sure of it. But even as he told himself this, Perseveral shivered, thinking of the accumulation of accidents that the robot had for him, the months of broken arms and fractured ribs, wrenched ankles, slashes, cuts, bites, infections, and diseases, all of which the robot would hound him into as rapidly as possible in order to get back to normal routine. He would never survive the robot's backlog. His traps had to work. Soon he heard the robot's thundering footsteps. Then the robot appeared, saw him, and lumbered forward. Perseveral sprinted down a tunnel, then turned into a smaller tunnel. The robot followed, gaining slightly. When Perseveral reached a distinctive outcropping of rock, he looked back to gauge the robot's position. Then he tugged a cord he had concealed behind the rock. The roof of the tunnel collapsed, releasing tons of dirt and rock over the robot. If the robot had continued for another step, he would have been buried. But appraising the situation instantly, he whirled and leapt back. Dirt showered him, and small rocks bounced off his head and shoulders, but the main fall missed him. When the last pebble had fallen, the robot climbed over the mound of debris and continued the pursuit. Perseveral was growing short of wind. He was disappointed at the failure of the trap, but, he reminded himself, he had a better one ahead. The next would surely finish off the implacable machine. They ran down a winding tunnel, lit only by occasional flashes from Perseveral's flashlight. The robot began gaining again. Perseveral reached a straight stretch and put on a burst of speed. He crossed a patch of ground that looked exactly like any other patch. But as the robot thundered over it, the ground gave way. Perseveral had calculated it carefully. The trap, which held under his weight, yielded at once under the robot's bulk. The robot thrashed for a handhold. Dirt trickled through his fingers, and he slid into the trap that Perseveral had dug, a pit with sloping sides that came together like a great funnel, designed to keep the robot immovably wedged at the bottom. The robot, however, flung both his legs wide, almost at right angles to his body. His joints creaked as his heels bit into the sloping sides. They sagged under his weight, but held. He was able to stop himself before reaching the bottom, with both legs stiffly outspread and pressed into the soft dirt. The robot's hand gouged deep handholds in the dirt. One leg retracted and found a foothold, then the other. Slowly, the robot extricated himself, and Perseveral started running again. His breath came short and hard now, and he was getting a stitch in his side. The robot gained more easily, and Perseveral had to strain to stay ahead. He had counted on those 2 traps. Now there was just one more left. A very good one, but risky to use. Perseveral forced himself to concentrate in spite of a growing dizziness. The last trap had to be calculated carefully. He passed a stone marked in white and switched off his flashlight. He began counting strides, slowing until the robot was directly behind him, his fingers inches from his neck. 18, 19, 20. On the 20th step, Perseveral flung himself head first into the darkness. For seconds, he seemed to be floating in the air. Then he struck water in a flat, shallow dive, surfaced, and waited. The robot had been too close behind to stop. There was a tremendous splash as he hit the surface of the underground lake, a sound of furious splashing, and finally the sound of bubbles as the heavy robot sank beneath the surface. When he heard that, Perseveral struck out for the opposite shore. He made it and pulled himself out of the icy water. For minutes he lay shuddering on the slimy rocks. Then he forced himself to climb further ashore on hands and knees, to a cache where he had stored firewood matches, whiskey, blankets, and clothes. During the next hours, Perseveral dried himself, changed clothes, and built a small fire. He ate and drank and watched the still surface of the underground lake. 2 days ago, he had tested with a 100-foot line and found no bottom. Perhaps the lake was bottomless. More likely, it fed into a swift-flowing underwater river that would pull the robot along for weeks and months. Perhaps. He heard a faint sound in the water and trained his flashlight in its direction. The robot's head appeared, and then his shoulders and torso emerged. The lake was very evidently not bottomless. The robot must have walked across the bottom and climbed the steep slope on the opposite side. The robot began to climb the slimy rocks near shore. Perseveral wearily pulled himself to his feet and broke into a run. His last trap had failed him, and his neurosis was closing in for the kill. Perseveral headed toward a tunnel exit. He wanted the end to come in sunlight. At a jolting dog trot, Perseveral led the robot out of the tunnels toward a steep mountain slope. His breath felt like fire in his throat, and his stomach muscles were knotted painfully. He ran with his eyes half closed, dizzy from fatigue. His traps had failed. Why hadn't he realized the certainty of their failure earlier? The robot was part of himself, his own neurosis moving to destroy him. And how can a man trick the trickiest part of himself? The right hand always finds out what the left hand is doing, and the cleverest of devices never fools the supreme fooler for long. He had gone about the thing in the wrong way, Perseveral thought, as he began to climb the mountain slope. The way to freedom is not through deception, it is— The robot clutched at his heel, reminding Perseveral of the difference between theoretical and practical knowledge. He pulled himself out of the way and bombarded the robot with stones. The robot brushed them aside and continued climbing. Perseveral cut diagonally across the steep rock face. The way to freedom, he told himself, is not through deception. That was bound to fail. The way out is through change. The way out is through conquest, not of the robot, but of what the robot represented. Himself. He was feeling lightheaded, and his thoughts poured on unchecked. If, he insisted to himself, he could conquer his sense of kinship with the robot, then obviously the robot would no longer be his neurosis, it would simply be a neurosis with no power over him. All he had to do was lose his neurosis, even for 10 minutes, and the robot couldn't harm him. All sense of fatigue left him, and he was flooded with a supreme and intoxicating confidence. Boldly, he ran across a mass of jumbled rocks, a perfect place for a twisted ankle or a broken leg. A year ago, even a month ago, he would infallibly have had an accident. But the changed Perseveral, striding like a demigod, traversed the rocks without error. The robot, one-armed and one-eyed, doggedly took the accident upon himself. He tripped and sprawled at full length across the sharp rocks. When he picked himself up and resumed the chase, he was limping. Completely intoxicated but minutely watchful, Perseveral came to a granite wall and leapt for a fingerhold that was no more than a gray shadow above him. For a heart-stopping second he dangled in the air. Then, as his fingers began to slip, his foot found a hold. Without hesitation, he pulled himself up. The robot followed, his dry joints creaking loudly. He bent a finger out of commission, making the climb that Perseveral should have failed. Perseveral leapt from boulder to boulder. The robot came after him, slipping and straining, drawing near. Perseveral didn't care. The thought struck him that all his years of accident proneness had gone into the making of this moment. The tide had turned now. He was at last what nature had intended him to be all along, an accident-proof man. The robot crawled after him up a dazzling surface of white rock. Perseveral, drunk with supreme confidence, pushed boulders into motion and shouted to create an avalanche. The rocks began to slide, and above him he heard a deep rumble. He dodged around a boulder, evaded the robot's outflung arm, and came to a dead end. He was in a small, shallow cave. The robot loomed in front of him, blocking the entrance, his iron fist pulled back. Perseveral burst into laughter at the sight of the poor, clumsy, accident-prone robot. Then the robot's fist, driven by the full force of his body, shot out. Perseveral ducked, but it wasn't necessary. The clumsy robot missed him anyhow by at least half an inch. It was just the sort of mistake Perseveral had expected of the ridiculous accident-prone creature. The force of the swing carried the robot outward. He fought hard to regain his balance, poised on the lip of the cliff. Any normal man or robot would have regained it, but not the accident-prone robot. He fell on his face, smashing his last eye cell, and began to roll. Perseveral leaned out to accelerate the roll, then quickly crouched back inside the shallow cave. The avalanche completed the job for him, rolling a diminishing black dot down the dusty white mountainside and burying it under tons of stone. Perseveral watched it all, chuckling to himself. Then he began to ask himself what exactly he had been doing. And that was when he started to shake. Months later, Perseveral stood by the gangplank of the colony ship Cuchulainn, watching the colonists step down into Theta's midwinter sunshine. There were all types and kinds. They had all come to Theta for a chance at a new life. Each of them was vitally important, at least to himself, and each deserved a fighting chance at survival, no matter what his potentialities. And he, Anton Perseveral, had scouted the minimum survival requirements on Theta for these people, and had, in some measure, given hope and promise to the least capable among them, the incompetents who also wanted to live. He turned away from the stream of pioneers and entered the ship by a rear ladder. He walked down a corridor and entered Haskell's cabin. "Well, Anton," Haskell said, "how do they look to you?" "They seem like a nice group," Perseveral said. "They are. Those people consider you their founding father, Anton. They want you here. Will you stay?" Perseveral said, "I consider Theta my home." "Then it's settled. I'll just—" "Wait," Perseveral said. "I'm not finished. I consider Theta my home. I want to settle here, marry, raise kids, but not yet." "Eh?" "I have grown pretty fond of exploring," Perseveral said. "I'd like to do some more of it. Maybe 1 or 2 more planets. Then I'll settle down on Theta." "I was afraid you might want that," Haskell said unhappily. "What's wrong with it?" "Nothing, but I'm afraid we can't use you again as an explorer, Anton." "Why not?" "You know what we need. Minimum survival personalities for staking out future colonies. You cannot by any stretch of the imagination be considered a minimum survival personality any longer." "But I'm the same man I always was," Perseveral said. "Oh, sure, I improved on the planet, but you expected that and had the robot to compensate for it. And at the end—" "Yes, what about that?" "Well, at the end, I just got carried away. I think I was drunk or something. I can't imagine how I acted that way." "Still, that's how you did act." "Yes, but look, even with that, I barely survived the experience. The total experience on Theta. Barely. Doesn't that prove I'm still a minimum survival personality?" Haskell pursed his lips and looked thoughtful. "Anton, you almost convinced me. But I'm afraid you're indulging in a bit of word juggling. In all honesty, I can't view you as a minimum any longer. I'm afraid you'll just have to put up with your lot on Theta." Perseveral's shoulders slumped. He nodded wearily, shook hands with Haskell, and turned to go. As he turned, the edge of his sleeve caught Haskell's inkstand, brushing it off the table. Perseveral lunged to catch it and banged his hand against the desk. Ink splattered over him. He fumbled again, tripped over a chair, fell. "Anton," Haskell asked, "was that an act?" "No," Perseveral said. "It wasn't, damn it." Interesting. Now, Anton, don't raise your hopes too high, but maybe. I say just maybe." Haskell stared hard at Perseveral's flushed face, then burst into laughter. "What a devil you are, Anton. You almost had me fooled. Now will you kindly get the hell out of here and join the colonists? They're dedicating a statue to you, and I think they'd like to have you present." Shamefaced but grinning in spite of it, Anton Perseveral walked out to meet his new destiny. The end of The Minimum Man. End of Section 7. Section 8 of Still Untouched by Human Hands. Stories by Robert Sheckley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7 Soup Rivers, Part 1. There were 2 doors, and at first I thought I would go through the one on the right, for no special reason, just because you have to pick one if you are to go through at all, and the 2 doors seemed to me equal in appeal and promise. But as I approached them, and as the angle of perspective changed, I noticed a 3rd door, previously concealed behind the curving wall in which the doors were set, and this door was to the right of my original choice, making my choice now the center door. This third door, appearing so suddenly, disturbed me. I was feeling out of sorts anyhow. It had been a long and tedious trip since leaving Cologne, after the ill-fated affair with Morth. The signs I had encountered along the way had been ambiguous. You never understand what anything means until it's too late to do anything about it. And my knapsack was heavy, filled with necessities of the journey, as well as a dozen or more things I would probably never need but could not easily procure elsewhere should they prove necessary. When you travel, you pack your whole life in miniature into your knapsack, not just what you really need, for who can know for sure what that is, but what you might need, or hope to need, or fear you will need. No wonder the straps bit into my shoulders from the sagging weight on my back. And Glynis' clever, pointy little machine, which I had included at the last minute, had worked itself free of its padding and was digging me just above the hip. But I didn't want to stop and rearrange the load now, not with the entrance to Phocis just ahead of me behind one of the 3 doors. Coming up to the doors now, I looked and didn't much like what I saw. There seemed no difference in the 2 doors. Perhaps it wouldn't matter which I went through. Did it matter? I remember Cecil's advice. Beware the obvious. I had nodded sagely at the time, but now that I thought about it, I realized it wasn't so easy to tell what the obvious was, or, having discovered it, to avoid its allure. My decision to walk boldly through the center door began to waver, and I cursed the irresolute quality of mind that made me think and think again whenever a choice had to be made. Something like this had occurred during my brief time with Morth, and I'd sworn to learn from it. But what bearing did that have on the 3 doors? I suppose I could have spent quite a long time in that dilemma, standing irresolutely in front of the 3 doors, backpack pulling on my shoulders, Glenn's little machine digging into my hip, my stomach making feed-me noises. Perhaps it was hunger that decided me. Some primitive part of my brain knew unequivocally that it would never get fed as long as I hesitated here on the threshold of Phocis. So I lunged toward the center door, deviating at the last moment for no apparent reason to pass through the leftmost door. The first thing I saw after passing through were the flamingos. There were 3 of them, white and pink balls of feathers, with long, skinny, backward hinged legs beneath, and long, snake-like necks with flat, small heads and curved black beaks below. 2 of them were engaged in what I suppose was a standard sort of bird repartee, or perhaps a mating dance, squawking noisily at each other and darting their heads like duelists. The third bird, somewhat larger and colored a deeper orange, paid no attention to any of this. He was holding his head upside down on the surface of the shallow water in which they were all standing, and he was making some kind of vibrating motion that sent out little ripples. I thought perhaps he was stirring up little creatures in the water, but I didn't see him feed. 1,000 thoughts crowded my mind, one more bizarre than the next, and I might have retreated back through the door if it had still been there. Of course, it was not. These are one-way doors into Phocis, and you have to go through a complex and tedious procedure to find an exit. I was a long way from wanting to leave, since I had hardly arrived. I looked at the flamingos again, and in a moment the most probable explanation occurred to me. That this was a decorative aviary, of a sort that is used to enhance public spaces, and that the reason I entered into the middle of it was due to my choosing the wrong door after all, for I seemed to have taken a service door that had brought me into the middle of the aviary. I had made a mistake, but not a serious one, I thought, because a few steps took me out of the bird's vicinity, with my feet wet, of course, and onto the path that led to the interior of the reception area. As I recovered the correct path, I looked around hastily to see if anyone had noticed my faux pas, not that I was afraid of punishment, but simply because one hates to make a fool of oneself when entering a new place. But there didn't seem to be anyone in my vicinity, just a long curving corridor with recessed lighting. And then there was a sound of music, bagpipes and drum, and down the corridor came a group of people in brightly striped costumes of black, red, and green. One had a bagpipe, another a snare drum, and the others, to judge by the lightness and grace of their movements, were dancers. They were performing some sort of a circle dance, while all the time taking little skipping side steps that carried them down the corridor toward me. There were 2 men and 2 women dancers, and the men carried tambourines while the women clicked away with castanets. I moved back to let them pass, and the wall receded behind me and dissolved, and I found myself in a large open area without visible barriers, open to the sky or its simulation. There was a reddish earth under my feet, pounded to a dry, hard consistency. Several trees with spreading limbs and dusty, greenish-brown foliage stood in the middle distance, and far away I could see a low, jagged line of slate-blue mountains. I scarcely had time to remark to myself on the speed and precision of the simulation when a large group of people entered from wherever it was they came from. They were dark-skinned, and some wore leopard-skin wraparound garments, while others were in shiny suits reminiscent of a previous age. The dancers had already begun their performance, and the newcomers looked at them in some amazement, but without, I thought, much interest. From off to one side, I could hear a further dull pounding noise, drums, I supposed, and some twittering flute-like instruments. And then Lou was standing beside me. He had come up so suddenly I hadn't seen him approach. He was wearing an intensely patterned sports shirt and beige sharply creased slacks, and he had tasseled loafers on his small feet, which I remembered now he was inordinately vain about. "Well, come on," he said. "Are you going to stand here gawking all day at the wedding party? I don't believe you were invited, unless you have connections you never told me about. For your information, that's the king of the Saloops, a purely hereditary post, no real power, and the fat man beside him, talking in a rather vehement manner, is his prime minister, or whatever they call him in their own language. Casticer, I think it is. I used to speak a bit of Ghoul when I had the trading post on the Arimba. I told you about that, didn't I? Never mind. A few of the young men are coming your way. I think it's time to smile politely, make a cross with your arms over your head to show friendliness, and get the hell out of here." "What about you?" I asked. "They're not likely to object to me," Lou said. "I'm not really here at all. What you see is an interprojection. Nothing much they can do about me, except call the Comptroller of Privacy and tell him there's a peeper in their midst." Now that he mentioned it, I did notice the faint glimmer to Lou's appearance. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, but now I realized that of course he was communicating with me by interpro. The 2 men approaching from the wedding party were very tall and strongly made. They were scowling, and they carried carved clubs with big knots on the end that looked like they could give quite a crack. "How do I get out of here?" I asked Lou. "Follow me," Lou said. "We'll double back around the flamingos." I turned hastily and followed as he glided up the path, around the flamingos still doing their mating ritual, or whatever it was, and through the shallow water again, and then through an abrupt little dogleg of a turn. At first there was little to see. These exhibits usually have a fair amount of spatial extension, and so I was splashing through the water for entire minutes, with Lou, or rather his interpro projection, floating along beside me, very lifelike, except that, of course, his feet weren't getting wet. After a while we came to the end of the exhibit and moved abruptly into utter blackness. They do that in the in-between bits to save energy, except for the glowing yellow line at your feet which guides you to the next open station. Lou was chatting about some of our mutual friends, Laura and Dagan, who had recently made a 1-year affiliation, and Mauricia, who had taken a job at the Off-Worlds agency, but was having trouble getting her documentation together. I hoped for the best for Laura, whom I hadn't seen in some years, not since that summer in Green Island back before the Trippies took it over and turned it into a rest home for followers of the new Gnosis. It was a pity, really, because places like Green Island don't come up every day or year. places where nature catches a hold, so to speak, gets it right, and there is a miraculous balance between the force-implanted flora and the various physical aspects of the island. It's very impractical, of course, setting up such a place, and usually it happens quite by accident. I had met Lou originally at Green Island, where he had been studying psycho-painting and getting drunk every night, but in a refined way that was not obnoxious. What fun we had that summer! But that was then, and now was now. Now I had the affair of Phocis to consider, and I was considering already how matters would go for me here. Taking the big step and going to Phocis was no small matter. My reasons for coming here, which had seemed so sound when I left Earth, were beginning to seem to me vague in the extreme, and unfounded in reality. Already I had Glynis' little machine, which seemed almost to have a mind of its own. I had to face it. I must have made the mistake of coming in the wrong door. If I had selected the right one, whichever that one was, I wouldn't be stumbling along in darkness now, in the network that linked together the exhibits, following a thin glowing yellow line which stretched on interminably into the impenetrable black. And, of course, I was still carrying the heavy knapsack, and I had not had a chance to readjust the position of its own. I was pondering these matters when there was a crystalline tinkle of bells in the air, an automatic signal set off by my approach, presaging an event of some sort about to happen. The Phocians are clever about that sort of thing, warning you in advance of an impending situation, though, of course, they don't tell you just what it will be. "What do you suppose it is this time?" I asked Lou. There was no reply. I looked around, turning in a complete circle. Lou wasn't there anymore. Interruptions in intrabeam projection are fairly common, so I wasn't worried, although it had come at an inconvenient time. Continuing my advance, I saw that the yellow line had changed into a squiggle, and that it was crossed by red and green lines. What the Phocians rather grandly called a conturbation of cross purposes. Well, I had been expecting something like that, and so I continued to advance with at least the outward signs of confidence, until once again the lights came up and I was set forth into another scene. This one was not immediately familiar. I seemed to have gotten myself into a dark little room, made of roughly dressed rock, with a ceiling not much above my own height. There was a plain wooden bed against one wall, a table and chair. There was a little partition, waist-high, and behind it I saw a man in a blue and red uniform, some sort of soldier's outfit, carrying what looked like an ancient musket. His hair was dark and long and gathered in back in a little ponytail. He was smoking a clay pipe, which he put down when he noticed me. "Good morning, citizen," he said. "I am glad you have awakened. Your breakfast is under the napkin on that plate on the little table. There is a Bible nearby for your morning devotions. An examiner will come speak to you presently. I am required to say these things to you to provide basic orientation, so you will not say this was omitted when the time of your judgment comes. I am not allowed further discourse. So if it is all perfectly clear, I will return to my newspaper." "Wait a minute," I said. "Nothing is clear at all. Where am I? What is this place? This appears to be a cell of some sort. Is that correct? If so, what am I accused of?" "Citizen," he said, "these are not matters for me to discuss with you. Save it all for the examiner." "Just tell me what I'm doing here." The guard stood up. He was a tall man, strongly made, and his face was rough and not friendly. "I have done my duty," he said. "You will not require more of me. If you will not shut up, I will shut you up with this." He brandished his musket like a club. "They will say I was within my rights if I knock you out to prevent further illegal interrogation." His manner had changed to one of overt threat. I didn't reply to him, for he looked ready to use his weapon. This was ridiculous, of course, and clearly the result of some misunderstanding. but it seemed I would risk a crack over the skull if I persisted in trying to clear it up now. I turned away from him and sat down on the chair and picked up the Bible. He watched me for a moment, then took a seat again and picked up his newspaper. In a moment he had his pipe going and seemed contented. I was a long way from content, but what was I to do? The fellow's hostility had been so evident and had come on so quickly that I thought it best not to provoke him. I leafed through the pages of the Bible. It was written in a language I did not understand. Even the alphabet was unfamiliar to me, so I could take no comfort even from mumbling the words. I put it down and eased the knapsack off my shoulders, glancing at the guard as I did so. He didn't look up from his newspaper. Apparently, this action, at least, was not forbidden. Opening the knapsack, I rummaged around for something to read. I badly needed to calm my nerves, for this was an uncanny situation. And where in hell was Lou? Surely he had had time to restore service to his projection by now. But Lou was nowhere around, and looking around the cell, I could see no communication devices, unless they were concealed in the dim painting on the wall, which showed men and women in old-fashioned clothing taking a picnic in some idealized forest clearing. I wished I could join them. Again, keeping an eye on the guard, I stood up to examine the painting more closely. It seemed to draw me closer by some inherent magnetism. I studied it carefully. The bushes it portrayed looked artificial. Was that intentional? While I studied it, I could hear the sound of footsteps coming down from the corridor outside. The forest proved no real refuge. Once I was irrevocably within it, I saw it was an ominous place, full of toadstools and noxious plants with misshapen heads. Of the noble company from the picture on the wall, I could see no sign. Where had they gone? Had I dallied too long in the prison cell? So it would seem. At least I still have my knapsack, though I couldn't remember putting it on my back again. In this place of big trees and dense shrubbery, all directions seemed the same. I moved, instinctively as it were, in the direction of greatest light, though it was not an easy thing to distinguish even that. The gray twilight of the forest wrapped everything in a pall of obscurity. I pushed on, wading through the shrubbery and low-clinging plants. This seemed to me a place of evil omen. How had I gotten here? I had no patience to consider that, not now, not with the feeling that something was closing in on me from behind. I had no idea what it might be. The main noises were of my passage, and now and then a little flaw of wind came through and ruffled the branches overhead. I remembered now that I had not eaten in a very long time, and I decided to stop and rummage through my knapsack. I didn't think I had packed anything edible, but you could never tell. Sometimes you drop in something, a half-finished sandwich, a piece of cheese, a box of crackers, anything would do. I put my knapsack on a little rise of ground and crouched down beside it. The light was failing. Soon it would be full dark. And I had no idea where I was or where I was going. I knew, of course, in a general sort of way, that this was one of the tricks they play on you in Phocis, one of their celebrated illusions, here in this place where nothing as it seems. But that knowledge did me no good now, because it is generally true of every situation. It is always difficult to discern the truth from the illusion, even in hindsight, when it can do you no good. I curse Lou for abandoning me, for so it seemed now. A breakdown could not account for his long absence. In my bag I found a package of nuts, a free gift they had given me on the transporter, and which I had not eaten at the time. I started to eat the nuts, but realized I would need water soon, for the stuff was very dry. Water is a commonplace miracle, only to be considered when you have it not. That was the case now. I got up again and looked around, with the vague idea of finding lower ground where I've been told water collects. Wearily, I packed up my knapsack again, slipped my arms into the straps. As I did so, I heard a voice, but I couldn't make out what it said. "Who is there?" I called out. "A guide," the voice replied. I turned, trying to place its direction. It seemed to be near me, yet I could see nothing but the dense green-gray of the forest and the gathering dim shadows as night fell. "Come out and let me see you," I said. There was no answer for a while. Then I heard a noise in the underbrush to my right, and I turned. There was some sort of animal standing there, and it turned its head to look at me. I think it was a deer of some kind, colored mouse-gray, with sensitive ears that twitched in the mounting breeze, as though trying to listen to the message brought by the wind. "You have chosen a poor way to go," the deer said. "Me? I didn't choose anything." "I'm not here to argue," the deer said, "but it has been my experience that anyone who comes here does so through his or her own choice." "I suppose that's true in a general sense," I replied. "And I suppose also you are not a real animal?" "Perhaps not," the deer said. "Does it matter?" "Real animals don't talk, not in the general run of things." "No, but men do not walk into portraits in the general run of things, as you say. Have you not noticed that general rules are only for contemplation after the fact, when one can engage in comfortable generalizing, while what happens at first hand is invariably exceptional and specific?" "You've got a point there," I said, "but I'm not here to argue discursive philosophy with you, especially since what you say is mundane in the extreme. Can you get me out of here?" "Perhaps," the deer said. "Where do you wish to go?" "I had hoped to reach Phocis Central," I told him. "I have friends waiting for me there." "Then you are expected?" "Well, not really. I didn't have time to tell anyone my plans before my hurried departure from Point Zero. The communication devices from solar point to point are difficult to manage, and I had thought to save time by merely coming. Sometimes it's easier to send yourself than to send a message." "True enough," the deer said, "but then you must suffer the consequences of being yourself your own message presaging your coming." "What consequences?" "Messages are frequently disregarded. But I can see you have no wish to discuss these matters. Follow me, and we'll see what we can do for you." The deer trotted off into the underbrush, and I followed. Twilight was falling fast. The trunks of the trees were becoming indistinct. My throat was very dry, and after a while I asked, "Is there something to drink around here?" "Oh, yes, there's something to drink, though I don't think I would recommend it." "I need water." "Then, of course, you must drink. Come this way." We had gotten onto a little path now, and it proceeded downward at no very steep angle. There were fireflies in the gloom, and they sparkled prettily. The forest had grown very still. After a while we came to a dark little pool lying in a declivity at the foot of large trees. I walked to its edge, bent down, and with cupped hands brought up water. As soon as I had sipped, I greedily wanted more, and then still more. The deer stood very still as I drank, and I thought there was something judgmental in his attitude. "Is there anything wrong in what I'm doing?" I asked. "Surely the water is free for everyone." "Oh, it's free enough," the deer said. "That's the difficulty. It stays free inside just as it did on the outside." That made no sense. And yet I could feel the water in my stomach, and I bent to drink more. With interlocked fingers I drew it up to me. The water seemed to form a little transparent ball. I had to eat it rather than drink it. I stopped hastily and moved back from the edge of the pool. The deer was watching me curiously. I felt something peculiar going on in my stomach. I had a sense of inner expansion. It was as though the small amount of water I had drunk, surely no more than half a pint or so, were expanding. I felt the presence of water within me, not a part of me, separate, free, as the deer had said. "What is happening?" I asked. "What have you done to me?" "There are many keys to this place," the deer replied. "I have merely provided what you claim to have needed. The rest is up to you and to it." I didn't know what it was talking about. No, I did know, but I didn't want to. Something was going to happen, and again I was not ready for it. The water in my stomach was expanding. It wasn't water, it was acid. It seemed to be dissolving me into it. "Help me," I said. "I'm afraid I've already done so," the deer said. And then the water rose within me, and I was a paper man dissolving into myself. The image made no sense to me, but there it was. Water was rising, and I fell to the forest floor, dropping with a squish. I was all water, held together by surface tension. It seemed to me most unfair, the way they ring these changes onto you. Whatever happened to the stable old world? Or had that always been a myth, a dream of order in an impossible world? I felt myself dissolving into myself. I felt the surface tension break, and I was water, flowing back down the forest into the little pool. I was aware of the deer, watching and then moving away. There was something sorrowful about the set of his head, his large luminous brown eyes. I thought he felt sorry for me. God knows he had company, because I was sufficiently sorry for myself. But how can water be sorry? That question held my attention for a moment, then was gone. I was entirely of a liquid substance. I became aware that I was the pool of water. It would not be too far-fetched to say that it had drunk me. And now I was this, and what was I to do next? "My sweetheart's the man in the moon. I know I will marry him soon." I was listening to a thin, piping, childish voice that was somehow familiar. My head felt cloudy and full of cobwebs. Hadn't I just been turned into water? What a relief to find that I was solid again, a man rather than a nature spirit or whatever it was I changed into. My relief was also accompanied by a sense of regret, however. Being in a dire situation is quite interesting. On second thought, however, I decided my relief was premature. I hadn't yet received any visual information concerning my situation. Why was this? I could think of several reasons. First, that I had my eyes closed. Second, that there was no light by which to see anything. Third, that there was light, and that I did have visual perceiving apparatus, viz. Eyes, but that my mind, brain, think tank, whatever you want to call it, either wasn't taking it in or was taking it in, but was refusing to pass on results to other parts of the world-detecting system that was my mind brain. It seemed to me there might be other possibilities, but I had no time to consider them. The first, the paramount question, was to explore the perpetual possibilities. This, too, could be narrowed down to one. Should I be seeing anything or not? And if I should I take steps now to see what might be seen, so as to disabuse myself of the idea of complicity in what I was presently considering my own hysterical blindness? Or was I perhaps overstating the case? Because it seemed to me, even on the slightest reflection that I really didn't have to force myself to see, it would either happen naturally or not at all. I thought of the evolutionary development of sight. Those early rudimentary creatures who are our ancestors seeing-wise, they surely did not have to apply willpower to the matter of seeing, did they? They either saw or they did not see. And intentionality, that big soft plaything of the scientists, had little or nothing to do about it. Yet was it quite as simple as that? What had been the steps, the gradations between seeing and not seeing? At what point on the scale could a person be considered to be not seeing, and how did he cross the line, the great evolutionary line, into seeing? And as far as that goes, were there other visionary senses beyond seeing, related to it perhaps, but still distinct and different, of which seeing was but the first step? Might one say that visioning was to seeing as Hyperion to a satyr, to employ Shakespeare's euphonious phrase? The more I thought of it, the more I thought of it. This was serious stuff. One needs to decide things about the perceptual possibilities of a situation before going on. Until you know how you're looking, how can you know what you're looking for? Our ancestors were satisfied with much less, of course. Colored shadows on the walls of the caves, it makes one laugh now to consider it. But this was now, and the question, long deferred, needed dealing with. Or it needed not dealing with. But that too was a decision, and was based in turn upon a perceptual decision. "That's certainly true enough," Seligman said. "But have you considered the aura of comprehensibility that surrounds even the most unfamiliar proposition? We are unable to be taken completely by surprise, because the mind converts all precepts into the form of the familiar, of which the unfamiliar is but a part." "By God, you're right," I said. "It's difficult to pull off a good surprise, isn't it?" "Yes, but you've done better than most. You have always been a good student. I have given you an A for your work in the aesthetics of self-deception." The visual field had opened up just as suddenly as that. I was in a classroom. My only connection with what had come before was the knapsack. It was on the floor beside me, its mouth gaping open. Glancing down, I saw that someone had been rummaging through it. Myself, no doubt. I looked down and inspected. Yes, something was missing. It took me no more than a minute to ascertain that it was Glenna's clever, pointy little machine that had been taken out by someone, very possibly me, and presumably put to work. I remembered the charming smile on Glenna's face when he had given it to me. Or had he been a she that day? It's so difficult to remember who is what at any one time in these times of easy sexual migration. But, of course, we don't intend to open the question of sex here, no more than we would inquire as to what you had for breakfast. These are matters for individual conscience. The split-up, the convergence, these are matters to avoid if it becomes possible. Put in its most simple form, Glynis and I were not having sex that day so long ago when Glynis gave me the little machine and said, "I will miss you," calling me by name, whatever name I was going by then, and doing something else too, making some gesture, poignant, unrepeatable. And then she gave me the machine. I looked around to see what had happened to it. The Elg, as they call those small machines that converse in the Lynchian tongue, the language of sexual commerce, was resting on the floor near my feet. It was still moving in circles which were diminishing in speed and amplitude, following the well-known dictates of Roscoe's law, that what was going on just before you perceive the situation cannot be safely inferred from what is going on now. The machine is difficult to speak about because of that. At this particular time, when I was looking at it, it looked heavier than usual, more consequential, and worthy of a certain wary respect. I picked it up, thanking my lucky stars that I was no longer in the aqueous state, because I'd had a feeling that was going to be a difficult one description-wise. I mean, after you say I spread, what else is there to say? Luckily, this situation was quite different, leading me to think that the deer had not been entirely forthright when he warned me of, but I couldn't quite remember what it was. It's hard enough to figure out what is coming up next without having to think a lot about what has just gone on before. And as for the passing states, those without enough perseverance to be worthy of describing, well, what can we say about them except full speed ahead and let every man watch out for himself? "Are you quite finished rambling?" Lou said to me. I shook my head and rubbed my eyes. After a moment, things swam back into focus. There was Lou, still as an interprojected form, standing in front of me and surveying me with signs of a certain anxiety. I remembered that Lou always had been subject to concerns. "I'm all right," I said. "What's going on?" "We're trying to get you to Phocis Central," Lou said. "I do wish you'd cooperate." "I think I am cooperating." "No, really, you must pay attention and not go along with everything that comes up. You know what it's like in Phocis. The place has myriad attractions. One can go astray. In fact, going astray is the epitome of the Phocis experience. But it is also a sort of self-indulgence, and you can't afford that now, not if you want to get where you're going." "But where am I going?" And then it happened. I scarcely dare tell what, so momentous was that moment. As it seemed to me then, I looked up. I stared into the visual field, which is the only place to which you can direct your attention, normally, that is. On my right I saw the forest, lying out before me like a dragon, sunning itself on the main street of some hapless town in the unsure month of August, in the phocis of my direst predictions. And then I looked to my left, and saw there another sight, this one a city, a towering place of many metallic complications, running toward the dawn light with a faint trepidatious coloring. Insects moved in the forest, metallic bugs crawled in the city. I couldn't quite believe it. Not really. There seemed to be a choice. I could go right back into the forest, or left into the city. As I looked at this split vision, I saw that the two, city and forest, were not truly contemporaneous. They seemed to be butted against one another in an imperfect joint. They were not coexistent. They were differently formed and strangely put together. There were details in the one not consonant with the details in the other. I did not know what to do, and decided to take the civilized way out. This was no time to get hung up in a disparity, if there ever is such a time. I turned my back on the forest, which promptly winked out of existence. I advanced toward the city. Other sights came into play at the corners of my vision. I saw shooting stars and big, slowly turning spheroids of an imperturbable gray color. I saw men and women dancing in the streets, under the blinding arc lights. I saw the haunted face of a young girl, her eyes turned toward me in grief. I looked further and saw something else. A trail, a road that mounted into the sky. Then to me, so lying asleep, a vision came without hands and touched me. It was none other than a pointy little machine which had made its way out of my knapsack and was clinging to my shoulder. "What's happening?" it asked me. "That's a silly thing to ask me," I said. "Where is Lou? He was just here a moment ago, unless I miss my guess." "I'm afraid you do miss it," the machine said. "That was not Lou." "But how could that be?" "Easily enough, given the ever-present possibility of illusion, deception, and the gullibility of the multitudes." I twisted my neck to look at this machine sitting on my neck, partially supported by my shoulder. He, as I eventually came to think of him, was a dull gunmetal green, exactly as I remembered. Little lights winked on and off across his surface. He resembled a rather large lump of metal that has lain for a long time in a river bottom. Yet his voice was seductive. I turned away from him quickly because I did not want to lose sight of the city. Yes, it was still there. The forest was fading out of my split vision. My split vision was almost healed. If only I could keep my attention on the main chance: the city, food, comfort, sex, and movies. "Do you really think it's as easy as that?" the machine asked. "What's the trouble? Isn't the city real?" "Sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not." "What about this time?" "It depends on your frame of reference, old boy." "I don't like to hear talk like that." "But hear it you shall. You need a good talking to, my lad. This nonsense has gone on long enough. What are you trying to do, start a revolution? Haven't we enough trouble around here without you adding to it?" To hear these words from a mere machine was humiliating in the extreme. It was annoying how quickly a premise was hardening around me. I took thought, but not very far. I considered changing identities, but it was difficult with this thing clinging to me. And then I found myself in the streets of the city. They twisted like writhing snakes. Some of them twisted like snakes trying to go straight. It was one of those sights the cosmos sends your way from time to time, but not often. There were little shops on the ground level. I looked them over with some concern. What were they selling in those shops? Food, for example? Sex? There had to be something here I could buy and sell. You see, I was looking for a purpose. After a while, I came across a Purposes store with a gaudy sign in front. Purposes of all kinds. I didn't know what to make of that. It seemed a dire imposition, being forced to think of it at all. So I put down other words, covered my trail with another trail, put cross trails across the trails that showed the way I had gone, just taking precautions. After a while, I came to a government office. "Observe fear, all you who enter here." That was written on the door. I observed it and couldn't help but smile, because that was so like them, the Phocians, diving into the heavy direness of statement, when all along they knew not what. But who was I to talk? I had to laugh aloud, because the whole situation was crazy and desperate and unworkable, and it had started out so well, and I knew it, and could do nothing about it except continue. Foul quitter doesn't win fair adventure. It happened while I was standing there trying to shift mental gears. The moth-shaped clue went round and round and then dove into confusion, taking me along with it. I see the stars, and the stars see me. Great haste makes great waste spread out on all sides of me. Where in hell did they put the city? Someone seems to have misplaced it, and it wasn't me. God damn them anyhow, the ones who spoil everything. And I have been so looking forward to this, to finding some nice, discreet, and reasonable proposition in which to hide myself. I wanted a girl to love and a sandwich to eat. I wanted a way out of the mysteries and uncertainties, and here I was in a space that refused delineation. What can I say about it? Narration has its limits. I tell you, there was literally nothing there. From that small beginning, nothingness spread out on all sides, and as I looked, my vision increased in acuity, and I saw deeper and deeper into the nothingness. My eye ached for some little object to grab a hold of. Even the weight of the knapsack would have been a relief at this point. So this is death, I told myself, and I have reached it too soon. End of 7 Soup Rivers, Part 1. End of Section 8. Section 9. Of Still Untouched by Human Hands. Stories by Robert Sheckley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7 Soup Rivers, Part 2. "Welcome to the kingdom of death," someone said to me. I could, of course, see nothing. Pretty soon I was going to see plenty, but right now I couldn't see a thing. And that was just too bad for me. Yet I had heard a voice. It welcomed me to death, the place I had long suspected I was heading for. It brought a certain relief, but with it the necessity of reply. "Hello?" I said. That seemed neutral enough. "Hello yourself," the voice replied. So there I was in the midst of nothingness with a voice doing shtick with me. It was insupportable, but there was nothing to do but support it. I tried to conjure up a vision. Surely any something would be better than this nothingness, but the vision wouldn't come. Instead, a smell came. It smelled like aging mouse droppings. I didn't like that at all, and its implications even less. What was that to do with me? I was in this place, and a voice was saying hello. "Now look," the voice said, "we can't go on like this. We need to find a way, a modus operandi. Can't you hear me, Caroline? Can't you hear me singing to you? Can't you find a place in your heart for the embarrassed as well as the ones who didn't give a damn, to say nothing of the ones who aren't even there anymore? Now, I ask you, isn't there a way we can get it on together?" "Perhaps if you'd show yourself," I suggested, for the person, whoever it was, had failed to perform even that rudimentary act of civility. "Ha, that's rich. The mud asking the pot to crow. That's not what we want here at all. What we want is for something to happen. Isn't that so?" "Perhaps enough has happened already," I suggested. It seemed right that I should go easy, try not to be careless, or try to be careless, but in a purposeful manner. I wasn't sure which was the right tack to take. If only this damned incoherence would clear up. But no such luck. It went on, and I was going on too. Then Cecile was there. She looked as lovely as ever, her hair in a long wave down her front, her small heart-shaped face looking at me with what I thought was concern, but might have been no more than dyspepsia. "Ogden," she said, a name which I accepted at the time, but later found more than a little unlikely, given what I remember of my circumstances, which I mean to get into later. But for now, look, do I look like an Ogden? "You look as if you've been ill." That was a laugh. What else does one do, lying in bed this way, the overhead fan going and the heat rising, except to be ill, very ill, as ill as possible? That seemed to be the setup, but I wasn't sure. That was the damnable thing. Patience, cunning, don't give anything away. "Have I been here long?" I asked her. "Perhaps you shouldn't speak just now," Cecile said. "Here, have some soup." She lifted my head with one hand and poured soup into my mouth through a long hollow spoon. It was good soup, chicken soup, though I wasn't sure what I was eating it for. Were the objects of life still to be maintained in some other place reserved for me, and would that place simply go on? Or was that asking too much? Despite my brave front, I wasn't at all sure. "Now then, Ogden," she said, "you just get hold of yourself. The confusion will lift. This is what they call the circle of confusion. I know you aren't hearing me quite correctly, but try to make some sense out of these words." Cecile had always been a nice person, even when she was dating Edgar. I remember those days of squalor, the little flat in the West Village, the coffee shops, the songs of the strolling minstrels, some from as far away as 12th century France. Those had been good days, though it hadn't seemed so at the time. I wished I were there now, wherever there was. But then I remembered that these memories, although perfectly genuine, might not be my memories at all. It was not unknown for a traveler such as myself, before leaving the safe shores of iterative self-reference, where all you can do is think about yourself and so keep yourself in existence, to borrow or rent or even buy one or more of someone else's memories when he's going on a trip to strange places, so he could have some people to look up when he gets there, since remembering a person is tantamount to knowing that person, even if you've never actually met. I looked up. There was a light flashing overhead. A recorded voice said, "Visiting hours are over." And then Cecile began to fade. "Don't leave yet," I cried. "You are my last oasis of sanity here in a world I never made." But she continued to fade, smiling her small smile. The walls were suddenly there, a yellow stucco, and I decided that ignorance was better than bliss, better than this, better than a kiss. When I looked up again, I was in a different place. That's how it works sometimes. "Hello out there," I called, but there was no reply. All was confusion. It was the circle of confusion that I have mentioned before. I didn't know what to say about it, but you have to talk your way out of it, and after a while the survival instinct took over and words pressed and jumbled at the back of my throat. One sentence rose, and then another. I couldn't find a way to express them. I knew I was having a relapse. But to what? What was the dim meaning of all this? Where was I going? It was time to decide on a course of action. I imagined a staff of ironwood, strong, natural, a goodly substance that I could work with. Immediately, I was out of the hospital room. Perhaps I had never been there in the first place, or, rotten thought, perhaps I was still there. But in that case, what was I doing going to a new place? Home was never like this, a sentence colliding in my head. Yet so it is, Ananda. The big old house, the walk-in closet fragrant with cedar paneling, the big tree outside with the spreading branches. Secret closets of lone desire, as Sidney Lanier calls them, and superimposed on that, several apartments in several cities, brought here together to view the last of me, a dying remnant. No, sorry, didn't mean that last. It takes a lot to tell about it. It seems to you blotchy, does it? Yet the intent to confuse is not there. All these templates of home crowding in on each other like transparent pages of a calendar, whipping madly in the winds of time in which we sail. And so I reached the spot where I made one. "Hello, everybody, I'm home." A stirring in the kitchen, smell of apple pie, euphonious, unanimous. "Why, hello, Ogden," said Mom. I had fallen into a page in the dark book, but it's nice you can go back again and again and again. I had a sudden desire to visit the chamber of ancestors. They were all there, even some we didn't remember, facsimiles of those who took place before reattribution could begin its work of making whole the torn pages of memory. There was Uncle Seth, Uncle Dan, Uncle George, Uncle Charles. There were all the aunts, ranged neatly on one side of the chamber, each doing a characteristic thing, pasting stamps into a collection, polishing silver, dusting a collection of old American glass. "What are you doing here?" Uncle Seymour asked. "I thought you were going on a trip." "Why, so I was," I told him, "and I still am. But the unexpected turns and twists of this our life have brought me here again." He smiled at me fondly. The fact that he wasn't living confined him to this single chamber, and I believe he resented it very much. But we must have some differentiation between the quick and the dead, else what's a heaven for? My mother called from the other room. Would I take coffee with her? I hastened to join her in the yellow wallpapered room, where the unremarkable trees of New Jersey cast their ever-loving light on thee. I never could figure out about Mother. You'd think with this opportunity to find out certain hidden happenings from what they tell me was my childhood, I'd take advantage. But it doesn't always work that way. There's a certain reticence at work. Our family, the family of man, has spread so enormously since the anti-Platonic doctrines received general dissemination that you'd expect— oh, I don't know what you'd expect. This enormously extended family spread throughout space and time, all there, all waiting for you and you for them. My own children coming for to carry me home. And yet it didn't help. There was no happiness in it, only confusion. Actually, not a confusion in my own life, that went on as these things usually do, but a confusion in reporting what was taking place. For how am I to explain that through a loop, unexpected but inevitable, I had doubled back in my attempt to get into Phocis, returned to my own childhood, and was passing now through those caverns of time and memory? Well, I've said it, but it's not convincing. The hypothetical man from Mars wouldn't know what to make of it. I was there in the kitchen taking coffee with my mother, and at the edge of my vision I could see the pathway that led back to where I had intended to go in the first place. Should I avail myself of it? There's always a moment of upset when you take your departure from the simulacra of your past. They are surprised. "Sorry, Mom, I have to mount yonder rainbow and ride away." The next time you come, all is forgotten, or at least not spoken about. No one mentions the fact that you simply climbed invisible steps in your own kitchen and disappeared into the God knows where. But it seems to hang there like a chrome-plated fart, a bit of nastiness, a bit out of character. And yet I was not ready to go as quickly as all that. I have been a long time away from the home place. It's surprising how seldom it comes up on the round of possibilities, born again into the round of revisitations where nothing happens for the first time and there is no end. Or so I believe. No end. I looked around at those scenes of my childhood and wondered to whom they belonged. It seemed strange and unbelievable to me that I could ever have swung in that swing, that I'd played croquet with that scratched and dirty mallet with the orange band. It meant as little to me as the flamingos of a previous time. Yet there was nothing more to say about it. Not only can you not come home again, you don't even want to, because you can't even recognize the place except from the newspaper clippings. In the blink of the eye, the scene had shifted. I don't suppose I really had to blink my eye to make it happen. Cecile had warned me about that sort of thing. A slip of the lip can smear the lipstick, she told me. I was there with her again, this time in a pleasant little pub in London. This hadn't actually happened yet, of course, but it was bound to take place in the eternal recurrence of things. I ordered a bottled beer, a Mexican one, just to be devilish. Cecile ordered one of those colorful drinks with creme de menthe in it. We settled back in the pleasant fug and tobacco-colored smoke of the place, with its glints of light off the brass and its rich red of mahogany bars. I was enjoying myself. This was as close as I'd ever get to the first time. We create a new first time by forgetting the other first time. "So, where are you going?" Cecile asked. "To Phocis," I replied. "Again?" I had never been there before, but I nodded. It's a mistake to think in terms of novelty here in the world of crowded images and endlessly long, shiny, curving corridors, in which everything is cycled and recycled, displayed and destroyed, and displayed again. Nevertheless, I persevered. "I'm going to Phocis," I said. "Take me with you," she said. I shook my head. Novelty was what I was after, still and forever. Cecile was nice, Glynis was nice, but I was not prepared to settle down, to put my memories of past and future into the bank, to live my life with blinkers, blinders, glanders, salamanders. "You're making a mistake," Cecile said, brushing back her bright, tightly kinked hair. I finished my beer and ordered another one. I vaguely noticed that this was a time before my operation. I felt quite fit and was happy to notice it. You have to give some credit to the cosmos that I suppose directs all this nonsense. And then I was in a different place, this one with gleaming chrome surfaces and big animated portraits on the wall of beings I couldn't remember having seen before, but of course I could be mistaken. Lou was with me again. He was holding my knapsack. "You almost forgot this," he said. "The authorities want you to have it back. Nothing illegal in it, I hope." "I hope not, too," I told him, "because you can never tell what a knapsack will pick up when it's not in your hands." "Now then," Lou said, "it's time we saw the Burgermeister, or whatever they call him here. He will regularize your position. I'm afraid it's a black mark against you that you entered by the wrong door." "But how was I to know?" I asked him. Lou shrugged. "Don't tell me about it, old boy. I know the impossibility of avoiding egregious error. Who knows better?" And here Lou rolled his eyes, alluding to some misfired adventure in the past he thought I was aware of. As a matter of fact, I had neglected to rent Lou's second-hand memories, contenting myself with just a couple of the really ripe ones. I said, "I had no indications as to the correct path." "And that excuses you from error, it really does, but only in my eyes. The authorities here take no excuses, or at least none that I've been able to offer so far in your behalf, and they're fairly ticked off about it, silly buggers that they are. You went to the prison without paying your entry, by the way." "I didn't even know I was going there." "Tell that to the cops." Lou shook his head and rolled a cigarette. I wondered if he was using dope. It goes in and out of legality so rapidly you scarcely know whether you're breaking a law. One man has said that no matter what you do, you're always breaking a law somewhere. And then we ate lunch. Bloody well about time, that was my estimation of it. It was one of those Oriental deals, everything cut up and unrecognizable and laced with a heavy sauce. I put it down without difficulty. Lou was toying with his food, drinking cup after cup of strong coffee. He seemed unhappy about something. After a while he said, "There's something I need to tell you." I waited. He didn't speak. I said, "Well, come on, out with it. Is there something else wrong I've done?" "I don't know how to tell you this, old boy. Try just saying it." "It seems you've been marked for death." At first, I just looked at him, and then I said, "And you tell it to me like that?" "My dear fellow," Lou said, "there's no good way." Explosions in the grass, the moves of the Rinderpest beast. What useless images flock to the mind in times of stress? What can you say when they say to you, "You've been marked for death"? What can I say after I say I'm sorry? You think to yourself, I always knew it was coming. Looks like this is the night the old continuity burns down. You say, in what form does it come then, this thing you call death? You may not recognize it when it comes, Lou said. Then why do you tell me about it? Forewarned, forearmed, old boy, or so they say. But was I forearmed? I had a lawyer's writ absolutely barring death from coming within 30 feet of me without having previously obtained my written consent. I was afraid he would not abide by that. What could they do to him if he overstepped his bounds and came to serve me here in the land of eternal youth? They could shout and grumble all they wanted. Death pretty well did as he pleased. But, of course, there was always the possibility of making a deal. I left Lou and consulted a phone book. There, under Death Deals With, I found the numbers of several death brokers. I called the first on the list. There was no time to lose. He came to me at once, a short little man with a wen on one side of his freckled forehead. It may have been something else, but I call it a wen. He sat back behind a big desk. The background had changed too, of course. He wore a green surgeon's gown. I learned later he had been operating on volunteer patients over at the Salpêtrière. "What can you do for me?" I asked, deciding I might as well get it all out front. "First of all, are you sure you received the notice?" I dug into my pocket and found it. After Lou had told me I had taken a moment's notice, and sure enough, I still had it. And so I went on. It was important to do this in a carefully measured way. How much grief is brought on by haste and its ominous twin, Thompson. But I had determined that I could get out of the snake pit, as they call the place where Death hangs out with his crosscut saw and his crossword puzzle, his bull's pizzle and his rainy day anthems to a certain fated glory of the power that had once been. "It really was bad of Mr. Death," Glenna said to me, "coming to our party that way. I know he can go wherever he wants, but we had taken such care to get it all just right. You would have thought he could have waited just a few hours, until everybody had come and gone. He's done it for plenty of other people, why not for us? But no such thing." He was applying a formal technique, one I knew well, dissonant regression in a vinegar base, but despite my experience, I was taken in by its magic anyhow. He had taken me back to the party, which had not happened yet, but where I was doomed to meet Mr. Death. I was sipping one of those long, delicious ice-cream drinks, and I just decided to get the hell out of there before there was trouble, when I felt a finger tap me on my bare shoulder, and I turned, and at once it was like there was a vast great singing in my ears, and my senses swooned, and suddenly I was elsewhere. The changes were coming on a little too fast for my liking, but I was in a great palace made of dark marble and ebony, with caryatids holding up the ceiling, and ornate stuff on the upper walls, I forget what they call it, and there was a lake just behind, a long lake of polished dark glass, so silent it was, and in the midst of the lake I saw an island with a small marble house framed in dark poplars. I was considerably relieved, for I hadn't known how death would present itself, and I had rather hoped for a classical presentation, something quite Grecian, as a matter of fact, or Italian. They know how to deal with these things. I surely didn't want something raw and Egyptian, and as for the single gods, they played much too rough for me. I didn't want to get to the bottom of the illusion, not at all. Once you're at the bottom of it, they say you come out the other side. I was prepared to take the boat to the island, and sure enough, the boat came gliding up, a long gondola sort of thing, with a tall hooded man stooding on its stern, poling it along. The chimes of déjà vu thundered in my ears. I had been here before. "Well then," I said, "where are we off to now?" "Spare me the so-called witticisms," Death said, for it was he, or him, whichever you please. Death said, "Just get in and we'll be on our way." He sounded impatient. It was the first I'd ever heard of Death being impatient, and it startled me more than dying itself, which I couldn't quite remember at this point. Something about falling down in a pool of blood, I believe. Or did I die at the party? Never mind. Here I was, close to what I believed is called Death's kingdom. And so I got into the boat, sitting in the little seat amidships and treading my fingers in the water. The steersman turned to his task of poling, and soon we were gliding across the dark water, on our way to what had to be the Isle of the Dead. Sometimes you just know things like that. We splashed and paddled along, and after a while the helmsman paused, letting his long pole trail in the water. "Have you got a cigarette?" he asked me. That got me sore. I raised myself from my torpor and said, "You've got a nerve. It's cigarettes that brought me here. Not directly, I can't prove that, but if I hadn't smoked them all those years, tearing out my lungs and pouring heavy metals and arsenic and shit like that into my bloodstream, I'd probably still be on Earth now, going about my proper business of worrying, instead of being here on this boat going to this island where I'll bet they don't even have movies." "Even without cigarettes, people die anyhow," Death reminded me. He fumbled in his shroud, located a pack, and flipped one into his mouth with a practiced gesture. He held out the pack to me. "Smoke?" "I thought you didn't have any." "I just like to smoke other people's." "Go ahead, it can't hurt you now." I took a cigarette and felt my pockets. Yes, I still had a lighter. Funny how a bit can survive death itself. I lighted cigarettes for us both. We puffed contentedly. Death sat down on the thwart opposite me, holding a cigarette in bony fingers. I puffed and looked out across the water. It was a contemplative moment. I've thought of a lot of things in my time, but if you'd ever told me I'd be sitting in a small open boat with Death, I'd have told you you were crazy. And it was nice to smoke a cigarette after death, when you could only benefit from it. Cigarettes after death cost a lot less than the before-dying kind. "So, what's it like being Death?" I asked him. I wasn't really interested, but you have to say something. "Well, it's a job," he told me. "You must meet some interesting people," I said. "Stands to reason. They all come this way. Not necessarily to me. I'm not the only Death. Allegory is all very well, but we have to be practical as well. There are plenty of us Deaths, and we take different forms." "So look," I said, "I guess I can assume from this meeting pretty much that there's life after death, huh?" "You can assume what you please," Death said. "That won't necessarily make it happen." "What happens on the island?" "You're about to find out." I didn't like the sound of that. So far, I had found anxiety to be very real indeed, and everything else to be unsure. "What did you do before you were Death?" I asked him. "I was working as a nature spirit," he told me. "I starred in one of those allegorical scenes with nymphs and cherubs and bearded men. It was pretty nice work for a while. Then we had to do scenes from the Inferno. That wasn't so good." "Have you ever had a girlfriend?" "Sleep is the bride of death." "What do you want to do when you grow up?" "There are occupations in this universe," he told me, "that you can't even imagine. I'd like to try one of those." The boat had been guiding itself toward a little landing stage on the island. In the misty background, I caught glimpses of huge figures with interesting features. I knew they were representing something, but unfortunately for me, they hadn't put in caption, so I can't tell you what. But that left me with a lot of freedom. That's one thing about allegorical scenes. It doesn't matter what you do, things carry on anyhow. While we were talking, I made out figures standing on the dock waving. "Who are they?" I asked. "Friends of yours, no doubt," Death told me. I couldn't imagine anyone I knew well enough in hell to come greet me when I arrived. As we moved into the dock, I started to recognize them. D'Artagnan, Ulysses, and a big fat fellow with a mustache, who, unless I miss my guess, was Balzac. I hope not. I'd never read a word he'd written, though I'd been long planning to. How embarrassing to meet him after death and not being able to say anything about the comedy humaine. "My dear fellow," said Balzac, "how nice to see you here. No, don't worry, you've never met me before, but I had the great good luck to be on the welcoming committee. It affords a very good platform from which to continue my investigations into the human condition." "But to what purpose?" I asked him. "And how come you speak English?" "English is the universal language of death," Balzac told me. "Since this is my country now, it is only correct that I should speak its language, and write in it too, for of course I am still writing." "And publishing?" "Indeed. You'll be amazed at how large our publication list is in hell. We publish far more books than the living, which stands to reason, since there are more of us and we are more permanent. You know, of course, that the dead stay dead a long time. That has its drawbacks, but it does maintain the continuity. But tell me, are you really dead?" "Well, I assume so," I told him. "Is there a test that one must pass?" "Indeed there is," Balzac said. "You'll be surprised how many of the living try to sneak into here, while still living, mind you, and it just can't be tolerated. We have life detectors on all sides. Malefactors are punished by exclusion. They're told that life must go on and sent on to one of the worlds of the living." I couldn't think of a better outcome. Although Balzac had presented it as something not so good, I wasn't so sure. I continued out the landing stage and onto the shore. It was a pleasingly classical outlook, I was happy to see. Long lines of dark poplars, formal gardens, gleaming white statuary scattered here and there, and that indefinable melancholy air that always infects mausoleria and the like. I was feeling quite good by now, because it struck me that I was going to gain either way. Be here in the place of the dead, if I were indeed dead, be sent on to further adventures if I happened to be among the living. I was told there would be a banquet that night, in honor of various new arrivals, and that formal dress was required. "None of your slipshod ways around here," D'Artagnan said, and scowled fiercely. I noticed that he too spoke English, but decided not to ask him about it. I was taken to the palace, one of the smaller palaces, and of course it was all free, as far as I could tell. How can you pay your way in the afterlife? My servant was a dog-faced person with a bare chest and an Egyptian sort of kilt. He looked a bit uncanny at first, but I soon got used to him. After a bath and a shave, I looked over the formal clothing they laid out for me. It all seemed perfectly correct. I lay down on the bed for a brief nap and soon fell asleep. I had a dream, but was quite aware that I was dreaming. It seemed to me that one of the walls dissolved, and a group of persons came through. They were all dressed in Egyptian apparel, and many of them had the heads of animals and birds. They beckoned to me, and I rose from the couch. I was feeling somewhat safe, since I knew I was dreaming, but not completely safe, because there were mysteries to this place that I knew nothing of. I followed them through the wall and down a series of shallow steps to a river that lapped the stone walls. There was an open boat, built of papyrus, unless I miss my guess, and there was a boatman with a bird's head standing in the rear. I wanted to tell them that I had already done the boat scene, but I couldn't seem to form sounds. They ushered me into the boat. Sitting beside me was a pale woman with dark hair. She was very lovely, but she looked so still that I despaired of making conversation with her. At last I said, "So, do you come here often?" "Levity is not the best idea in a place like this," she told me. "I'm not worried," I told her. "I'm dreaming all this." "That doesn't mean it isn't happening," she said. "Is it going to?" I waited, but she didn't reply. "I didn't mean to be flip," I said. "Could you tell me what comes next?" "They will take you to the necrarium," she said, "and bind your limbs and your jaws. They will draw out your brains through your nose, and your intestines through your anus, and then they will inject various preservatives." "You're kidding," I said. "Not at all. I mean it." "But I don't want them to do that." "It doesn't matter what you want. You're dead. Your wishes are no longer of any interest to anyone." "What about Balzac? Did they treat him that way?" She shook her head. "He made a deal." "I want to make a deal, too." She gave me a long, level look. "I'm afraid you have nothing to bargain with." And then she turned away pointedly, thus ending the conversation. I gazed around me on all sides as the boat proceeded through the long, dark tunnel. I was looking for a way out. There didn't seem to be any. Then, after a while, we passed a long concrete landing stage. There were dogs sitting on the shore. They looked at me with their tongues hanging out. I didn't like the look of it, but what lay ahead pleased me even less. I stood up, prepared to fight anyone who tried to stop me. No one did. I stepped from the boat to the stage. The boat went on, and I thought I heard the sound of ghostly laughter. The stage gave way to a tunnel, quite broad and high, made of rough, dark, unpolished stones. There was just enough light for me to see as I walked through the gloom. The tunnel slanted slightly downward. None of the dogs at the entrance had molested me, nor did they follow me as I proceeded. The tunnel grew narrower and narrower, and soon I had to stoop to go on. It curved and the constriction became narrower, until finally I was reduced to crawling. And then I stopped, because there seemed no point in going on. But when I tried to turn back, that way had constricted too, so that I was huddled over in a stone tunnel, with narrow exits on either side through which I could not fit. A wave of despair came over me. Then I remembered that I still had my knapsack. I pulled it around to in front of me and took out the little pointy machine. The end of 7 Soup Rivers. End of Section 9. Section 10 of Still Untouched by Human Hands. Stories by Robert Sheckley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7th Victim. Stanton Frelane sat at his desk, trying to look as busy as an executive should at 9:30 in the morning. It was impossible. He couldn't concentrate on the advertisement he had written the previous night, couldn't think about business. All he could do was wait until the mail came. He had been waiting for his notification for 2 weeks now. The government was behind schedule as usual. The glass door of his office was marked Morger and Frelane, Clothiers. It opened, and E.J. Morger walked in, limping slightly from his old gunshot wound. His shoulders were bent, but at the age of 73, he wasn't worrying too much about his posture. "Well, Stan," Morger asked, "what about that ad?" Frelane had joined Morger 16 years ago when he was 27. Together, they had built Protect Clothes into $1 million concern. "I suppose you can run it," Frelane said, handing the slip of paper to Morger. If only the mail would come earlier, he thought. "Do you own a Protect suit?" Morger read aloud, holding the paper close to his eyes. "The finest tailoring in the world has gone into Morger and Frelane's Protect suit to make it the leader in men's fashions." Morger cleared his throat and glanced at Frelane. He smiled and read on. "The Protect suit is the safest as well as the smartest. Every Protect suit comes with special built-in gun pocket, guaranteed not to bulge. No one would know you are carrying a gun except you. The gun pocket is exceptionally easy to get at, permitting fast, unhindered draw. Choice of hip or breast pocket." "Very nice," Morger commented. Frelane nodded morosely. "The Protect Suit Special has the fling-out gun pocket, the greatest modern advance in personal protection. A touch of the concealed button throws the gun into your hand, cocked, safety's off. Why not drop into the Protect store nearest you? Why not be safe?" "That's fine," Morger said. "That's a very nice, dignified ad." He thought for a moment, fingering his white mustache. Shouldn't you mention that Protect suits come in a variety of styles, single and double-breasted, 1- and 2-button rolls, deep and shallow flares? Right, I forgot. Verlaine took back the sheet and jotted a note on the edge of it. Then he stood up, smoothing his jacket over his prominent stomach. Verlaine was 43, a little overweight, a little bald on top. He was an amiable-looking man with cold eyes. "Relax," Morger said. "It'll come in today's mail." Verlaine forced himself to smile. He felt like pacing the floor, but instead sat on the edge of the desk. "You'd think it was my first kill," he said, with a deprecating smile. "I know how it is," Morger said. "Before I hung up my gun, I couldn't sleep for a month waiting for a notification. I know." The two men waited. Just as the silence was becoming unbearable, the door opened. A clerk walked in and deposited the mail on Verlaine's desk. Verlaine swung around and gathered up the letters. He thumbed through them rapidly and found what he had been waiting for, the long white envelope from ECB, with the official government seal on it. "That's it," Verlaine said, and broke into a grin. "That's the baby." "Fine." Morger eyed the envelope with interest, but didn't ask Verlaine to open it. It would be a breach of etiquette, as well as a violation in the eyes of the law. No one was supposed to know a victim's name except his hunter. "Have a good hunt." "I expect to," Verlaine replied confidently. His desk was in order, had been for a week. He picked up his briefcase. "A good kill will do you a world of good," Morger said, putting his hand lightly on Verlaine's padded shoulder. "You've been keyed up." "I know." Verlaine grinned again and shook Morger's hand. "Wish I was a kid again," Morger said, glancing down at his crippled leg with wryly humorous eyes. "Makes me want to pick up a gun again." The old man had been quite a hunter in his day. 10 successful hunts had qualified him for the exclusive Tens Club. And, of course, for each hunt, Morger had had to act as victim, so he had 20 kills to his credit. "I sure hope my victim isn't anyone like you," Verlaine said, half in jest. "Don't worry about it. What number will this be?" "The 7th. Lucky 7. "Go to it," Morger said. "We'll get you into the 10s yet." Verlaine waved his hand and started out the door. "Just don't get careless," warned Morger. "All it takes is a single slip, and I'll need a new partner. If you don't mind, I'd like the one I've got now." "I'll be careful," Verlaine promised. Instead of taking a bus, Verlaine walked to his apartment. He wanted time to cool off. There was no sense in acting like a kid on his first kill. As he walked, Verlaine kept his eyes strictly to the front. Staring at anyone was practically asking for a bullet, if the man happened to be serving as victim. Some victim shot you if you just glanced at them. Nervous fellows. Verlaine prudently looked above the heads of the people he passed. Ahead of him was a huge billboard offering J.F. O'Donovan's services to the public. "Victims," the sign proclaimed in huge red letters. "Why take chances? Use an O'Donovan-accredited spotter. Let us locate your assigned killer. Pay after you get him." The sign reminded Verlaine. He would call Morrow as soon as he reached his apartment. He crossed the street, quickening his stride. He could hardly wait to get home now, to open the envelope and discover who his victim was. Would he be clever or stupid? Rich, like Verlaine's fourth victim, or poor, like the first and second? Would he have an organized spotter service, or try to go it on his own? The excitement of the chase was wonderful, coursing through his veins, quickening his heartbeat. From a block or so away, he heard gunfire. 2 quick shots, and then a final one. Somebody got his man, Verlaine thought. Good for him. It was a superb feeling, he told himself. He was alive again. At his one-room apartment, the first thing Verlaine did was call Ed Morrow, his spotter. The man worked as a garage attendant between calls. Hello, Ed. Verlaine. Oh, hi, Mr. Verlaine. He could see the man's thin, grease-stained face grinning flat-lipped at the telephone. I'm going out on one, Ed. Good luck, Mr. Verlaine, Ed Morrow said. I suppose you'll want me to stand by? That's right. I don't expect to be gone more than a week or two. I'll probably get my notification of victim status within 3 months of the kill. I'll be standing by. Good hunting, Mr. Verlaine. Thanks. So long. He hung up. It was a wise safety measure to reserve a first-class spotter. After his kill, it would be Verlaine's turn as victim. Then, once again, Ed Morrow would be his life insurance. And what a marvelous spotter Morrow was. Uneducated, stupid, really. But what an eye for people. Morrow was a natural. His pale eyes could tell an out-of-towner at a glance. He was diabolically clever at rigging an ambush. An indispensable man. Verlaine took out the envelope, chuckling to himself, remembering some of the tricks Morrow had turned for the hunters. Still smiling, he glanced at the data inside the envelope. Janet Marie Patzig. His victim was a female. Verlaine stood up and paced for a few moments. Then he read the letter again. Janet Marie Patzig. No mistake, a girl. 3 photographs were enclosed, her address and the usual descriptive data. Verlaine frowned. He had never killed a female. He hesitated for a moment, then picked up the telephone and dialed. Emotional Catharsis Bureau, Information Section, a man's voice answered. Say, look, Verlaine said. I just got my notification, and I pulled a girl. Is that in order? He gave the clerk the girl's name. It's all in order, sir, the clerk replied after a minute of checking microfiles. The girl registered with the board under her own free will. The law says she has the same rights and privileges as a man. Could you tell me how many kills she has? I'm sorry, sir. The only information you're allowed is the victim's legal status and the descriptive data you have received. I see. Verlaine paused. Could I draw another? You can refuse the hunt, of course. That is your legal right. But you will not be allowed another victim until you have served. Do you wish to refuse? Oh, no, Verlaine said hastily. I was just wondering. Thank you. He hung up and sat down in his largest armchair, loosening his belt. This required some thought. Damn women, he grumbled to himself, always trying to horn in on a man's game. Why can't they stay home? But they were free citizens, he reminded himself. Still, it just didn't seem feminine. He knew that, historically speaking, the Emotional Catharsis Board had been established for men and men only. The board had been formed at the end of the Fourth World War, or Sixth, as some historians counted it. At that time, there had been a driving need for permanent, lasting peace. The reason was practical, as were the men who engineered it. Simply, annihilation was just around the corner. In the World Wars, weapons increased in magnitude, efficiency, and exterminating power. Soldiers became accustomed to them, less and less reluctant to use them. But the saturation point had been reached. Another war would truly be the war to end all wars. There would be no one left to start another. So this peace had to last for all time, but the men who engineered it were practical. They recognized the tensions and dislocations still present, the cauldrons in which wars are brewed. They asked themselves why peace had never lasted in the past. Because men like to fight, was their answer. Oh, no, screamed the idealists. But the men who engineered the peace were forced to postulate, regretfully, the presence of a need for violence in a large percentage of mankind. Men aren't angels. They aren't fiends either. They are just very human beings, with a high degree of combativeness. With this scientific knowledge and the power they had at that moment, the practical men could have gone a long way toward breeding this trait out of the race. Many thought this was the answer. The practical men didn't. They recognized the validity of competition, love of battle, strength in the face of overwhelming odds. These, they felt, were admirable traits for a race, and insurance toward its perpetuity. Without them, the race would be bound to retrogress. The tendency toward violence, they found, was inextricably linked with ingenuity, flexibility, drive. The problem, then, to arrange a peace that would last after they were gone, to stop the race from destroying itself without removing the responsible traits. The way to do this, they decided, was to rechannel man's violence, provide him with an outlet and expression. The first big step was the legalization of gladiatorial events, complete with blood and thunder. But more was needed. Sublimations worked only up to a point. Then people demanded the real thing. There was no substitute for murder. So, murder was legalized on a strictly individual basis, and only for those who wanted it. The governments were directed to create emotional catharsis boards. After a period of experimentation, uniform rules were adopted. Anyone who wanted to murder could sign up at the ECB. Giving certain data and assurances, he would be granted a victim. Anyone who signed up to murder, under the government rules, had to take his turn a few months later as victim, if he survived. That, in essence, was the setup. The individual could commit as many murders as he wanted, but between each he had to be a victim. If he successfully killed his hunter, he could stop or sign up for another murder. At the end of 10 years, an estimated third of the world's civilized population had applied for at least one murder. The number slid to a fourth and stayed there. Philosophers shook their heads, but the practical men were satisfied. War was where it belonged, in the hands of the individual. Of course, there were ramifications to the game and elaborations. Once its existence had been accepted, it became big business. There were services for victim and hunter alike. The Emotional Catharsis Board picked the victims' names at random. A hunter was allowed 6 months in which to make his kill. This had to be done by his own ingenuity, unaided. He was given the name of his victim, address and description, and allowed to use a standard caliber pistol. He could wear no armor of any sort. The victim was notified a week before the hunter. He was told only that he was a victim. He did not know the name of his hunter. He was allowed his choice of armor, however. He could hire spotters. A spotter couldn't kill. Only the victim and hunter could do that. But he could detect a stranger in town, or ferret out a nervous gunman. The victim could arrange any kind of ambush in his power to kill the hunter. There were stiff penalties for killing or wounding the wrong man, for no other murder was allowed. Grudge killings and gain killings were punishable by death. The beauty of the system was that the people who wanted to kill could do so. Those who didn't, the bulk of the population, didn't have to. At least, there weren't any more big wars, not even the imminence of one. Just hundreds of thousands of small ones. Verlaine didn't especially like the idea of killing a woman, but she had signed up. It wasn't his fault, and he wasn't going to lose out on his 7th hunt. He spent the rest of the morning memorizing the data on his victim, then filed the letter. Janet Patzig lived in New York. That was good. He enjoyed hunting in a big city, and he had always wanted to see New York. Her age wasn't given, but to judge from her photographs, she was in her early 20s. Verlaine phoned for jet reservations to New York, then took a shower. He dressed with care in a new Protect suit special made for the occasion. From his collection, he selected a gun, cleaned and oiled it, and fitted it into the fling-out pocket of the suit. Then he packed his suitcase. A pulse of excitement was pounding in his veins. Strange, he thought, how each killing was a new excitement. It was something you just didn't tire of, the way you did a French pastry or women or drinking or anything else. It was always new and different. Finally, he looked over his books to see which he would take. His library contained all the good books on the subject. He wouldn't need any of his victim books, like L. Fred Tracy's Tactics for the Victim, with its insistence on a rigidly controlled environment, or Dr. Frisch's Don't Think Like a Victim. He would be very interested in those in a few months when he was a victim again. Now he wanted hunting books. Tactics for Hunting Humans was the standard and definitive work, but he had it almost memorized. Development of the ambush was not adapted to his present needs. He chose Hunting in Cities by Midwell and Clark, Spotting the Spotter by Al Green, and The Victims In-Group by the same author. Everything was in order. He left a note for the milkman, locked his apartment, and took a cab to the airport. In New York, he checked into a hotel in the Midtown area, not too far from his victim's address. The clerks were smiling and attentive, which bothered Frelaine. He didn't like to be recognized so easily as an out-of-town killer. The first thing he saw in his new room was a pamphlet on his bed table. How to Get the Most Out of Your Emotional Catharsis, it was called, with the compliments of the management. Frelaine smiled and thumbed through it. Since it was his first visit to New York, Frelaine spent the afternoon just walking the streets in his victim's neighborhood. After that, he wandered through a few stores. Martinson and Black was a fascinating place. He went through their hunter-hunted room. There were lightweight bulletproof vests for victims and Richard Arlington hats with bulletproof crowns. On one side was a large display of a new .38 caliber sidearm. "Use the Malvern straight shot," the ad proclaimed. "ECB approved. Carries a load of 12 shots. Tested deviation less than .001 inch per 1,000 feet. Don't miss your victim. Don't risk your life without the best. Be safe with Malvern." Frelaine smiled. The ad was good, and the small black weapon looked ultimately efficient, but he was satisfied with the one he had. There was a special sale on trick canes, with concealed 4-shot magazine, promising safety and concealment. As a young man, Frelaine had gone in heavily for novelties, but now he knew that the old-fashioned ways were usually the best. Outside the store, 4 men from the Department of Sanitation were carting away a freshly killed corpse. Frelaine regretted missing the kill. He ate dinner in a good restaurant and went to bed early. Tomorrow he had a lot to do. Next day, with the face of his victim before him, Frelaine walked through her neighborhood. He didn't look closely at anyone. Instead, he moved rapidly, as though he were really going somewhere, the way an old hunter should walk. He passed several bars and dropped into one for a drink. Then he went on down a side street off Lexington Avenue. There was a pleasant sidewalk cafe there. Frelaine walked past it. And there she was. He could never mistake the face. It was Janet Patzig seated at a table, staring into a drink. She didn't look up as he passed. Frelaine walked to the end of the block. He turned the corner and stopped, hands trembling. Was the girl crazy, exposing herself in the open? Did she think she had a charmed life? He hailed a taxi and had the man drive around the block. Sure enough, she was just sitting there. Frelaine took a careful look. She seemed younger than her pictures, but he couldn't be sure. He would guess her to be not much over 20. Her dark hair was parted in the middle and combed over her ears, giving her a nun-like appearance. Her expression, as far as Frelaine could tell, was one of resigned sadness. Wasn't she even going to make an attempt to defend herself? Frelaine paid the driver and hurried to a drugstore. Finding a vacant telephone booth, he called ECB. "Are you sure that a victim named Janet Marie Patzig has been notified?" "Hold on, sir." Frelaine tapped on the door while the clerk looked up the information. "Yes, sir. We have her personal confirmation. Is there anything wrong, sir?" "No," Frelaine said. "Just wanted to check." After all, it was no one's business if the girl didn't want to defend herself. He was still entitled to kill her. It was his turn. He postponed it for that day, however, and went to a movie. After dinner, he returned to his room and read the ECB pamphlet. Then he lay on his bed and glared at the ceiling. All he had to do was pump a bullet into her. Just ride by in a cab and kill her. She was being a very bad sport about it, he decided resentfully, and went to sleep. The next afternoon, Verlaine walked by the cafe again. The girl was back, sitting at the same table. Verlaine caught a cab. "Drive around the block very slowly," he told the driver. "Sure," the driver said, grinning with sardonic wisdom. From the cab, Verlaine watched for spotters. As far as he could tell, the girl had none. Both her hands were in sight upon the table. An easy, stationary target. Verlaine touched the button of his double-breasted jacket. A fold flew open, and the gun was in his hand. He broke it open and checked the cartridges, then closed it with a snap. "Slowly now," he told the driver. The taxi crawled by the cafe. Verlaine took careful aim, centering the girl in his sights. His finger tightened on the trigger. "Damn it," he said. A waiter had passed by the girl. He didn't want a chance winging someone else. "Around the block again," he told the driver. The man gave him another grin and hunched down in his seat. Verlaine wondered if the driver would feel so happy if he knew that Verlaine was gunning for a woman. This time there was no waiter around. The girl was lighting a cigarette, her mournful face intent on her lighter. Verlaine centered her in his sights, squarely above the eyes, and held his breath. Then he shook his head and put the gun back in his pocket. The idiotic girl was robbing him of the full benefit of his catharsis. He paid the driver and started to walk. It's too easy, he told himself. He was used to a real chase. Most of the other 6 kills had been quite difficult. The victims had tried every dodge. One had hired at least a dozen spotters. But Verlaine had gotten to them all by altering his tactics to meet the situation. Once he had dressed as a milkman, another time as a bill collector. The 6th victim he had had to chase through the Sierra Nevadas. The man had clipped him, too, but Verlaine had done better than that. How could he be proud of this one? What would the Tens Club say? That brought Verlaine up with a start. He wanted to get into the club. Even if he passed up this girl, he would have to defend himself against a hunter. Surviving that, he would still be 4 hunts away from membership. At that rate, he might never get in. He began to pass the cafe again, then, on impulse, stopped abruptly. "Hello," he said. Janet Patzig looked at him out of sad blue eyes, but said nothing. "Say, look," he said, sitting down, "if I'm being fresh, just tell me and I'll go. I'm an out-of-towner, here on a convention, and I'd just like someone feminine to talk to, if you'd rather I didn't." "I don't care," Janet Patzig said tonelessly. "A brandy," Verlaine told the waiter. Janet Patzig's glass was still half full. Verlaine looked at the girl, and he could feel his heart throbbing against his ribs. This was more like it, having a drink with your victim. "My name's Stanton Verlaine," he said, knowing it didn't matter. "Janet—" "Janet what?" "Janet Patzig." "Nice to know you," Verlaine said in a perfectly natural voice. "Are you doing anything tonight, Janet?" "I'm probably being killed tonight," she said quietly. Verlaine looked at her carefully. Did she realize who he was? For all he knew, she had a gun leveled at him under the table. He kept his hand close to the fling-out button. "Are you a victim?" he asked. "You guessed it," she said sardonically. "If I were you, I'd stay out of the way. No sense getting hit by mistake." Verlaine couldn't understand the girl's calm. Was she a suicide? Perhaps she just didn't care. Perhaps she wanted to die. "Haven't you got any spotters?" he asked with the right expression of amazement. "No." She looked at him, full in the face, and Verlaine saw something he hadn't noticed before. She was very lovely. "I'm a bad, bad girl," she said lightly. "I got the idea I'd like to commit a murder, so I signed for ECB. Then I couldn't do it." Verlaine shook his head, sympathizing with her. "But I'm still in, of course. Even if I didn't shoot, I still have to be a victim." "But why don't you hire some spotters?" he asked. "I couldn't kill anyone," she said. "I just couldn't. I don't even have a gun." "You've got a lot of courage," Verlaine said, "coming out in the open this way." Secretly, he was amazed at her stupidity. "What can I do?" she asked listlessly. "You can't hide from a hunter, not a real one, and I don't have enough money to make a real disappearance." "Since it's in your own defense, I should think—" Verlaine began, but she interrupted. "No, I've made up my mind on that. This whole thing is wrong, the whole system. When I had my victim in the sights, when I could see how easily I could... She pulled herself together quickly. "Oh, let's forget it," she said, and smiled. Verlaine found her smile dazzling. After that, they talked of other things. Verlaine told her of his business, and she told him about New York. She was 22, an unsuccessful actress. They had supper together. When she accepted Verlaine's invitation to go to the gladiatorials, he felt absurdly elated. He called a cab. He seemed to be spending his entire time in New York in cabs, and opened the door for her. She started in. Verlaine hesitated. He could have pumped a shot into her at that moment. It would have been very easy. But he held his hand. Just for the moment, he told himself. The gladiatorials were about the same as those held anywhere else, except that the talent was a little better. There were the usual historical events, swordsmen and netmen, duels with saber and foil. Most of those, naturally, were fought to the death. Then bullfighting, lion fighting, and rhino fighting, followed by the more modern events. Fights from behind barricades with bow and arrow, dueling on a high wire. The evening passed pleasantly. Verlaine escorted the girl home, the palms of his hands sticky with sweat. He had never found a woman he liked better, and yet she was his legitimate kill. He didn't know what he was going to do. She invited him in, and they sat together on the couch. The girl lighted a cigarette for herself with a large lighter, then settled back. "Are you leaving soon?" she asked him. "I suppose so," Verlaine said. "The convention is only lasting another day." She was silent for a moment. "I'll be sorry to see you go. Send roses to my funeral." They were quiet for a while. Then Janet went to fix him a drink. Verlaine eyed her retreating back. Now was the time. He placed his hand near the button. But the moment had passed for him irrevocably. He wasn't going to kill her. You don't kill the girl you love. The realization that he loved her was shocking. He'd come to kill, not to find a wife. She came back with the drink and sat down opposite him, staring at emptiness. "Janet," he said, "I love you." She sat, just looking at him. There were tears in her eyes. "You can't," she protested. "I'm a victim. I won't live long enough to. You won't be killed. I'm your hunter." She stared at him a moment, then laughed uncertainly. "Are you going to kill me?" she asked. "Don't be ridiculous," he said. "I'm going to marry you." Suddenly she was in his arms. "Oh, Lord," she gasped. "The waiting! I've been so frightened." "It's all over," he told her. "Think what a story it will make for our kids. How I came to murder you and left marrying you." She kissed him, then sat back and lighted another cigarette. "Let's start packing," Verlaine said. "I want—" "Wait," Janet interrupted. "You haven't asked if I love you." "What?" She was still smiling, and the cigarette lighter was pointed at him. In the bottom of it was a black hole, a hole just large enough for a .38 caliber bullet. "Don't kid around," he objected, getting to his feet. "I'm not being funny, darling," she said. In a fraction of a second, Verlaine had time to wonder how he could ever have thought she was not much over 20. Looking at her now, really looking at her, he knew she couldn't be much less than 30. Every minute of her strained, tense existence showed on her face. "I don't love you, Stanton," she said very softly, the cigarette lighter poised. Verlaine struggled for breath. One part of him was able to realize detachedly what a marvelous actress she really was. She must have known all along. Verlaine pushed the button, and the gun was in his hand, cocked and ready. The blow that struck him in the chest knocked him over a coffee table. The gun fell out of his hand. Gasping, half-conscious, he watched her take careful aim for the coup de grace. "Now I can join the tens," he heard her say elatedly as she squeezed the trigger. End of 7th Victim. End of Section 10. Section 11. Of Still Untouched by Human Hands. Stories by Robert Sheckley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Skulking Permit. Part 1. Tom Fisher had no idea he was about to begin a criminal career. It was morning. The big red sun was just above the horizon, trailing its small yellow companion. The village, tiny and precise, a unique white dot on the planet's green expanse, glistened under its two midsummer suns. Tom was just waking up inside his cottage. He was a tall, tan young man, with his father's oval eyes and his mother's easygoing attitude toward exercise. He was in no hurry. There could be no fishing until the fall rains, and therefore no real work for a fisher. Until fall, he was going to loaf and mend his fishing poles. "It's supposed to have a red roof," he heard Billy Painter shouting outside. "Churches never have red roofs," Ed Weaver shouted back. Tom frowned. Not being involved, he had forgotten the changes that had come over the village in the last 2 weeks. He slipped on a pair of pants and sauntered out to the village square. The first thing he saw when he entered the square was a large new sign, reading, "No aliens allowed within city limits." There were no aliens on the entire planet of New Delaware. There was nothing but forest and this one village. The sign was purely a statement of policy. The square itself contained a church, a jail, and a post office, all constructed in the last 2 frantic weeks and set in a neat row facing the market. No one knew what to do with these buildings. The village had gone along nicely without them for over 200 years. But now, of course, they had to be built. Ed Weaver was standing in front of the new church, squinting upward. Billy Painter was balanced precariously on the church's steep roof, his blond mustache bristling indignantly. A small crowd had gathered. "Damn it, man," Billy Painter was saying. "I tell you, I was reading about it just last week. White roof, okay. Red roof, never." "You're mixing it up with something else," Weaver said. "How about it, Tom?" Tom shrugged, having no opinion to offer. Just then the mayor bustled up, perspiring freely, his shirt flapping over his large paunch. "Come down," he called to Billy. "I just looked it up. It's Little Red Schoolhouse, not Church House." Billy looked angry. He had always been moody. All painters were. But since the mayor made him chief of police last week, he had become downright temperamental. "We don't have no little schoolhouse," Billy argued, halfway down the ladder. "We'll just have to build one," the mayor said. "We'll have to hurry, too." He glanced at the sky. Involuntarily, everyone in the crowd glanced upward, but there was still nothing in sight. "Where are the Carpenter boys?" the mayor asked. "Sid, Sam, Marv." Where are you?" Sid Carpenter's head appeared through the crowd. He was still on crutches from last month when he had fallen out of a tree looking for thistle's eggs. No carpenter was worth a damn at tree climbing. "The other boys are at Ed Beer's tavern," Sid said. "Where else would they be?" Mary Waterman called from the crowd. "Well, you gather them up," the mayor said. "They got to build us a little schoolhouse, and quick. Tell them to put it up beside the jail." He turned to Billy Painter, who was back on the ground. "Billy, you paint that schoolhouse a good bright red, inside and out. It's very important." "When do I get a police chief badge?" Billy demanded. "I read that police chiefs always get badges." "Make yourself one," the mayor said. He mopped his face with his shirt tail. "Sure hot. Don't know why that inspector couldn't have come in winter. Tom Fisher, got an important job for you. Come on, I'll tell you all about it." He put an arm around Tom's shoulders, and they walked to the mayor's cottage, past the empty market along the village's single paved road. In the old days, that road had been of packed dirt, but the old days had ended 2 weeks ago, and now the road was paved with crushed rock. It made barefoot walking so uncomfortable that the villagers simply cut across each other's lawns. The mayor, though, walked on it out of principle. "Now look, Mayor," Tom protested, "I'm on my vacation." "Can't have any vacations now," the mayor said. "Not now. He's due any day." He ushered Tom inside his cottage and sat down in the big armchair, which had been pushed as close to the interstellar radio as possible. "Tom," the mayor said directly, "how would you like to be a criminal?" "I don't know," said Tom. "What's a criminal?" Squirming uncomfortably in his chair, the mayor rested a hand on the radio for authority. "It's this way," he said, and began to explain. Tom listened, but the more he heard, the less he liked. It was all the fault of that interstellar radio, he decided. Why hadn't it really been broken? No one had believed it could work. It had gathered dust in the office of one mayor after another for generations, the last silent link with Mother Earth. 200 years ago, Earth talked with New Delaware, and with Ford 4, Alpha Centauri, Nueva España, and the other colonies that made up the United Democracies of Earth. Then all conversation stopped. There seemed to be a war on Earth. New Delaware, with its one village, was too small and too distant to take part. They waited for news, but no news came. And then plague struck the village, wiping out 3/4 of the inhabitants. Slowly the village healed. The villagers adopted their own ways of doing things. They forgot Earth. 200 years passed. And then, 2 weeks ago, the ancient radio had coughed itself into life. For hours it growled and spat static, while the inhabitants of the village gathered around the mayor's cottage. Finally, words came out. "Hear me, New Delaware? Do you hear me?" "Yes, yes, we hear you," the mayor said. "The colony still there?" "It certainly is," the mayor said proudly. The voice became stern and official. "There has been no contact with the outer colonies for some time, due to unsettled conditions here. But that's over, except for a little mopping up. You of New Delaware are still a colony of Imperial Earth, and subject to her laws. Do you acknowledge the status?" The mayor hesitated. All the books refer to Earth as the United Democracies. Well, in 2 centuries, names could change. "We are still loyal to Earth," the mayor said with dignity. "Excellent. That saves us the trouble of sending an expeditionary force. A resident inspector will be dispatched to you from the nearest point to ascertain whether you conform to the customs, institutions, and traditions of Earth." "What?" the mayor asked, worried. The stern voice became higher-pitched. "You realize, of course, that there is room for only one intelligent species in the universe, man. All others must be suppressed, wiped out, annihilated. We can tolerate no aliens sneaking around us. I'm sure you understand, General." "I'm not a general. I'm a mayor." You're in charge, aren't you?" "Yes, but then you're a general. Permit me to continue. In this galaxy, there is no room for aliens. None. Nor is there room for deviant human cultures, which, by definition, are alien. It is impossible to administer an empire when everyone does as he pleases. There must be order, no matter what the cost." The mayor gulped hard and stared at the radio. "Be sure you're running an Earth colony, General, with no radical departures from the norm, such as free will, free love, free elections, or anything else on the proscribed list. Those things are alien, and we're pretty rough on aliens. Get your colony in order, General. The inspector will call in about 2 weeks. That is all." The village held an immediate meeting to determine how best to conform with the Earth mandate. All they could do was hastily model themselves upon the Earth pattern as shown in their ancient books. "I don't see why there has to be a criminal," Tom said. "That's a very important part of Earth society," the mayor explained. "All the books agree on it. The criminal is as important as the postman, say, or the police chief. Unlike them, the criminal is engaged in antisocial work. He works against society, Tom. If you don't have people working against society, how can you have people working for it? There'd be no jobs for them to do." Tom shook his head. "I just don't see it." "Be reasonable, Tom. We have to have earthly things, like paved roads. All the books mention that. And churches, and schoolhouses, and jails. And all the books mention crime." "I won't do it," Tom said. "Put yourself in my position," the mayor begged. "This inspector comes and meets Billy Painter, our police chief. He asks to see the jail. Then he says, 'No prisoners?' I answer, 'Of course not. We don't have any crime here.' 'No crime,' he says. 'But Earth colonies always have crime. You know that.' 'We don't,' I answer. 'Didn't even know what it was until we looked up the word last week.' 'Then why did you build a jail?' he asks me. 'Why did you appoint a police chief?'" The mayor paused for breath. "You see, the whole thing falls through. He sees at once that we're not truly Earth-like. We're faking it. We're aliens." Tom said, impressed in spite of himself. "This way," the mayor went on quickly, "I can say, certainly we've got crime here, just like on Earth. We've got a combination thief and murderer. Poor fellow had a bad upbringing, and he's maladjusted. Our police chief has some clues, though. We expect an arrest within 24 hours. We'll lock him in the jail and then rehabilitate him." "What's rehabilitate?" Tom asked. "I'm not sure. I'll worry about that when I come to it. But now, do you see how necessary crime is?" "I suppose so. But why me?" "Can't spare anyone else. And you've got narrow eyes. Criminals always have narrow eyes." "They aren't that narrow. They're no narrower than Ed Weaver's." "Tom, please," the mayor said. "We're all doing our part. You want to help, don't you?" "I suppose so," Tom repeated wearily. "Fine. You're our criminal. Here, this makes it legal." He handed Tom a document. It read, "Skulking Permit. Know all men by these presents that Tom Fisher is a duly authorized thief and murderer. He is hereby required to skulk in dismal alleys, haunt places of low repute, and break the law." Tom read it through twice and then asked, "What law?" "I'll let you know as fast as I make them up," the mayor said. "All Earth colonies have laws." "But what do I do?" "You steal and kill. That should be easy enough." The mayor walked to his bookcase and took down ancient volumes entitled "The Criminal and His Environment, Psychology of the Slayer, and Studies in Theft Motivation." "These will give you everything you need to know. Steal as much as you like. One murder should be enough, though. No sense overdoing it." "Right," Tom nodded. "I guess I'll catch on." He picked up the books and returned to his cottage. It was very hot, and all the talk about crime had puzzled and wearied him. He lay down on his bed and began to go through the ancient books. There was a knock on his door. "Come in," Tom called, rubbing his tired eyes. Marv Carpenter, oldest and tallest of the red-headed carpenter boys, came in, followed by old Jed Farmer. They were carrying a small sack. "You the town criminal, Tom?" Marv asked. "Looks like it." "Then this is for you." They put the sack on the floor and took from it a hatchet, 2 knives, a short spear, a club, and a blackjack. "What's all that?" Tom asked, sitting upright. "Weapons, of course," Jed Farmer said testily. "You can't be a real criminal without weapons." Tom scratched his head. "Is that a fact?" "You'd better start figuring these things out for yourself," Farmer went on in his impatient voice. "Can't expect us to do everything for you." Marv Carpenter winked at Tom. "Jed's sore because the mayor made him our postman." "I'll do my part," Jed said. "I just don't like having to write all those letters." "Can't be too hard," Marv Carpenter said, grinning. "The postmen do it on Earth, and they got a lot more people there. Good luck, Tom." They left. Tom bent down and examined the weapons. He knew what they were. The old books were full of them. But no one had ever actually used a weapon on New Delaware. The only native animals on the planet were small, furry, and confirmed eaters of grass. As for turning a weapon on a fellow villager, why would anybody want to do that? He picked up one of the knives. It was cold. He touched the point. It was sharp. Tom began to pace the floor, staring at the weapons. They gave him a queer sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. He decided he had been hasty in accepting the job. But there was no use worrying about it yet. He still had those books to read. After that, perhaps he could make some sense out of the whole thing. He read for several hours, stopping only to eat a light lunch. The books were understandable enough. The various criminal methods were clearly explained, sometimes with diagrams. But the whole thing was unreasonable. What was the purpose of crime? Whom did it benefit? What did people get out of it? The books didn't explain that. He leafed through them, looking at the photographed faces of criminals. They looked very serious and dedicated, extremely conscious of the significance of their work to society. Tom wished he could find out what that significance was. It would probably make things much easier. "Tom?" he heard the mayor call from outside. "I'm in here, Mayor," Tom said. The door opened and the mayor peered in. Behind him were Jane Farmer, Mary Waterman, and Alice Cook. "How about it, Tom?" the mayor asked. "How about what?" "How about getting to work?" Tom grinned self-consciously. "I was going to," he said. "I was reading these books, trying to figure out." The 3 middle-aged ladies glared at him, and Tom stopped in embarrassment. "You're certainly taking your time reading," Alice Cook said. "Everyone else is outside working," said Jane Farmer. "What's so hard about stealing?" Mary Waterman challenged. "It's true," the mayor told him. "That inspector might be here any day now, and we don't have a crime to show him." All right," Tom said. He stuck a knife and a blackjack in his belt, put the sack in his pocket for loot, and stalked out. But where was he going? It was mid-afternoon. The market, which was the most logical place to rob, would be empty until evening. Besides, he didn't want to commit a robbery in daylight. It seemed unprofessional. He opened his skulking permit and read it through. Required to haunt places of low repute. That was it. He'd haunt a low repute place. He could form some plans there, get into the mood of the thing. But unfortunately, the village didn't have much to choose from. There was the tiny restaurant run by the widowed Ames sisters, there was Jeff Hearn's lounging spot, and finally there was Ed Beer's tavern. Ed's place would have to do. The tavern was a cottage much like the other cottages in the village. It had one big room for guests a kitchen, and family sleeping quarters. Ed's wife did the cooking and kept the place as clean as she could, considering her ailing back. Ed served the drinks. He was a pale, sleepy-eyed man with a talent for worrying. "Hello, Tom," Ed said. "Hear you're our criminal." "That's right," said Tom. "I'll take a pericola." Ed Beer served him the non-alcoholic root extract and stood anxiously in front of Tom's table. "How come you ain't out thieving, Tom?" "I'm planning," Tom said. "My permit says I have to haunt places of low repute. That's why I'm here." "Is that nice?" Ed Beer asked sadly. "This is no place of low repute, Tom." "You serve the worst meals in town," Tom pointed out. "Oh, I know. My wife can't cook. But there's a friendly atmosphere here. Folks like it." "That's all changed, Ed. I'm making this tavern my headquarters." Ed Beer's shoulders drooped. "Try to keep a nice place," he muttered. "A lot of thanks you get." He returned to the bar. Tom proceeded to think. He found it amazingly difficult. The more he tried, the less came out. But he stuck grimly to it. An hour passed. Richie Farmer, Jed's youngest son, stuck his head in the door. "You steal anything yet, Tom?" "Not yet," Tom told him, hunched over his table, still thinking. The scorching afternoon drifted slowly by. Patches of evening became visible through the tavern's small, not-too-clean windows. A cricket began to chirp outside, and the first whisper of night wind stirred the surrounding forest. Big George Waterman and Max Weaver came in for a glass of Glava. They sat down beside Tom. "How's it going?" George Waterman asked. "Not so good," Tom said. "Can't seem to get the hang of this stealing." "You'll catch on," Waterman said in his slow, ponderous, earnest fashion. "If anyone in this village can learn it, you can." "We've got confidence in you, Tom," Weaver assured him. Tom thanked them. They drank and left. He continued thinking, staring into his empty pericola glass. An hour later, Ed Beer cleared his throat apologetically. "It's, none of my business, Tom, but when are you going to steal something?" "Right now," Tom said. He stood up, made sure his weapons were securely in place, and strode out the door. Nightly bartering had begun in the market. Goods were piled carelessly on benches or spread over the grass on straw mats. There was no currency, no rate of exchange. 10 hand-wrought nails were worth a pail of milk or 2 fish, or vice versa, depending on what you had to barter and needed at the moment. No one ever bothered keeping accounts. That was one Earth custom the mayor was having difficulty introducing. As Tom Fisher walked down the square, everyone greeted him. "Stealing now, huh, Tom? Go to it, boy. You can do it." No one in the village had ever witnessed an actual theft. They considered it an exotic custom of distant Earth, and they wanted to see how it worked. They left their goods and followed Tom through the market, watching avidly. Tom found that his hands were trembling. He didn't like having so many people watch him steal. He decided he better work fast while he still had the nerve. He stopped abruptly in front of Mrs. Miller's fruit-laden bench. "Tasty-looking geefers," he said casually. "They're fresh," Mrs. Miller told him. She was a small and bright-eyed old woman. Tom could remember long conversations she had had with his mother back when his parents were alive. "They look very tasty," he said, wishing he had stopped somewhere else instead. "Oh, they are," said Mrs. Miller. "I picked them just this afternoon." "Is he going to steal now?" someone whispered. "Sure he is. Watch him," someone whispered back. Tom picked up a bright green geifer and inspected it. The crowd became suddenly silent. "Certainly looks very tasty," Tom said, carefully replacing the geifer. The crowd released a long-drawn sigh. Max Weaver and his wife and 5 children were at the next bench. Tonight they were displaying 2 blankets and a shirt. They all smiled shyly when Tom came over, followed by the crowd. "That shirt's about your size," Weaver informed him. He wished the people would go away and let Tom work. Tom said, picking up the shirt. The crowd stirred expectantly. A girl began to giggle hysterically. Tom gripped the shirt tightly and opened his loot bag. "Just a moment." Billy the painter pushed his way through. He was wearing a badge now, an old earth coin he had polished and pinned to his belt. The expression on his face was unmistakably official. "What were you doing with that shirt, Tom?" Billy asked. "Why, I was just looking at it." "Just looking at it, huh?" Billy turned away, his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly he whirled and extended a rigid forefinger. "I don't think you were just looking at it, Tom. I think you were planning on stealing it." Tom didn't answer. The telltale sack hung limply from one hand, the shirt from the other. "As police chief," Billy went on, "I've got a duty to protect these people. You're a suspicious character. I think I'd better lock you up for further questioning." Tom hung his head. He hadn't expected this, but it was just as well. Once he was in jail, it would be all over, and when Billy released him, he could get back to fishing. Suddenly, the mayor bounded through the crowd, his shirt flapping wildly around his waist. "Billy, what are you doing?" "Doing my duty, Mayor. Tom here is acting plenty suspicious. The book says—" "I know what the book says," the mayor told him. "I gave you the book. You can't go arresting Tom. Not yet." "But there's no other criminal in the village," Billy complained. "I can't help that," the mayor said. Billy's lips tightened. "The book says about preventive police work. I'm supposed to stop crime before it happens." The mayor raised his hands and dropped them wearily. "Billy, don't you understand? This village needs a criminal record. You have to help too." Billy shrugged his shoulders. "All right, Mayor. I was just trying to do my job." He turned to go. Then he whirled again on Tom. "I'll still get you. Remember, crime does not pay." He stalked off. "He's overambitious, Tom," the mayor explained. "Forget it. Go ahead and steal something. Let's get this job over with." Tom started to edge away toward the green forest outside the village. "What's wrong, Tom?" the mayor asked worriedly. "I'm not in the mood anymore," Tom said. "Maybe tomorrow night." "No, right now," the mayor insisted. "You can't go on putting it off. Come on, we'll all help you." "Sure we will," Max Weaver said. "Steal the shirt, Tom. It's your size anyhow." "How about a nice water jug, Tom? Look at these skeegee nuts over here." Tom looked from bench to bench. As he reached for Weaver's shirt, a knife slipped from his belt and dropped to the ground. The crowd clucked sympathetically. Tom replaced it, perspiring, knowing he looked like a Butterfingers. He reached out, took the shirt, and stuffed it into the loot bag. The crowd cheered. Tom smiled faintly, feeling a bit better. "I think I'm getting the hang of it." "Sure you are. We knew you could do it. Take something else, boy." Tom walked down the market and helped himself to a length of rope, a handful of skeegee nuts, and a grass hat. "I guess that's enough," he told the mayor. "Enough for now," the mayor agreed. "This doesn't really count, you know. This was the same as people giving it to you. Practice, you might say." "Oh," Tom said, disappointed. "But you know what you're doing. The next time it'll be just as easy." "I suppose it will." "And don't forget that murder." "Is it really necessary?" Tom asked. "I wish it weren't," the mayor said. "But this colony has been here for over 200 years, and we haven't had a single murder. Not one. According to the records, all the other colonies had lots." "I suppose we should have one," Tom admitted. "I'll take care of it." He headed for his cottage. The crowd gave a rousing cheer as he departed. At home, Tom lighted a rush lamp and fixed himself supper. After eating, he sat for a long time in his big armchair. He was dissatisfied with himself. He had not really handled the stealing well. All day he had worried and hesitated. People had practically had to put things in his hands before he could take them. A fine thief he was. And there was no excuse for it. Stealing and murdering were like any other necessary jobs. Just because he had never done them before, just because he could see no sense to them, that was no reason to bungle them. He walked to the door. It was a fine night, illuminated by a dozen nearby giant stars. The market was deserted again, and the village lights were winking out. This was the time to steal. A thrill ran through him at the thought. He was proud of himself. That was how criminals planned, and this was how stealing should be, skulking late at night. Quickly, Tom checked his weapons, emptied his loot sack, and walked out. The last rushlights were extinguished. Tom moved noiselessly through the village. He came to Roger Waterman's house. Big Roger had left his spade propped against a wall. Tom picked it up. Down the block, Mrs. Weaver's water jug was in its usual place beside the front door. Tom took it. On his way home, he found a little wooden horse that some child had forgotten. It went with the rest. He was pleasantly exhilarated. Once the goods were safely home, he decided to make another haul. This time he returned with a bronze plaque from the mayor's house, Marv Carpenter's best saw, and Jed Farmer's sickle. Not bad, he told himself. He was catching on. One more load would constitute a good night's work. This time he found a hammer and chisel in Ron Stone's shed, and a reed basket at Alice Cook's house. He was about to take Jeff Hearn's rake when he heard a faint noise. He flattened himself against a wall. Billy Painter came prowling quietly along, his badge gleaming in the starlight. In one hand he carried a short, heavy club, in the other a pair of homemade handcuffs. In the dim light his face was ominous. It was the face of a man who had pledged himself against crime, even though he wasn't really sure what it was. Tom held his breath as Billy Painter passed within 10 feet of him. Slowly, Tom backed away. The loot sack jingled. "Who's there?" Billy yelled. When no one answered, he turned a slow circle, peering into the shadows. Tom was flattened against a wall again. He was fairly sure Billy wouldn't see him. Billy had weak eyes because of the fumes of the paint he mixed. All painters had weak eyes. It was one of the reasons they were moody. "Is that you, Tom?" Billy asked in a friendly tone. Tom was about to answer when he noticed that Billy's club was raised in a striking position. He kept quiet. "I'll get you yet," Billy shouted. "Well, get him in the morning," Jeff Hearn shouted from his bedroom window. "Some of us are trying to sleep." Billy moved away. When he was gone, Tom hurried home and dumped his pile of loot on the floor with the rest. He surveyed his haul proudly. It gave him the sense of a job well done. After a cool drink of guava, Tom went to bed, falling at once into a peaceful, dreamless sleep. End of Skulking Permit, Part 1. End of Section 11. Section 12 of Still Untouched by Human Hands. Stories by Robert Sheckley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Skulking Permit, Part 2. Next morning, Tom sauntered out to see how the little red schoolhouse was progressing. The Carpenter boys were hard at work on it, helped by several villagers. "How's it coming?" Tom called out cheerfully. "Fair," Marv Carpenter said. "It'd come along better if I had my saw." "Your saw?" Tom repeated blankly. After a moment, he remembered that he had stolen it last night. It hadn't seemed to belong to anyone then. The saw and all the rest had been objects to be stolen. He had never given a thought to the fact that they might be used or needed. Marv Carpenter asked, "Do you suppose I could use the saw for a while, just for an hour or so?" "I'm not sure," Tom said, frowning. "It's legally stolen, you know." "Of course it is, but if I could just borrow it—" "You'd have to give it back." "Well, naturally I have to give it back," Marv said indignantly. "I wouldn't keep anything that was legally stolen." "It's in the house with the rest of the loot." Marv thanked him and hurried after it. Tom began to stroll through the village. He reached the mayor's house. The mayor was standing outside, staring at the sky. "Tom, did you take my bronze plaque?" he asked. "I certainly did," Tom said belligerently. "Oh, just wondering." The mayor pointed upward. "See it?" Tom looked. "What?" "Black dot near the rim of the small sun." "Yes, what is it?" "I'll bet it's the inspector's ship. How's your work coming?" "Fine," Tom said, a trifle uncomfortably. "Got your murder planned?" "I've been having a little trouble with that," Tom confessed. "To tell the truth, I haven't made any progress on it at all." "Come on in, Tom. I want to talk to you." Inside the cool, shuttered living room, the mayor poured 2 glasses of glava and motioned Tom to a chair. "Our time is running short," the mayor said gloomily. "The inspector may land any hour now, and my hands are full." He motioned at the interstellar radio. "That has been talking again. Something about a revolt on Dang 4, and all loyal Earth colonies are to prepare for conscription, whatever that is. I never even heard of Dang 4, but I have to start worrying about it in addition to everything else." He fixed Tom with a stern stare. "Criminals on Earth commit dozens of murders a day and never even think about it. All your village wants of you is one little killing. Is that too much to ask?" Tom spread his hands nervously. "Do you really think it's necessary?" "You know it is," the mayor said. "If we're going earthly, we have to go all the way. This is the only thing holding us back. All the other projects are right on schedule." Billy Painter entered, wearing a new official blue shirt with bright metal buttons. He sank into a chair. "Kill anyone yet, Tom?" The mayor said. "He wants to know if it's necessary." "Of course it is," the police chief said. "Read any of the books. You're not much of a criminal if you don't commit a murder." "Who'll it be, Tom?" the mayor asked. Tom squirmed uncomfortably in his chair. He rubbed his fingers together nervously. "Well?" "Oh, I'll kill Jeff Hearn," Tom blurted. Billy Painter leaned forward quickly. "Why?" he asked. "Why? Why not?" "What's your motive?" "I thought you just wanted a murder," Tom retorted. "Who said anything about motive?" "We can't have a fake murder," the police chief explained. "It has to be done right, and that means you have to have a proper motive." Tom thought for a moment. "Well, I don't know Jeff well. Is that a good enough motive?" The mayor shook his head. "No, Tom, that won't do. Better pick someone else." "Let's see," Tom said. "How about George Waterman?" "What's the motive?" Billy asked immediately. "Oh, well, I don't like the way George walks. Never did, and he's noisy sometimes." The mayor nodded approvingly. "Sounds good to me. What do you say, Billy?" "How am I supposed to deduce a motive like that?" Billy asked angrily. "No, that might be good enough for a crime of passion, but you're a legal criminal, Tom. By definition, you're cold-blooded, ruthless, and cunning. You can't kill someone just because you don't like the way he walks. That's silly." "I'd better think this whole thing over," Tom said, standing up. "Don't take too long," the mayor told him. "The sooner it's done, the better." Tom nodded and started out the door. "Oh, Tom," Billy called, "don't forget to leave clues. They're very important." "All right," Tom said, and left. Outside, most of the villagers were watching the sky. The black dot had grown immensely larger. It covered most of the smaller sun. Tom went to his place of low repute to think things out. Ed Beer had apparently changed his mind about the desirability of criminal elements. The tavern was redecorated. There was a large sign reading, "Criminal's Lair." Inside, there were new, carefully soiled curtains on the windows, blocking the daylight and making the tavern truly a dismal retreat. Weapons, hastily carved out of soft wood, hung on one wall. On another wall was a large red splotch, an ominous-looking thing, even though Tom knew it was only Billy Painter's rootberry red paint. "Come right in, Tom," Ed Beer said, and led him to the darkest corner in the room. Tom noticed that the tavern was unusually filled for the time of day. People seemed to like the idea of being in a genuine criminal's lair. Tom sipped a Pericola and began to think. He had to commit a murder. He took out his skulking permit and looked it over. Unpleasant, unpalatable, something he wouldn't normally do, but he did have the legal obligation. Tom drank his Pericola and concentrated on murder. He told himself he was going to kill someone. He had to snuff out a life. He would make someone cease to exist. But the phrases didn't contain the essence of the act. They were just words. To clarify his thoughts, he took big, red-headed Marv Carpenter as an example. Today, Marv was working on the schoolhouse with his borrowed saw. If Tom killed Marv, well, Marv wouldn't work anymore. Tom shook his head impatiently. He still wasn't grasping it. All right, here was Marv Carpenter, biggest and many thought the pleasantest of the Carpenter boys. He'd be planing down a piece of wood, grasping the plane firmly in his large, freckled hands, squinting down the line he had drawn. Thirsty, undoubtedly, and with a small pain in his left shoulder that Jan druggist was unsuccessfully treating. That was Marv Carpenter. Then Marv Carpenter sprawled on the ground, his eyes glaring open, limbs stiff, mouth twisted, no air going in or out his nostrils, no beat to his heart. Never again to hold a piece of wood in his large freckled hands, never again to feel the small and really unimportant pain in his shoulder that Jan druggist was. For just a moment, Tom glimpsed what murder really was. The vision passed, but enough of a memory remained to make him feel sick. He could live with the thieving, but murder, even in the best interest of the village, what would people think after they saw what he had just imagined? How could he live with them? How could he live with himself afterward? And yet, he had to kill. Everybody in the village had a job, and that was his. But whom could he murder? The excitement started later in the day, when the interstellar radio was filled with angry voices. "Call that a colony? Where's the capital?" "This is it," the mayor replied. "Where's your landing field?" "I think it's being used as a pasture," the mayor said. "I could look up where it was. No ship has landed here in over—" "The main ship will stay aloft then. Assemble your officials. I am coming down immediately." The entire village gathered around an open field that the inspector designated. Tom strapped on his weapons and skulked behind a tree, watching. A small ship detached itself from the big one and dropped swiftly down. It plummeted toward the field where the villagers held their breaths, certain it would crash. At the last moment, jets flared, scorching the grass, and the ship settled gently to the ground. The mayor edged forward, followed by Billy Painter. A door in the ship opened, and 4 men marched out. They held shining metallic instruments that Tom knew were weapons. After them came a large red-faced man dressed in black, wearing 4 bright medals. He was followed by a little man with a wrinkled face, also dressed in black. 4 more uniformed men followed him. "Welcome to New Delaware," the mayor said. "Thank you, General," the big man said, shaking the mayor's hand firmly. "I am Inspector Delhumain. This is Mr. Grant, my political advisor." Grant nodded to the mayor, ignoring his outstretched hand. He was looking at the villagers with an expression of mild disgust. "We will survey the village," the inspector said, glancing at Grant out of the corner of his eye. Grant nodded. The uniformed guards closed around them. Tom followed at a safe distance, skulking in true criminal fashion. In the village, he hid behind a house to watch the inspection. The mayor pointed out with pardonable pride the jail, the post office, the church, and the little red schoolhouse. The inspector seemed bewildered. Mr. Grant smiled unpleasantly and rubbed his jaw. "As I thought," he told the inspector. "A waste of time, fuel, and a battle cruiser. This place has nothing of value." "I'm not so sure," the inspector said. He turned to the mayor. "But what did you build them for, General?" "Why, to be earthly," the mayor said. "We're doing our best, as you can see." Mr. Grant whispered something in the inspector's ear. "Tell me," the inspector asked the mayor, "how many young men are there in the village?" "I beg your pardon?" the mayor said in polite bewilderment. "Young men between the ages of 15 and 60, Mr. Grant explained. "You see, General, Imperial Mother Earth is engaged in a war. The colonists on Ding 4 and some other colonies have turned against their birthright. They are revolting against the absolute authority of Mother Earth." "I'm sorry to hear that," the mayor said sympathetically. "We need men for the space fleet," the inspector told him. "Good, healthy fighting men. Our reserves are depleted." "We wish," Mr. Grant broke in smoothly, "to give all loyal Earth colonists a chance to fight for Imperial Mother Earth. We are sure you won't refuse." "Oh, no," the mayor said. "Certainly not. I'm sure our young men will be glad. I mean, they don't know much about it, but they're all bright boys. They can learn, I guess." "You see," the inspector said to Mr. Grant, 60, 70, perhaps 100 recruits. Not such a waste after all." Mr. Grant still looked dubious. The inspector and his advisor went to the mayor's house for refreshment. 4 soldiers accompanied them. The other 4 walked around the village, helping themselves to anything they found. Tom hid in the woods nearby to think things over. In the early evening, Mrs. Ed Beer came furtively out of the village. She was a gaunt, grayish-blonde, middle-aged woman, but she moved quite rapidly in spite of her case of housemaid's knee. She had a basket with her covered with a red checkered napkin. "Here's your dinner," she said, as soon as she found Tom. "Why, thanks," said Tom, taken by surprise. "You didn't have to do that." "I certainly did. Our tavern is your place of low repute, isn't it? We're responsible for your well-being, and the mayor sent you a message." Tom looked up, his mouth full of food. "What is it?" "He said to hurry up with the murder. He's been stalling the inspector and that nasty little Grant man. But they're going to ask him. He's sure of it." Tom nodded. "When are you going to do it?" Mrs. Beer asked, cocking her head to one side. "I mustn't tell you," Tom said. "Of course you must. I'm a criminal's accomplice." Mrs. Beer leaned closer. "That's true," Tom admitted thoughtfully. "Well, I'm going to do it tonight, after dark. Tell Billy Painter I'll leave all the fingerprints I can and any other clues I can think of." "All right, Tom," Mrs. Beer said. Good luck." Tom waited for dark, meanwhile watching the village. He noticed that most of the soldiers had been drinking. They swaggered around as though the villagers didn't exist. One of them fired his weapon into the air, frightening all the small, furry grass-eaters for miles around. The inspector and Mr. Grant were still in the mayor's house. Night came. Tom slipped into the village and stationed himself in an alley between two houses. He drew his knife and waited. Someone was approaching. He tried to remember his criminal methods, but nothing came. He knew he would just have to do the murder as best he could, and fast. The person came up, his figure indistinct in the darkness. "Why, hello, Tom." It was the mayor. He looked at the knife. "What are you doing?" "You said there had to be a murder, so—" "I didn't mean me," the mayor said, backing away. "It can't be me." "Why not?" Tom asked. "Well, for one thing, somebody has to talk to the inspector. He's waiting for me. Someone has to show him." "Billy Painter can do that," said Tom. He grasped the mayor by the shirt front, raised the knife, and aimed for the throat. "Nothing personal, of course," he added. "Wait," the mayor cried. "If there's nothing personal, then you have no motive." Tom lowered the knife, but kept his grasp on the mayor's shirt. "I guess I can think of one. I've been pretty sore about you appointing me criminal." "It was the mayor who appointed you, wasn't it?" "Well, sure." The mayor pulled Tom out of the shadows into the bright starlight. "Look." Tom gaped. The mayor was dressed in long, sharply creased pants and a tunic resplendent with medals. On each shoulder was a double row of 10 stars. His hat was thickly crusted with gold braid in the shape of comets. "You see, Tom, I'm not the mayor anymore. I'm a general." "What's that got to do with it? You're the same person, aren't you?" "Not officially. You missed the ceremony this afternoon. The inspector said that since I was officially a general, I had to wear a general's uniform. It was a very friendly ceremony. All the Earthmen were grinning and winking at me and each other." Raising the knife again, Tom held it as he would to gut a fish. "Congratulations," he said sincerely. "But you were the mayor when you appointed me criminal, so my motive still holds." "But you wouldn't be killing the mayor. You'd be killing a general, and that's not murder." "It isn't?" Tom asked. "What is it then?" "Why, killing a general is mutiny." "Oh." Tom put down the knife. He released the mayor. "Sorry." "Quite all right," the mayor said. "Natural error. I've read up on it, and you haven't, of course. No need to." He took a deep breath. "I'd better get back. The inspector wants a list of all the men he can draft." Tom called out, "Are you sure this murder is necessary?" "Yes, absolutely," the mayor said, hurrying away. "Just not me." Tom put the knife back in his belt. "Not me, not me. Everyone would feel that way. Yet somebody had to be murdered. Who? He couldn't kill himself. That would be suicide, which wouldn't count." He began to shiver, trying not to think of the glimpse he'd had of the reality of murder. The job had to be done. Someone else was coming. The person came nearer. Tom hunched down, his muscles tightening for the leap. It was Mrs. Miller, returning home with a bag of vegetables. Tom told himself that it didn't matter whether it was Mrs. Miller or anybody else. But he couldn't help remembering those conversations with his mother. They left him without a motive for killing Mrs. Miller. She passed by without seeing him. He waited for half an hour. Another person walked through the dark alley between the houses. Tom recognized him as Max Weaver. Tom had always liked him, but that didn't mean there couldn't be a motive. All he could come up with, though, was that Max had a wife and 5 children who loved him and would miss him. Tom didn't want Billy Painter to tell him that that was no motive. He drew deeper into the shadow and let Max go safely by. The 3 carpenter boys came along. Tom had painfully been through that already. He let them pass. Then Roger Waterman approached. He had no real motive for killing Roger, but he had never been especially friendly with him. Besides, Roger had no children, and his wife wasn't fond of him. Would that be enough for Billy Painter to work on? He knew it wouldn't be, and the same was true of all the villagers. He had grown up with these people, shared food and work and fun and grief with them. How could he possibly have a motive for killing any of them? But he had to commit a murder. His skulking permit required it. He couldn't let the village down. But neither could he kill the people he had known all his life. Wait, he told himself in sudden excitement. He could kill the inspector. Motive? Why, it would be an even more heinous crime than murdering the mayor, except that the mayor was a general now, of course, and that would only be mutiny. But even if the mayor were still mayor, the inspector would be a far more important victim. Tom would be killing for glory, for fame, for notoriety, and the murder would show Earth how earthly the colony really was. They would say, "Crime is so bad in New Delaware that it's hardly safe to land there. A criminal actually killed our inspector on the very first day. Worst criminal we've come across in all space." It would be the most spectacular crime he could commit, Tom realized. Just the sort of thing a master criminal would do. Feeling proud of himself for the first time in a long while, Tom hurried out of the alley and over to the mayor's house. He could hear conversation going on inside. "Sufficiently passive population," Mr. Grant was saying. "Sheep-like, in fact." "Makes it rather boring," the inspector answered. "For the soldiers, especially." "Well, what do you expect from backward agrarians? At least we're getting some recruits out of it." Mr. Grant yawned audibly. "On your feet, guards. We're going back to the ship." Guards. Tom had forgotten about them. He looked doubtfully at his knife. Even if he sprang at the inspector, the guards would probably stop him before the murder could be committed. They must have been trained for just that sort of thing. But if he had one of their own weapons... He heard the shuffling of feet inside. Tom hurried back into the village. Near the market, he saw a soldier sitting on a doorstep, singing drunkenly to himself. 2 empty bottles lay at his feet, and his weapon was slung sloppily over his shoulder. Tom crept up, drew his blackjack, and took aim. The soldier must have glimpsed his shadow. He leaped to his feet, ducking the stroke of the blackjack. In the same motion, he jabbed with his slung rifle, catching Tom in the ribs, tore the rifle from his shoulder, and aimed. Tom closed his eyes and lashed out with both feet. He caught the soldier on the knee, knocking him over. Before he could get up, Tom swung the blackjack. Tom felt the soldier's pulse. No sense killing the wrong man, and found it satisfactory. He took the weapon, checked to make sure he knew which button to push, and hastened after the inspector. Halfway to the ship, he caught up with them. The inspector and Grant were walking ahead, the soldier straggling behind. Tom moved into the underbrush. He trotted silently along until he was opposite Grant and the inspector. He took aim, and his finger tightened on the trigger. He didn't want to kill Grant, though. He was supposed to commit only one murder. He ran on, past the inspector's party, and came out on the road in front of them. His weapon was poised as the party reached him. "What's this?" the inspector demanded. "Stand still," Tom said. "The rest of you drop your weapons and move out of the way." The soldiers moved like men in shock. One by one, they dropped their weapons and retreated to the underbrush. Grant held his ground. "What are you doing, boy?" he asked. "I'm the town criminal," Tom stated proudly. "I'm going to kill the inspector. Please move out of the way." Grant stared at him. Criminal? So that's what the mayor was prattling about. "I know we haven't had any murder in 200 years, Tom explained, "but I'm changing that right now. Move out of the way." Grant leapt out of the line of fire. The inspector stood alone, swaying slightly. Tom took aim, trying to think about the spectacular nature of his crime and its social value. But he saw the inspector on the ground, eyes glaring open, limbs stiff, mouth twisted, no air going in or out the nostrils, no beat to the heart. He tried to force his finger to close on the trigger. His mind could talk all it wished about the desirability of crime. His hand knew better. "I can't," Tom shouted. He threw down the gun and sprinted into the underbrush. The inspector wanted to send a search party out for Tom and hang him on the spot. Mr. Grant didn't agree. New Delaware was all forest. 10,000 men couldn't have caught a fugitive in the forest if he didn't want to be caught. The mayor and several villagers came out to find out about the commotion. The soldiers formed a hollow square around the inspector and Mr. Grant. They stood with weapons ready, their faces set and serious. And the mayor explained everything. The village's uncivilized lack of crime, the job that Tom had been given, how ashamed they were that he had been unable to handle it. "Why did you give the assignment to that particular man?" Mr. Grant asked. "Well," the mayor said, "I figured if anyone could kill, Tom could. He's a fisher, you know. Pretty gory work." "Then the rest of you would be equally unable to kill?" "We wouldn't even get as far as Tom did," the mayor admitted sadly. Mr. Grant and the inspector looked at each other, then at the soldiers. The soldiers were staring at the villagers with wonder and respect. They started to whisper among themselves. "Attention!" the inspector bellowed. He turned to Grant and said in a low voice, "We'd better get away from here. Men in our armies who can't kill." "The morale," Mr. Grant said. He shuddered. "The possibility of infection. One man in a key position endangering a ship, perhaps a fleet, because he can't fire a weapon. It isn't worth the risk." They ordered the soldiers back to the ship. The soldiers seemed to march more slowly than usual, and they looked back at the village. They whispered together, even though the inspector was bellowing orders. The small ship took off in a flurry of jets. Soon it was swallowed in the large ship, and then the large ship was gone. The edge of the enormous watery red sun was just above the horizon. "You can come out now," the mayor called. Tom emerged from the underbrush, where he had been hiding, watching everything. "I bungled it," he said miserably. "Don't feel bad about it," Billy Painter told him. "It was an impossible job." "I'm afraid it was," the mayor said as they walked back to the village. "I thought that just possibly you could swing it, but you can't be blamed. There's not another man in the village who could have done the job even as well." "What'll we do with these buildings?" Billy Painter asked, motioning at the jail, the post office, the church, and the little red schoolhouse. The mayor thought deeply for a moment. "I know," he said. "We'll build a playground for the kids. Swings and slides and sandboxes and things." "Another playground?" Tom asked. "Sure, why not?" There was no reason, of course, why not. "I won't be needing this anymore, I guess," Tom said, handing the skulking permit to the mayor. "No, I guess not," said the mayor. They watched him sorrowfully as he tore it up. "Well, we did our best. It just wasn't good enough." "I had the chance," Tom muttered, "and then I let you all down." Billy Painter put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It's not your fault, Tom. It's not the fault of any of us. It's just what comes of not being civilized for 200 years. Look how long it took Earth to get civilized. Thousands of years. And we were trying to do it in 2 weeks. Well, we'll just have to go back to being uncivilized, the mayor said with a hollow attempt at cheerfulness. Tom yawned, waved, went home to catch up on lost sleep. Before entering, he glanced at the sky. Thick swollen clouds had gathered overhead, and every one of them had a black lining. The fall rains were almost here. Soon he could start fishing again. Now why couldn't he have thought of the inspector as a fish? He was too tired to examine that as a motive. In any case, it was too late. Earth was gone from them, and civilization had fled for no one knew how many centuries more. He slept very badly. End of Skulking Permit. End of Section 12. Section 13 of Still Untouched by Human Hands. Stories by Robert Sheckley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Street of Dreams, Feet of Clay. 1. Carmody had never really planned to leave New York. Why he did so is inexplicable. A born urbanite, he had grown accustomed to the minor inconveniences of metropolitan life. His snug apartment on the 290th floor of the Levitt Frack Towers on West 99th Street was nicely equipped in the current spaceship motif. The windows were double-sealed in tinted lifetime plexiglass, and the air ducts worked through a blind baffle filtration system which sealed automatically when the combined atmosphere pollution index reached 999.8 on the Con Ed scale. True, his oxygen-nitrogen-air recirculation system was old, but it was reliable. His water purification cells were obsolete and ineffective, but then nobody drank water anyhow. Noise was a continual annoyance, unstoppable and inescapable. But Carmody knew that there was no cure for this, since the ancient art of soundproofing had been lost. It was urban man's lot to listen, a captive audience, to the arguments, music, and watery gurglings of his adjacent neighbors. Even this torture could be alleviated, however, by producing similar sounds of one's own. Going to work each day entailed certain dangers, but these were more apparent than real. Disadvantaged snipers continued to make their ineffectual protests from rooftops, and occasionally succeeded in potting an unwary out-of-towner. But as a rule, their aim was abominable. Additionally, the general acceptance of lightweight personal armor had taken away most of their sting, and the sternly administered state law forbidding the personal possession of surplus cannon had rendered them ineffectual. Thus, no single factor can be adduced for Carmody's sudden decision to leave what was generally considered the world's most exciting megapolitan agglomeration. Blame it on a vagrant impulse, a pastoral fantasy, or on sheer perversity. The simple, irreducible fact is, one day Carmody opened his copy of the Daily Times News and saw an advertisement for a model city in New Jersey. "Come live in Bellwether, the city that cares," the advertisement proclaimed. There followed a list of utopian claims which need not be reproduced here. "Huh," said Carmody, and read on. Bellwether was within easy commuting distance. One simply drove through the Ulysses S. Grant Tunnel at 43rd Street, took the Hoboken Shunt sub-road to the Palisades Interstate crossover, followed that for 3.2 miles on the blue Charlie Sorter loop that led on to US 5, the Hague Memorial Tollway, proceeded along that a distance of 6.1 miles to the Garden State Supplementary Access Service Road, provisional, upon which one tended west to exit 1731A, which was Kings Highbridge Gate Road, and then continued along that for a distance of 1.6 miles. And there you were. "By jingo," said Carmody, "I'll do it." And he did. 2. Kings Highbridge Gate Road ended on a neatly trimmed plain. Carmody got out of his car and looked around. Half a mile ahead of him, he saw a small city. A single modest signpost identified it as Bellwether. This city was not constructed in the traditional manner of American cities, with outliers of gas stations, tentacles of hot dog stands, fringes of motels, and a protective carapace of junkyards. But rather, as some Italian hill towns are fashioned, it rose abruptly, without physical preamble, the main body of the town presenting itself at once and without amelioration. Carmody found this appealing. He advanced into the city itself. Bellwether had a warm and open look. Its streets were laid out generously, and there was a frankness about the wide bay windows of its storefronts. As he penetrated deeper, Carmody found other delights. Just within the city, he entered a piazza, like a Roman piazza, only smaller. And in the center of the piazza there was a fountain, and standing in the fountain was a marble representation of a boy with a dolphin, and from the dolphin's mouth a stream of clear water issued. "I do hope you like it," a voice said from behind Carmody's left shoulder. "It's nice," Carmody said. "I constructed it and put it there myself," the voice told him. "It seemed to me that a fountain, despite the antiquity of its concept, is aesthetically functional. And this piazza, with its benches and shady chestnut trees, is copied from a Bolognese model. Again, I did not inhibit myself with the fear of seeming old-fashioned. The true artist uses what is necessary, be it 1,000 years old or 1 second new." "I applaud your sentiment," Carmody said. "Permit me to introduce myself. I am Edward Carmody." He turned, smiling. But there was no one behind his left shoulder, or behind his right shoulder either. There was no one in the piazza, no one at all in sight. "Forgive me," the voice said. "I didn't mean to startle you. I thought you knew." "Knew what?" Carmody asked. "Knew about me." "Well, I don't," Carmody said. "Who are you, and where are you speaking from?" "I am the voice of the city," the voice said. "Or to put it another way, I am the city itself, Bellwether, the actual and veritable city speaking to you." "Is that a fact?" Carmody said sardonically. "Yes," he answered himself. "I suppose it is a fact. So, all right, you're a city. Big deal." He turned away from the fountain and strolled across the piazza like a man who conversed with cities every day of his life, and who was slightly bored with the whole thing. He walked down various streets and up certain avenues. He glanced into store windows and noted houses. He paused in front of a statuary, but only briefly. "Well?" the city of Bellwether asked after a while. "Well, what?" Carmody answered at once. "What do you think of me?" "You're okay," Carmody said. "Only okay? Is that all?" "Look," Carmody said, "a city is a city. When you've seen one, you've pretty much seen them all." "That's untrue," the city said, with some show of pique. "I am distinctly different from other cities. I am unique." "Are you indeed?" Carmody said scornfully. "To me, you look like a conglomeration of badly assembled parts. You've got an Italian piazza, a couple of Greek-type buildings, a row of Tudor houses, and an old-style New York tenement, a California hot dog stand shaped like a tugboat, and God knows what else. What's so unique about that?" "The combination of those forms into a meaningful entity is unique," the city said. "These older forms are not anachronisms, you understand. They are representative styles of living, and as such are appropriate in a well-wrought machine for living. Would you care for some coffee, and perhaps a sandwich or some fresh fruit?" "Coffee sounds good," Carmody said. He allowed Bellwether to guide him around the corner to an open-air cafe. The cafe was called "Oh You Kid" and was a replica of a gay 90s saloon, right down to the Tiffany lamps and the cut-glass chandelier and the player piano. Like everything else that Carmody had seen in the city, it was spotlessly clean, but without people. "Nice atmosphere, don't you think?" Bellwether asked. "Campy," Carmody pronounced. Okay if you like that sort of thing. A foaming mug of cappuccino was lowered to his table on a stainless steel tray. Carmody sipped. Good? Bellwether asked. Yes, very good. I rather pride myself on my coffee, the city said quietly. And on my cooking. Would you care for a little something? An omelette, perhaps, or a souffle? Nothing, Carmody said firmly. He leaned back in his chair and said, So, you're a model city, huh? Yes, that is what I have the honor to be, Bellwether said. I am the most recent of all model cities, and I believe the most satisfactory. I was conceived by a joint study group from Yale and the University of Chicago, who were working on a Rockefeller Fellowship. Most of my practical details were devised by MIT, although some special sections of me came from Princeton and from the Rand Corporation. My actual construction was a General Electric project, and the money was procured by grants from the Ford and Carnegie Foundations, as well as several other institutions I am not at liberty to mention. Interesting sort of history, Carmody said with a hateful nonchalance. That's a Gothic cathedral across the street, isn't it? Modified Romanesque, the city said. Also interdenominational and open to all faiths, with a designed seating capacity for 300 people. That doesn't seem like many for a building of that size. It's not, of course. Designedly. My idea was to combine awesomeness with coziness. Where are the inhabitants of this town, by the way? Carmody asked. They have left, Bellwether said mournfully. They have all departed. Why? The city was silent for a while, then said, There was a breakdown in city-community relations. A misunderstanding, really. Or perhaps I should say an unfortunate series of misunderstandings. I suspect that rabble-rousers played their part. But what happened precisely? I don't know, the city said. I really don't know. One day they simply all left, just like that. But I'm sure they'll be back. I wonder, Carmody said. I am convinced of it, the city said. But putting that aside, why don't you stay here, Mr. Carmody? I haven't really had time to consider it, Carmody said. How could you help but like it? Bellwether said. Just think. You would have the most modern, up-to-date city in the world at your beck and call. That does sound interesting, Carmody said. So give it a try. How could it hurt you? The city asked. All right, I think I will, Carmody said. He was intrigued by the city of Bellwether, but he was also apprehensive. He wished he knew exactly why the city's previous occupants had left. At Bellwether's insistence, Carmody slept that night in the sumptuous bridal suite of the King George V Hotel. Bellwether served him breakfast on the terrace and played a brisk Haydn quartet while Carmody ate. The morning air was delicious. If Bellwether hadn't told him, Carmody would never have guessed it was reconstituted. When he was finished, Carmody leaned back and enjoyed the view of Bellwether's western quarter, a pleasing jumble of Chinese pagodas, Venetian footbridges, Japanese canals, a green Burmese hill, a Corinthian temple, a Californian parking lot, a Norman tower, and much else besides. You have a splendid view, he told the city. I'm so glad you appreciate it, Bellwether replied. The problem of style was argued from the day of my inception. One group held for consistency, a harmonious group of shapes blending into a harmonious whole. But quite a few model cities are like that. They are uniformly dull, artificial entities created by one man or one committee, unlike real cities. You're sort of artificial yourself, aren't you? Carmody asked. Of course, but I do not pretend to be anything else. I am not a fake city of the future, or a mock Florentine bastard. I am a true agglutinated congeries. I am supposed to be interesting and stimulating in addition to being functional and practical. Bellwether, you look okay to me, Carmody said in a sudden rush of expansiveness. Do all model cities talk like you? Certainly not. Most cities up to now, model or otherwise, never said a word. But their inhabitants didn't like that. It made the city seem too huge, too masterful, too soulless, too impersonal. That is why I was created with a voice and an artificial consciousness to guide it. I see, Carmody said. The point is, my artificial consciousness personalizes me, which is very important in an age of depersonalization. It enables me to be truly responsive. It permits me to be creative in meeting the demands of my occupants. We can reason with each other, my people and I. By carrying on a continual and meaningful dialogue, we can help each other to establish a dynamic, flexible, and truly viable urban environment. We can modify each other without any significant loss of individuality. It sounds fine, Carmody said. Except, of course, that you don't have anyone here to carry on a dialogue with. That is the only flaw in the scheme, the city admitted. But for the present, I have you. Yes, you have me, Carmody said, and wondered why the words rang unpleasantly on his ear. And naturally, you have me, the city said. It is a reciprocal relationship, which is the only kind worth having. But now, my dear Carmody, suppose I show you around myself. Then we can get you settled in and regularized. Get me what? I didn't mean that the way it sounded, the city said. It simply is an unfortunate scientific expression. But you understand, I'm sure, that a reciprocal relationship necessitates obligations on the part of both involved parties. It couldn't very well be otherwise, could it? Not unless it was a laissez-faire relationship. We're trying to get away from all that, Bellwether said. Laissez-faire becomes a doctrine of the emotions, you know, and leads non-stop to anomie. If you will just come this way. 3. Carmody went where he was asked and beheld the excellencies of Bellwether. He toured the power plant, the water filtration center, the industrial park and the light industry section. He saw the children's park and the Oddfellows Hall. He walked through a museum and an art gallery, a concert hall and a theater, a bowling alley, a billiards parlor, a go-kart track, and a movie theater. He became tired and wanted to stop, but the city wanted to show itself off, and Carmody had to look at the 5-story American Express building, the Portuguese synagogue, the statue of Buckminster Fuller, the Greyhound bus station, and several other attractions. At last it was over. Carmody concluded that beauty was in the eye of the beholder, except for a small part of it that was in the beholder's feet. "A little lunch now?" the city asked. "Fine," Carmody said. He was guided to the fashionable Rochambeau Café, where he began with portage à petits pois and ended with petit fours. "What about a nice brie to finish off?" the city asked. "No, thanks," Carmody said. "I'm full, too full, as a matter of fact." "But cheese isn't filling. A bit of first-rate camembert?" "I couldn't possibly." "Perhaps a few assorted fruits." "Very refreshing to the palate." "It's not my palate that needs refreshing," Carmody said. "At least an apple, a pear, and a couple of grapes." "Thanks, no." "A couple of cherries?" "No, no, no." "A meal isn't complete without a little fruit," the city said. "My meal is," Carmody said. "There are important vitamins only found in fresh fruit." "I'll just have to struggle along without them." "Perhaps half an orange, which I will peel for you? Citrus fruits have no bulk at all." "I couldn't possibly." "Not even 1/4 of an orange, if I take out all the pits?" "Most decidedly not." "It would make me feel better," the city said. "I have a completion compulsion, you know, and no meal is complete without a piece of fruit." "No, no, no." "All right, don't get so excited," the city said. "If you don't like the sort of food I serve, that's up to you." "But I do like it." "Then, if you like it so much, why won't you eat some fruit?" "Enough," Carmody said. "Give me a couple grapes." "I wouldn't want to force anything on you." "You're not forcing me. Give me, please." "You're quite sure?" "Gimme!" Carmody shouted. "So take," the city said, and produced a magnificent bunch of muscatel grapes. Carmody ate them all. They were very good. "Excuse me," the city said. "What are you doing?" Carmody sat upright and opened his eyes. "I was taking a little nap," he said. "Is there anything wrong with that?" "What should be wrong with a perfectly natural thing like that?" the city said. "Thank you," Carmody said, and closed his eyes again. "But why nap in a chair?" the city asked. "Because I'm in a chair, and I'm already half asleep." "You'll get a crick in your back," the city warned him. "Don't care," Carmody mumbled, his eyes still closed. "Why not take a proper nap, over here on the couch?" "I'm already napping comfortably right here." "You're not really comfortable," the city pointed out. "The human anatomy is not constructed for sleeping sitting up." "At the moment, mine is," Carmody said. "It's not. Why not try the couch?" "The chair is fine." "But the couch is finer. Just try it, please, Carmody." "Carmody? What's that?" Carmody said, waking up. "The couch. I really think you should rest on the couch." "All right," Carmody said, struggling to his feet. "Where is this couch?" He was guided out of the restaurant, down the street, around the corner, and into a building marked the Snoozery. There were a dozen couches. Carmody went to the nearest. "Not that one," the city said. "It's got a bad spring." "It doesn't matter," Carmody said. "I'll sleep around it." "That will result in a cramped posture." "Christ," Carmody said, getting to his feet. "Which couch would you recommend?" "This one, right back here," the city said. "It's a king size, the best in the place. The yield point of the mattress has been scientifically determined. The pillows—" "Right, fine, good," Carmody said, lying down on the indicated couch. "Shall I play you some soothing music?" "Don't bother." "Just as you wish. I'll put out the lights then." "Fine." "Would you like a blanket? I control the temperature here, of course, but sleepers often get a subjective impression of chilliness." "It doesn't matter. Leave me alone." "All right," the city said. "I'm not doing this for myself, you know. Personally, I never sleep." "Okay, sorry," Carmody said. "That's perfectly all right." There was a long silence. Then Carmody sat up. "What's the matter?" the city asked. "Now I can't sleep," Carmody said. "Try closing your eyes and consciously relaxing every muscle in your body, starting with the big toe and working upward to—" "I can't sleep," Carmody shouted. "Maybe you weren't very sleepy to begin with," the city suggested. "But at least you could close your eyes and try to get a little rest. Won't you do that for me?" "No," Carmody said. "I'm not sleepy, and I don't need a rest." "Stubborn," the city said. "Do what you like. I've tried my best." "Yeah," Carmody said, getting to his feet and walking out of the Snoozery. 4. Carmody stood on a little curved bridge and looked over a blue lagoon. "This is a copy of the Rialto Bridge in Venice," the city said. "Scaled down, of course." "I know," Carmody said. "I read the sign." "It's rather enchanting, isn't it?" "Sure, it's fine," Carmody said, lighting a cigarette. "You're doing a lot of smoking," the city pointed out. "I know. I feel like smoking." "As your medical advisor, I must point out that the link between smoking and lung cancer is conclusive." "I know." "If you switch to a pipe, your chances would be improved." "I don't like pipes." "What about a cigar, then?" "I don't like cigars." He lit another cigarette. "That's your third cigarette in 5 minutes," the city said. "God damn it, I'll smoke as much and as often as I please," Carmody shouted. "Well, of course you will," the city said. "I was merely trying to advise you for your own good. Would you want me to simply stand by and not say a word while you destroyed yourself? Yes, Carmody said. I can't believe that you mean that. There is an ethical imperative involved here. Man can act against his best interests, but a machine is not allowed that degree of perversity. Get off my back, Carmody said sullenly. Quit pushing me around. Pushing you around? My dear Carmody, have I coerced you in any way? Have I done any more than advise you? Maybe not, but you talk too much. Perhaps I don't talk enough, the city said, to judge from the response I get. You talk too much, Carmody repeated and lit a cigarette. That is your 4th cigarette in 5 minutes. Carmody opened his mouth to bellow an insult. Then he changed his mind and walked away. What's this? Carmody asked. It's a candy machine, the city told him. It doesn't look like one. Still, it is one. This design is a modification of a design by Sarionman for a silo. I have miniaturized it, of course, and it still doesn't look like a candy machine. How do you work it? It's very simple. Push the red button. Now wait. Press down one of those levers on row A. Now press the green button. There. A Baby Ruth bar slid into Carmody's hand. Huh, Carmody said. He stripped off the paper and bit into the bar. Is this a real Baby Ruth bar or a copy of one? He asked. It's a real one. I had to subcontract the candy concession because of the pressure of work. Huh, Carmody said, letting the candy wrapper slip from his fingers. That, the city said, is an example of the kind of thoughtlessness I always encounter. It's just a piece of paper, Carmody said, turning and looking at the candy wrapper lying on the spotless street. Of course it's just a piece of paper, the city said, but multiply it by 100,000 inhabitants, and what do you have? 100,000 Baby Ruth wrappers, Carmody answered at once. I don't consider that funny, the city said. You wouldn't want to live in the midst of all that paper, I can assure you. You'd be the first to complain if this street were strewn with garbage. But do you do your share? Do you even clean up after yourself? Of course not. You leave it to me, even though I have to run all of the other functions of the city night and day without even Sundays off. Carmody bent down to pick up the candy wrapper. But just before his fingers could close on it, a pincer arm shot out of the nearest sewer, snatched the paper away, and vanished from sight. It's all right, the city said. I'm used to cleaning up after people. I do it all the time. Yeah, said Carmody. Nor do I expect any gratitude. I'm grateful, Carmody said. No, you're not, Bellwether said. So, okay, maybe I'm not. What do you want me to say? I don't want you to say anything, the city said. Let us consider the incident closed. Had enough? The city said after dinner. Plenty, Carmody said. You didn't eat much. I ate all I wanted. It was very good. If it was so good, why didn't you eat more? Because I couldn't hold any more. If you hadn't spoiled your appetite with that candy bar— God damn it, the candy bar didn't spoil my appetite. You're lighting a cigarette, the city said. Yeah, Carmody said. Couldn't you wait a little longer? Now look, Carmody said, just what in hell do you— But we have something more important to talk about, the city said quickly. Have you thought about what you're going to do for a living? I haven't really had much time to think about it. Well, I have been thinking about it. It would be nice if you became a doctor. Me? I'd have to take a special college courses, then get into medical school, and so forth. I can arrange all that, the city said. Not interested. Well, what about law? Never. Engineering is an excellent line. Not for me. What about accounting? Not on your life. What do you want to be? A jet pilot, Carmody said impulsively. Oh, come now. I'm quite serious. I don't even have an airfield here. Then I'll pilot somewhere else." "You're only saying that to spite me." "Not at all," Carmody said. "I want to be a pilot. I really do. I've always wanted to be a pilot. Honest, I have." There was a long silence. Then the city said, "The choice is entirely up to you." This was said in a voice like death. "Where are you going now?" "Out for a walk," Carmody said. "At 9:30 in the evening?" "Sure, why not?" "I thought you were tired." "That was quite some time ago." "I see. And I also thought that you could sit here and we could have a nice chat." "How about if we talk after I get back?" Carmody asked. "No, it doesn't matter," the city said. "The walk doesn't matter," Carmody said, sitting down. "Come on, we'll talk." "I no longer care to talk," the city said. "Please, go for your walk." 5. "Well, good night," Carmody said. "I beg your pardon?" "I said good night." "You're going to sleep?" "Sure, it's late. I'm tired." "You're going to sleep now?" "Well, why not?" "No reason at all," the city said, "except that you have forgotten to wash." "Oh, I guess I did forget. I'll wash in the morning." "How long is it since you've had a bath?" "Too long. I'll take one in the morning." "Wouldn't you feel better if you took one right now?" "No." "Even if I drew the bath for you?" "No. God damn it, no. I'm going to sleep." "Do exactly as you please," the city said. "Don't wash, don't study, don't eat a balanced diet, but also don't blame me." "Blame you? For what?" "For anything," the city said. "Yes, but what did you have in mind specifically?" "It isn't important." "Then why did you bring it up in the first place?" "I was only thinking of you," the city said. "I realize that." "You must know that it can't benefit me if you wash or not." "I'm aware of that." "When one cares," the city went on, "when one feels one's responsibilities, it is not nice to hear oneself sworn at." "I didn't swear at you." "Not this time, but earlier today you did." "Well, I was nervous." "That's because of the smoking." "Don't start that again." "I won't," the city said. "Smoke like a furnace. What does it matter to me?" "Damned right," Carmody said, lighting a cigarette. "But my failure," the city said. "No, no," Carmody said. "Don't say it. Please don't." "Forget I said it," the city said. "All right." "Sometimes I get overzealous." "Sure." "And it's especially difficult because I'm right. I am right, you know." "I know," Carmody said. "You're right. You're right. You're always right. Right, 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 right." "Don't overexcite yourself betime," the city said. "Would you care for a glass of milk?" "No." "You sure?" Carmody put his hands over his eyes. He felt very strange. He also felt extremely guilty, fragile, dirty, unhealthy, and sloppy. He felt generally and irrevocably bad, and it would always be this way unless he changed, adjusted, adapted. But instead of attempting anything of the sort, he rose to his feet, squared his shoulders, and marched away past the Roman Piazza and the Venetian Bridge. "Where are you going?" the city asked. "What's the matter?" Silent, tight-lipped, Carmody continued past the Children's Park and the American Express building. "What did I do wrong?" the city cried. "What? Just tell me what." Carmody made no reply but strode past the Rochambeau Café and the Portuguese Synagogue, coming at last to the pleasant green plain that surrounded Bellwether. "Ingrate!" the city screamed after him. "You're just like all the others. All of you humans are disagreeable animals, and you're never really satisfied with anything." Carmody got into his car and started the engine. "But, of course," the city said, in a more thoughtful voice, "you're never really dissatisfied with anything either." The moral, I suppose, is that a city must learn patience." Carmody turned the car onto King's High Bridge Gate Road and started east toward New York. "Have a nice trip," Bellwether called after him. "Don't worry about me. I'll be waiting up for you." Carmody stepped down hard on the accelerator. He really wished he hadn't heard that last remark. End of Street of Dreams, Feet of Clay. End of Section 13. The end of Still Untouched by Human Hands. Stories by Robert Sheckley.